किधर ये वाला?
I think. No.
Yo, hello.
Não, não, shooting assim. Mas é isso.
उर्दू में करनी है उर्दू.
हाँ जी उर्दू में करेंगे.
पंजाबी में तेरी पैरी.
We're falling apart, team. We need to lock in.
भाईजान
Mega City.
कोई ऐसा सीन नहीं कर सकता कि मैं डिस्कॉर्ड तुम्हारी आवाज ना जाए स्क्रीन पे.
No, 3 points.
Unfortunately, the judges were looking for Mega City. We did not get 3
यार
points
वो
here.
डिस्कॉर्ड म्यूट कर देना.
I don't even
मैंने
think we
डेस्कटॉप
were at
ऑडियो
the
ऑन
2
किया हुआ है ना.
1 point.
Maybe
वो
if
चैनल
we're
बना
being
लेना अलग.
generous, we might get 1 point. He did kind of tell you.
1.5.
You can go back up.
Okay.
बंदे
1.5.
0.5.
No, 1.5.
Okay, go next. Third, final map for you, Edson.
Não é possível que tá tão difícil.
I have faith in you.
P?
Are you done?
P?
Let's go.
P?
Hi.
लाइट बंद कर रहा हूँ मैं कमरे.
0.14.
1.4. Tomato Town?
भाई तुम्हें क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
Hey, there we go.
किसमें? लैन में?
Good
ना ये
job.
जो हो रहा है.
Fantastic job.
Reload
अरबी जीतेगा कोई लाजिम.
Guessing. Thank you so much for joining
मुझे
us.
पता है अरबी और जॉर्ज रेली और उसके टीममेट को 7-1 किया उसने रियलिस्टिक में.
Shark is one of half of Europe's
Salvador
deadliest
ने
duos
और
heading into the
teammate ने.
Reload Championship and one of the youngest players at the entire event. Alongside teammate Teeny, Shark won 3 of
इतना
the
मजे
4
का खेल रहे थे
Reload
वो
Elite Series
दोनों.
qualifiers, the best performance of any
और
duo
बात है कि
across
बीच में
all
जाके तो
7 regions.
ये करा दी थी. जोन इधर बने पीक दो.
Taking shots from above, Sky has been left alone.
खोते गए वैसे इधर.
Yeah, difficult. But that's okay. I think I play great in every final so far.
पढ़ेंगे दोनों हम लोग.
Shark is arguably 2026's biggest new star.
Are
After
you
a 2025
about to
that's on
die?
rise to the ranks in competitive Fortnite in Europe. In the lead up to the Reload Championship, the 15-year-old placed second at FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals and third at the offline FNCS Major 1 Summit in Dusseldorf, Germany. Shark's success is no fluke, and the soft-spoken Romanian is coming in hot to the Reload Championship. In 2026, Shark arrived, but this event will decide if he is here to stay.
Let's go. Start होने वाला भाई.
There are some good teams, but there are like smaller regions. So like the smaller regions are 10 times easier than Europe. Generally the best reload duo. It's kinda easy to play with him. He's just doing everything for me. I just have to eliminate the people and that's it.
Where are you going to land in Paris? How did you get here?
I took a cab.
Oh,
How are your knees?
I don't want to talk about it.
Washed.
I need to find some cool POIs in
मैं आया
Paris.
यार खाना डाल के.
Museum.say.
It ain't latte landing.
How about the Louvre? That's definitely a hot drop.
I thought it was a triangle. Not.
And of course, we couldn't forget the Eiffel Tower.
Think of the mat.
King, 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 king. King, king, king. I think you've got enough maths.
Not broken. I keep missing the little
Little
bullseye.
circle.
And finally, we've reached the most important POI in Paris, the Esports World Cup.
40 teams, $1 million on the line. Welcome to the Fortnite Reload Championship.
See you inside.
Override है ये.
Welcome to the Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG and I'm joined by
Kelly Link, everyone. So excited to be here. It has been a long journey. 4 qualifiers to make it here, but we have our 40 teams that are going to be duking it out over the next 4 days.
We do have 40 teams. They're going to be split into 2 groups of 20. Today, we're going to get a chance to see Group A. And at the end of the day, we're going to be crushing some keys.
That is right. 7 teams are going to automatically make their way into the grand finals, but of course that means that 3 teams are going to be out, but 10 teams are going to have another chance in the survival round.
They will, and we're going to have 6 teams from survival join match point finals, and the match point finals threshold is set at 350.
Listen, in the past, a long time ago, we tried to do match point threshold. It didn't really work out too well. We set up points a little too high, but I think 350 points and a win is totally viable.
You know what? I'm going to do some predictions. I'm going to do my pick-ems. I'm going to go finish in like 7 games, maybe?
Is that because of your name?
It's exactly because of my name.
Listen, I heard the possibility of a max of 15. The more Fortnite, the better, but maybe not 15, maybe 10 games. I don't know. Who knows?
Okay, that's not bad, but let's talk about some of the teams that are going to be playing today in Group A because we have some heavy hitters.
Listen, I'm from North America. I got to talk about them. Peterbot and Pollo, out of 4 qualifiers, they win 3 of them and then get 2nd place in the 4th one. Come on, these guys are clearly one of the favorites to win the whole thing.
Especially for Team Falcons that's currently in contention for that club championship. They need the points. It's the first top 8, but I'm pretty sure that team is going to be pushing for that 1st place.
But if you're talking about contention in all the teams, we have to talk about AGAL, one of the only people that are contending with Falcons. And of course, that's Sky and Scroll. And although they might not have the same performance as Shark and TD in the Reload Elite Series, they are back-to-back winners from the Major 1 and Major 2 in the FNCS. So they are clearly on a roll right now.
And I can't wait to see which Dark Horse is going to show up here. But enough talk from us. Let's take a look at the format.
Welcome to the EWC 2026 Reload Championship, a brand new take on competitive Fortnite, embracing the carnage and brilliance of the Reload format. After months of competition, 40 duos from across the globe will fight to become the first ever Reload champions here in Paris, France. They claim their share of the $1 million prize money. The first duo from their organization to qualify here, every elimination, every placement, and every victory royale could decide history in the first ever event of its kind. The event starts with the group stage. 40 teams are split into 2 groups, with each group playing 10 games. The top 7 teams from each group will advance directly to the finals. Teams finishing 8th through 17th in both groups will have one final chance in the survival stage. The 3 lowest placing teams in each group will be eliminated. The survival stage will be merciless. Over 10 games, 20 teams will battle to score maximum points. Yet only the 6 highest scoring teams will move forward to the finals. For the remaining 14 teams, their journey will come to an end. The top 6 from the survival stage will join the other 14 finalist teams from the group stage to form the lobby for the ultimate showdown. The 20 teams will compete in a match point format for up to 15 games. The first team to hit 350 points and then secure a victory royale in a subsequent match will be crowned the EWC 2026 Reload champions. The best players, the biggest organizations, and one chance to become the first ever Reload champions. Prepare for a Fortnite event like nothing you've ever seen before.
Yo, honey's good.
And of course, one final piece of the EWC puzzle is the club championships. Now that everybody understands how the tournament's going to be working, it's time for us to break down what's been going on for the last 7 weeks as we head into this final one, because we have had an insane competition here so far. Barney, walk us through what happened at the very beginning.
Yes, week 1 kicked us off with a bang. Of course, all eyes were on Team Falcons coming into the first week. We had Valorant, Apex Legends, Dota 2, and Fatal Fury. 3 out of those 4 games, Team Falcons were looking very, very strong. But the only game that they could muster some points from was an 8th place in Apex Legends. So shock horror. If they managed to get off, you know, with a bang, it would have looked bleak for the remaining orgs. So it kind of set the scene, and it looked pretty strong from there. When all was said and done, they walked away with those points, leaving the door open for Na'Vi and Virtus Pro to walk away with 1st and 2nd from Fatal Fury, and thus being at the top of that leaderboard. Week 2, we had League of Legends, we had Free Fire, Dota 2 Finals, and of course, MLBB Women's Invitational. In League, all eyes are on Faker. Look, T1 versus Gen G. It was an absolutely epic showdown, but they both fumbled and unfortunately couldn't quite make it through into those finals. It was Carmine Corp going up against D plus Kia. D plus Kia took the win, and those famous Great. Club championship points. I don't know, are they famous?
A little
They are
bit,
famous,
yeah.
aren't they? Free Fire, AGAL, and Twisted Minds were prepped to get some points on the board, but the winner was, of course, Lion, the South American sensations. Right, moving on. Then we had 2 weeks of Dota action leading up to this point.
Of course.
Dota 2, those orgs battling it out. Falcons managed to take 5th to 8th. So again, fumbling. Week 1 and 2, Falcons weren't looking so strong, Vivid.
Yeah, a little slow start for the Falcons there, Glitter, and weeks 3 and 4 for them. How did it end up going?
See, and this is something that's important to pay attention to. As we got into week 3, we had EAFC, MLBB, PUBG Battlegrounds, and Teamfight Tactics. And I think all eyes were on Falcons from the beginning as the 2-time defending club championship champs. Week 3 came through and they couldn't really get it done yet again. When it came to the EAFC side of things, we had Hyper Spirit, a non-CC team, actually get a win there, which is big because if these non-CC teams are winning, they're taking points away from the clubs who are looking to get themselves on that leaderboard. Then for MLBB, it was a 2-week-long competition, so this was just week 1 when they were getting through week 3. PUBG Battlegrounds, we actually had Virtus Pro get a win, and that was an interesting one because they actually had the highest points heading into our Smash Point finals, and they had such a high point lead. Nobody can catch up. And they just won because that's how much better they were than the entire lobby. Then when we got to Teamfight Tactics, I'm not even joking, Team Vision won. And this was actually really big for Team Vision because they were only in 2 titles for this event. And they got first place in TFT and second place in Apex. So they actually did really well for a club that was only in 2 titles, right?
Yeah.
But then, of course, we move into week 4. For week 4, we had Overwatch 2, Street Fighter 6, MLBB yet again, the conclusion of it, and then Call of Duty Warzone. And this is where things started to pick up just a little bit. In Overwatch 2, we did have a win out of Zeta Division. They had Twisted Minds there in second place, the teams that are both currently in our CC leaderboard, somewhere in the top 15. Then Street Fighter. We're talking about Falcons, Street Fighter 6. This is where they started to heat up, okay, because Falcons do get the win. It was Crimey who's able to take the whole thing home. Actually, the youngest EWC champion in the history of EWC at 15 years old. That is a life-changing amount of money, a life-changing opportunity, and brings it home for Falcons. Starts kind of giving them that momentum that they were looking for. When it comes down to MLBB, Team Spirit get the win against Yangon Galacticos, and then for Call of Duty Warzone, we got a win out of G2 Esports. So we're starting to see a little bit of club variety. But Vivid, what happened when we got to week 5?
Week number 5, Barney and Glitter teed it up perfectly, right? A little bit of a slow start. Finally, Team Falcons, they started to pick it up, but week 5 was a little bit interesting. Of course, we did have Call of Duty Black Ops 7 featured. We have PUBG Mobile, we had Honor of Kings, and we had Tekken 8. This was kind of like the burst out moment, though, for AGAL, specifically in those club championship points, because Tekken 8 was all theirs. They went ahead a 5-0 there in Tekken 8, and then in Honor of Kings as well, they got a second place there as well. So an incredible week number 5 from AGAL. For PUBG Mobile, though, it was just kind of like that group stage, so that led into group short week number 6. And then we have to kind of talk about, of course, Black Ops 7. Optic defending their EWC championship title there against Team Heretics. It was an incredible match. If you guys at home did not get an opportunity to watch it, go back and watch that. But like I mentioned, we had 2 games that went the way of AGAL perfectly for them. So how did those club championship points end up panning out after week number 5? AGAL were in the lead by 450 points.
Dang.
Yeah.
Barney, was that what we were expecting heading into that?
I mean, no, but like you said, there's a lot of variety amongst these teams, so that's what made it interesting. You know, at this point in the competition, getting towards that week 6 point, it kind of last year seemed like it was all wrapped up and it looked like it was Falcons to take home. But now it's a bit more exciting this year, isn't it?
It is, and as we kind of recap what we just saw in the last week, now heading into this, our last week's games were, of course, that second week of PUBG Mobile that Viv was just mentioning, Chess, Rainbow Six Siege, and Rocket League. And this was a week opportunities to pull down some wins and kind of shake things up just a little bit. The second place team from last year, Liquid, we haven't even mentioned them, right? That's because they were literally on 0 points, I think, for almost 5 weeks. Yeah, absolutely insane. However, Chess shows up, Magnus Carlsen shows up, and everything changes for Liquid with the win that comes out of Magnus Carlsen. But the second biggest storyline out of that is the fact that second place was Dennis Lazovic. That was AGAL. So that is a second place finish for AGL points on the board. It put them in a really strong spot. It actually had them in the lead for just a little bit when it got to PUBG Mobile.
हाँ,
We
लिखा
had
हुआ,
an
लिखा हुआ
XG win, similar situation. They
नीचे
had the
Fortnite
highest
reload
points in the lobby,
championship
but
करो, नीचे
they were
scroll
not
कर
a
थोड़ा,
CC
और,
team, so that didn't really help
select
anybody
करने
on that
दे, मैं
leaderboard.
कर रहा हूँ।
FaZe get a win
मजा आ
against
सकते हैं,
Furia
मजा अच्छा
on Rainbow
खेलते
Six
हैं।
Siege, and then the big one
वर्गो भी
is
अच्छा
Falcons
खेलते
getting
हैं।
another win out of
अच्छा
Rocket
ठीक हो गया
League.
मैं कह रहा हूँ
पावर
Points
वाले
on the board,
पावर वाले
and
ना
now
करिए वो
putting
सारे
them
हारेंगे
at the
पावर
top.
वाले
But now what does that mean heading into week 7?
आज के दिन पे मैं टीम फैल्कन का आ रहा हूँ
Yeah, Fortnite is going to be
Yeah,
quite
मैंने भी
crazy,
पहला
and the
Falcon
best
किया,
way for
दूसरा
me to kind of
Musk किया,
explain
Musk
how this is
बहुत
going to
अच्छा
break
खेलता
down.
है।
We've talked a lot about
मशरी मशरी किया दूसरा तीसरा
Now, both
मैं
of those clubs have teams
मशरी
competing in
अरबी है ना?
Fortnite
हाँ, हाँ।
throughout this week, and I want to kind of explain how
Falcons
good
वो है
position
ना,
both of
Peter
these
Ward
clubs
है।
are.
हाँ हाँ टीम फैल्कन वही है
Let's
रिजेक्ट
just
का
talk
कोई
about it.
ओरा
Team
गेमिंग
Falcons
भी
and
नहीं
went into this week
बुगा
without
बुगा भी
anybody
नहीं यार
signed. They would
बुगा हो
look towards
सकता
Peter
है,
Von
बुगा
Poyo
उसके
for
बुगा
all
को
the
तीसरे
credit,
नंबर पे
and
किया
they look
मैंने।
towards Sky and
Ridley
Stroll
के
who are
साथ
on
है बुगा।
AJL as players that they would want
Cringe
on
तो
their
बिल्कुल
club
भी नहीं
team
होगा।
to go
और
ahead
Aura
and clutch up and get
Gaming,
them points. So I feel like
VSN
both of those
मशरी,
organizations are in
Falcon, बुगा।
great spots.
XP वेल किया और आखिरी टीम रह गई आखिरी टीम में
Yeah,
कर
I
रहा
think it's going to be
हूँ
really fun. Are you excited?
Not only are we going to have an EU and A showdown potentially in the finals, but we have an AGAL Team Falcons showdown.
पहले भी
Which
Falcon
means it's going to be an
कोई पता
insane
नहीं है
4 days
सारी
of
गेम
competition. So let's send it back on over to 7 to dive into all of it.
ऐसे ही रिजेक्ट रॉक
Thank you, Glitter Explosion.
भाई दूसरे पे बिग किया है बिग में वो है विरगो और वो दूसरे वाले ठीक है
On the club championship, but ladies and
और
gentlemen, welcome to Fortnite
मशरी
Reload
इनको भी
Championship.
करना है ये
मेन जो है ना मेन
26.
वो
My name is
है
the 7WG,
फैल्कन
and I'm gonna be
वर्गो
your
है
studio
और
host. You might be
मज
wondering
है
where I am. I
ठीक
decided
है
to go and
बाकी सारे
explore a little
समझ
bit
ले
of
वो
Paris here
ठीक ठीक
before the action just picks up, and none other
Orchid हो
than
गया
Kelly and 11-2K. They were able to just come with me and just explore a little
कितने
bit
ज़्यादा
first. How are we
मैच है?
feeling today?
I mean, I'm feeling great. We got the breeze. There's a little bit of shade. It was a little sunny before, but I'm feeling good right now. And we
तूने
got some
सारे कर लिए
exciting Fortnite coming our way.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I want to go back inside. We
मैं
might
भी
as well
सारे
just
तो
do
नहीं
the
कर
whole
रहा।
show out here.
Careful what you wish for.
Tournament winner कौन हो
Make it
सकता है?
happen for you. But for everybody
ये
currently watching,
मुश्किल
don't
है
forget
थोड़ा।
while you're watching Fortnite Reload Championship at
कितनी ज़्यादा
EWC
टीम है
26,
oh my
make sure you
god
guys
bro
use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC 26. That way you guys don't miss out on any of the action. We want to see what you guys are posting too. We might be able to share it here. And don't forget to also
एक
check
कौन
out
कर
the
सकते हैं बोल्ट और एक
EWC
कौन
Play
अच्छा खेल रहे
app.
हैं
Do your pick'ems, do your
सबसे ज़्यादा
predictions,
Falcons की है
because I know a lot of
50%
people are
हाँ
going to be putting predictions
Falcons
and talking
और
about
उसका है
predictions.
बिग
Kelly,
का
who do you think is going to be doing better, EU or an
अच्छा
A?
फिर
All right, listen.
अच्छा मेरी
There's
चैट भी
two standout
देखता नहीं
teams that
ठीक
we
है
all know are going into
बीच
the
बीच में
Reload
अगर
Elite
मुझे कोई काम
series.
पड़े
We
ना तो
have
चैट
Peter
को
Von
मेरी
Poyo and
नजर
we have
मार
Shark
सारी
and
सही है
Teeny. Now, if you look at their
With the
history, they
extreme
both
board
have 3
delete
wins.
नहीं
However,
नहीं इतनी
if you
लेट नहीं है
look to the
लो लेट से लगाई
fourth
थी
of that win, Peter Von Poyo, they got second
और
place. Now, what
एचडी में
did
क्यों नहीं
Shark
आ
and
रहा
Teeny
बिटरेट
place?
कम रखा हुआ है
They didn't make that final actually. I think that one. I think they took the weekend off. You know, just didn't fancy it. I think.
All right. So I'm hearing an A out of you, Kelly.
Of course.
And Levin, you have to listen.
Predictably, I'm gonna say EU's gonna come through and absolutely rock the boat, shake it off. All these NA players are gonna get sent packing. You don't think, oh, Peter Bott and them man are gonna come through, show what they can do. I think it's gonna get real spooky here in Paris. I think, of course, we got Shark and Team. We know what they can do. They've been the best reload team in EU all year. But I think there's so many other names I'm sure we'll touch on throughout today. Really, I think could come through and surprise people.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to break down a little bit more some of those players and some of those teams and talk even more about the club championship and everything going on here at Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. And I'm gonna hold you guys to it. Whoever ends up performing the best, whether it's ANA, whether it's EU, you might end up getting a surprise. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, so I'll just leave it to a speculation and you'll end up finding out on the actual finals. But today is gonna be Group A. We're gonna have 20 teams. At the end of the day, 7 teams are gonna be moving over to match point finals. The bottom 3 are gonna get eliminated, and those teams in between will end up going to survival. And as we're taking a look right now, possibly some of the groups, some of the teams here in Group A, you guys have been talking about Falcons, you guys have been talking about Aurora, but I want to take a pause from that. Let's talk about maybe some surprises that you're expecting here on day one.
Oh, some surprises. I mean, listen, we have a lot of players, a lot of teams that are coming through the smaller regions, and the smaller regions often get overlooked in the FNCS, but this is the Reload Elite Series. I think if we're going to see players from Asia, like we have Coyote, we have the 916 Gone from Brazil, there are a lot of heavy hitters coming from the smaller regions that might really surprise us today.
I think that's, going to be one of the biggest question marks. I think we often look at what some of those smaller region teams can do in Battle Royale, and there's always the struggles of the surge mechanics and how they're able to handle that. You ain't got to worry about that this weekend. I want to see their talent shine through.
I'm hoping that talent is going to shine through. Nobody's going to be feeling the pressure of being here in Paris at EWC. But I know as players are arriving, Seek actually got a chance to interview some.
All right, guys, day number 1, Group A of EWC. We've got the players getting in here. We're going to stop right here. Booga, Braids, we're going to keep walking. Guys, what's up? It's great to see y'all. How is it feeling? You're here, you're walking in, you're starting to prepare. How are the vibes, Booga?
The vibes are good. I mean, I'm here, I'm ready to play, and yeah.
Dude, obviously, we love seeing you on LAN. Can't wait to see you perform. Braids, how are you feeling? Are you any nerves? Is it just like, oh, another day in the office for you?
I mean, it's my 4th LAN, so I mean, it's not my first, so yeah, I'm feeling good.
Is there anybody you guys looking to, take out? You're thinking, all right, it's time, got to get on LAN, got to go ahead and put someone down, show them what's up. Maybe there's been some drama along the way, or you kind of just like, I'm just going to do my own thing and win?
I mean, we're just going to play Storm. I mean, try to pad in and just play 5-5 and just play our game.
Booga, how's it been to kind of meet up with the fans? Obviously, everyone loves you. Everyone knows Mr. World Cup. Is it just more of the same for you? Does it feel any new? Is it more the same?
Not really. I mean, obviously, it's fans in different places of the world and stuff. But besides that, I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
Well, guys, appreciate you. Good luck out there. I'm sure we'll see more of you guys a little bit later on. Okay, we're gonna catch up with more players here. We start to look out as more players are coming in. Okay, all right. Didn't realize we'd get to them right away. Representing Falcons, Peter Bob Pollo, guys, welcome. EWC time. We're walking in. We're getting ourselves ready for the show. Pete, obviously everyone knows you. Everyone loves you. How does it feel to be back on LAN?
I mean, it feels good. I mean, we're here to win.
I love that, Polo. Obviously, Faxity's not here, so I'm going to call you Polo because Faxity would do that. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I'm excited to play.
Is there any duo out there you guys are looking to compete against? You guys are thinking, it's LAN time. Might as well just go ahead and show you what's up.
Sharkatini.
Still holding on the grudge back from the summit, I see. What about you, Pollo?
Sky and Scroll.
Sky and Scroll. I love that. Well, guys, good luck out there. We'll see more of you soon. Best of luck. We're going to try and catch one more duo super fast. They're all kind of walking in. They're kind of taking their time. Let's see if we can catch someone. Oh, Sharkatini. Let's come over here. Sharkatini, really fast if you guys have a second. How does it feel? You're back here on LAN once again.
Yeah, it feels normal.
Yeah. That's good. Teeny, what do you think, man? How are you feeling? Are the nerves up there? Are you feeling like excited? You just ready to get into it?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you guys. Best of luck out there. Peterbot and Pollo are coming for you, so good luck. With that being said, day 1 is going to be a banger. Let's send it back, see what else is going on.
Thank you, Seek, for getting all those awesome answers, even though some players didn't really want to give that much of an answer. But Sam, we do the Stony story of the day because welcome to Group A. You already heard us talk about some of the other teams, but we got to talk about AGAL.
That's right, Sky and Scroll, a big name because obviously everyone's talking about Falcons winning the club tournament that's going on right now, but AGAL is making them work for it. And Sky and Scroll, we heard it from our players there that they are one of the teams that everyone is looking to win the whole thing.
I think when you look at Fortnite as a whole this year, you'd have to say they have been the best duo in the world. The consistency has been unparalleled. They are just consistency embodied, and I think we will see that here today. If you're a Falcons fan, hoping you're going to have an easy weekend because you've got Peterbot and Pollo, these guys are not going to make it easy for you whatsoever.
And I actually got to do a fun game with them as well, this newlywed game where we got to ask them a bunch of questions on how well they knew their partner, and they got 9 out of 10 questions right. They are synergized and they are ready.
That synergy is on point, just like our synergy is going to be on point throughout this 4 days. But ladies and gentlemen, that's enough talking from us being out here. We're going to enjoy a bit of the view as we're about to get started with Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26.
हाँ भाई इधर ही है। तू मैच देख रहा है कि कोई नहीं देख रहा?
YouTube लगाया हुआ है तेरा मैंने पहले।
ओके बस गुड थिंग।
ओए मैं कह रहा था Fortnite आ जा।
तो स्ट्रीम कौन करेगा?
तो लोडू स्ट्रीम तो चलती रहेगी ना पीछे।
ऐसे नहीं होता।
ओ भाई वो लगा ना सिलेक्ट कस्टम गेम कैप्चर वो लगा।
नहीं भाई मैच देखना जरूरी है। मल्टीटास्किंग नहीं कर सकता ब्रो मैं। मेरे पास वो ही नहीं है। मैं तो रैम इतनी वो है होती तो मैं मसला ही ना होता। और नहीं रहने दे का ये कोई नहीं भी तब तो अनबैन हो गई खेलूंगा एक दफा मैच।
लोडू तो ले
यार इसका मैं वॉल्यूम कम करूँ थोड़ा सा। हाँ बोल अब।
मैं कह रहा हूँ मैच तो तब देखना जब मैं खेल रहा हूँ।
अच्छा बिल्कुल
यार मजाक के अलावा इसे मैं ग्राइंड करूँगा। खेलेंगे टूर्नामेंट। वैसे मैं कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी नहीं खेल रहा। मैं रैंक पहुँच गया हूँ उसमें। अब Fortnite ग्राइंड करूँगा।
Endiablés, les meilleurs joueurs du monde sont prêts à s'affronter sur Fortnite Reload. The reality is you only get one chance at a first impression, and day one is going to send shockwaves through Paris. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host alongside the awesome Blue team, and I'm really excited for this week, mate. Je suis Lutti et je suis Barney pour hoster toute cette semaine, mesdames et messieurs.
Yo, Abdullah, what's up, man? What's up? Welcome to the stream, bro.
Les joueurs sont prêts. Il est du couleur de faire rentrer sur scène les joueurs, à commencer par Shark et Tini. They are Aurora Gaming.
Shark भी sexy बच्चा है। Peter Bot gonna take this shit so easy, man. ना अब्दुल्ला जी और भी बड़ी बुलावें बैठी हैं। But I hope so. शार्क एंड टीनी भी अच्छे हैं भाई। स्काई और वो भी अच्छे हैं। आउटपर से ट्विस्टेड माइंड के भी अच्छे हैं। पर उनका आज मैच नहीं है। उनका दूसरे दिन मैच है। आज ग्रुप ए वालों का मैच है।
Rue and Moda, they are RVL Esports.
LCQ चैंपियनशिप है ये लोग। ना पीटरबॉट गोना सेकंड इन समर इंशाल्लाह पीटरबॉट। हाँ मुझे पता है ब्रो। भुगा भी आ गया भाई। लेट्स गो।
Epic Whale and Pump.
फजान इधर तूने और मैंने भी होना है इंशाल्लाह। The line in the house. Yes, bro. इंशाल्लाह ब्रो इंशाल्लाह। बस ये यार मसलों से ख़त्म हो जाए ना 2-3 करेंगे ग्राइंड। वैसे वो चेक करें शेरी बेंच जो चले गए हैं फलान। इंशाल्लाह मैन we will lock the lock in. Yes bro. ये तो मुझे पता नहीं क्यों इंडियन लगता है ये प्लेयर। नया सीजन आना ना गाइस ग्राइंड मारना है। ये बॉयज भी खतरनाक है ब्रो। वेरफो इज इंडियन। हाँ देखा मुझे भी लगा था।
And Mofu, they are reject.
There you go. Yup, I know.
Muzz and Sphinx.
अच्छा इन चारों के पास भी स्पॉन्सर नहीं है जो EWC की शर्टें पहन के आए हैं।
Phoenix and Retro, they are Onyx.
Phoenix. एंड पे बताएंगे आई थिंक सो पीटर बोर्ड को। नो क्लिक्स एट द नेम। आहो क्लिक्स क्वालीफाई नहीं हुआ। ये है ना अच्छे प्लेयर भाई। गोल्डन एपेक्स आल्सो ग्रेट वो। हाँ उनका मैच नहीं है, उनका कल मैच है। अरबी आ गए ने अरबी। सिंगल 30 बड़ी अंदर खतरनाक है ब्रो।
4 days of competition, $1 million on the line, and a chance to immortalize your names in the Esports World Cup.
ओ भाई वो देख सारे गा रहे हैं एक दूसरे को बैंड शॉट।
Pour marquer l'histoire de l'EWC en direct de Paris, public, faites du bruit!
भाई उल्टी हाँ
Now it's time to make history. 40 are here to make a name for themselves.
जेमन बात है अरबी तो बहन जो टाइटल लेने आए हैं उनको पैसे से क्या है। इवन का देखा जाए पीटर बोर्ड भाई सारे ही अमीर हैं यार, इसमें बहन जो गरीब कौन सा प्लेयर है।
I know this game like no one else. However, reload will require not just technical ability, but innovation.
ऐसी है भाईजान ऐसी है।
It's the veterans' time over. Is it now the time for newcomers to
यही
show
बात है
themselves?
ब्रो यही बात है। इंशाल्लाह नहीं क्या एवरीवन। एक मिनट यार मेरी बिल्ली नु की हो गया जबकियां पारी। एवरीवन हैज अ हाफ मिलियन।
The new gen's got a lot to learn, and I'm gonna show them this weekend.
जेमन बात है भाई डीसी में हूँ। हाँ डीसी में है पर सारा ज़्यादा बंदा डीसी में ना आए, कुछ बंदे स्ट्रीम पे भी रहे ताकि डीसी वाली बात भी स्क्रीन पे ज़्यादा आएगी तो ठीक बोलेंगे तो फिर मज़ा नहीं आएगा। समझ रहे हो क्या करूँ यार एक मिनट। हाँ भैया बोल।
मैं कह रहा हूँ मुझे स्ट्रीम में डालना, साथ वो को स्ट्रीम करते हैं गालियाँ दूंगा मैं पंजाबी
गालियाँ नहीं देनी किसी को। प्लेयर को डिसरिस्पेक्ट करोगे तो वार्निंग आ जाएगी थी पता है EWC से। इंडियंस प्लेयर को काफ़ी आई हैं। वो पाकिस्तानी टीम को बुरा भला बोल रहे थे मैच, उन्होंने वार्निंग दे दी
अब तो जिंदा यार ये बच्चा देख यार।
लेट्स गो भाई पहला मैच शुरू होने वाला है। तेरी चैट में मैं देगा तेरी चैट में देंगे। हाँ दो चैट में दो जिसको देनी है भाई। जो बात है मैं पीटर बोर्ड को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ। मैं मानता हूँ ओवररेटेड है पर भाई उसके साथ बहुत गलत भी होता रहा है। गलत ये होता है पूरी मैच लॉबी उनको फोकस करती है भाई, तो उनके लिए बड़ा मुश्किल होता है गेम निकालना। यो अनस वेलकम ब्रो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल चाल है ब्रो?
the same time, you never know when an upset might just take place.
Yeah, and honestly, I usually talk about the entirety of a tournament being more of a marathon and not a race. This event is more so that same pace because you have 10 games today in the group stages, right? And that's way more than a lot of these guys have played
what the fuck, man? Won global than
in their life when it comes to competition. I know in the
हाँ भाई पता है मुझे पता है साहब, पर ओवररेटेड ही है ना, मतलब हर एक वहाँ में कहेगी कि पीटर बोर्ड जीतेगा पर वो उसके लिए गेम खेलना भी तो देखो ना कितनी मुश्किल है, समझ रहे हो? बिफोर गेम उनको टाइम मिलता है। हाँ मुझे पता है, मैं देख रहा था जाके, बट रात को आऊँगा 1-2 बजे। ओके ब्रो, ओके फैन साहब, मैं आया बस 2 सेकंड। ओवररेटेड नहीं, टैलेंटेड है मेरी जान। यार तू समझा नहीं मेरी बात को बिल्ला। टैलेंटेड किसको नहीं पता, ये सारे प्लेयर कहते हैं कि पीटर बोर्ड गोट है, तो उस हिसाब से मैं कह रहा हूँ स्पेसिफाई का सीन है। हाँ ब्रो इस स्ट्रीम के बाद हो सकता है सीन। हाँ रात को करेंगे।
6 out of the 8 wins for both EU and NA Central, and it's not just they're playing the games, it's how they're playing these games. They're aggressive, they're dominant, they don't leave any stone unturned, and that's
रात को ही कह रहा हूँ
to see because typically you have team 1, team 2,
मैं उठ जाऊंगा। हाँ इजी मैं बस आया यार 2 मिनट 2 मुझे।
and the entire world are here in the same group. Tomorrow we might see Sky and Scroll, but for today it's P-Poi over Sharktini.
And at the same time, you heard it already, Peterbot ready to make an early entrance. Same case scenario for his duo Pollo there. But Jacob, I also really want to talk about the fact that this is going to be one of the best opportunities to see some of these international teams, some of the smaller regions really start to get a little bit more involved and kind of remind the rest of the world, particularly everybody on social media, that they're here to show out. And obviously already kicked things off pretty hot here in match number 1. No surprises whatsoever. Pete and Pollo just doing their thing.
Yeah, and even in the feed, Braids just getting an early game elimination. Only one, because in reload, your teammates will have about 12 seconds. So if you go down, you're really relying on 12 seconds from your teammate to stay alive. They can shorten that time span with either Nox eliminations or full-on duo wipes, but that just puts the pressure on them to survive. And we're just kind of seeing a lot of the early games. You know, Pete, Pollo, uncontested. Muzz and Sphinx, on the other hand, the entire opposite. Typically, throughout the qualifications process, you see 2 teams land here. Today, Taco, we have 4.
Yeah, there's just way too many duos actually here at Elite Armory and Retro Phoenix. They're trying to get rid of at least one of them. Cringe gonna be the first to be removed from the battlefield here, but we'll just have to wait and see how things actually play out, where Volko's managed to scurry off too.
Yo, me back. यार, I'm saying to say good mongrel है, मैं saying who carry Fortnite. बरो सही बात है. पहली गेम लगी है.
3 a pop can definitely make some leadway.
Yeah, and you see they're almost looking like they wanted to get a little bit more aggressive, but he kind of picked up that shotgun. It had no extra ammo in it, kind of slowing down the progression there. But you know, game 1, typically in a lot of the tournaments, especially our international events, it does kind of slow down just a little bit, but I'm not seeing it here in reload. It's just constant action. Vico get elimination onto Rainy. Shari now trying to play for a lurk onto Muzz and Sphinx, and this is the spot where I told you 4 teams are actually landing at.
And that's the thing there. Muzz Sphinx being fully aware of just how many other duos are actually surrounding them. They're definitely trying to be a little bit smart.
यार मैं चाहता था अपने पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर भी होने चाहिए थे यार, लाइक क्यूबक्स हो गया. ठीक है, पर उनका पता नहीं क्या सीन है, वो क्वालीफाई नहीं कर पाते या I don't know bro. Like गोरे ही क्यों खाली? समझ रहे हो? No doubt अच्छा खेलते हैं यार. मज़ भी आ गया. हाँ भाई हाँ. Missed calls. I know, by 20 points.
Give him that opportunity to properly rotate off the launch pad, and obviously
नहीं zero ping तो है ही नहीं ना. अब तो खाली यूरोप पे मिलती होगी, मिडिल ईस्ट पे तो zero ping अरबियों के पास में नहीं है, 20 ping है.
I mean, when you literally have a quarter of the lobby landing on Elite Armory, it does kind of ease up the pressure elsewhere, and it kind of being used by not only Vico and Malabuka, but Rainy as well. They went down early on. They got separated, so he's the one
शरीर के ऊपर तो 1v2 हो गया. थर्ड पार्टियां भी पड़ रही हैं.
Of the elite strongholds, they end up in a little bit of an altercation. One that does seem to be stalled out though.
और चलो नॉक हो गया. शरीर नॉक हुआ.
Going to snipe away Mshari for Muzz and Sphinx's clutches. And a little bit of a disappointment, maybe even for Muzz.
Where is Shark, man? Shark का भी पाएंगे किधर है?
That does leave Paladin in a bit of an awkward position, obviously waiting for his duo to get back into the action. But now Peter's in. He's going to look to close that gap. Edson right behind him, and Muzz Sphinx fully aware of the fact they might just have to pick up another fight.
कुछ हो गया इन पे.
One after the next. Edson.
No way अगर कोई टीम बनती है यहाँ पे तो.
This is one of the teams at the Elite Armory, and you see him using that grapple, just trying to bait and switch. But he just separated himself just a little bit too much from PH Sin. This could have been a great opportunity for Muzz and Sphinx to kind of peek out. But I know Muzz and Sphinx, especially when it comes to reload, they like to play a calm, cool, collected gameplay. They don't go elimination heavy and toward the end of the game when they almost have to.
Also just smart forcing that disengage, because when you looked at what PHN was rocking with, he didn't actually have a way back.
अच्छा reload में zone survive करना I think so कि मुश्किल है काफी.
The launchpad escape here, Rainy and Nolly though waiting to see whether or not they can capitalize on Cringe's early woes here. Volko doing what he can to provide some cover fire, see if he can get his duo out of dodge. And for right now, seems to be a success because now
गया.
ropes here. Cringe gonna start
to
make a revisit, but it turns back to their favor. Rainy and Nalu, just like that, come out on top. But at the same time, Volko's still the healthiest of the bunch.
Yeah, we saw him drop to 5 HP before he finally got saved. And you got to give Nalu and Rainy a good credit right there to help each other out when they need it most, because that would have been the worst possible time for Nalu to get taken down, because you see how many more and more players are moving over in that direction. You can see where the mini map is at. The zone is pulling everybody over towards the western part. part of the map towards Peerless Pier. And even though if it doesn't land over at that POI
हो
top,
गया
we got
गया
to
फिर होगी
mountainous edges
no
that
way
play a huge role in these end games.
All right, now one thing's for sure, David Cranes is just trying to
भाई ये मार रहे हैं लोंडे ये मार रहे हैं लोंडे
back onto the ground. Vico and Malabuka drawn towards that reboot. It's like a calling beacon to every single duo in the area, and now Vico, Malabuka choosing to just continue wrapping around, following where these reboots are taking place. And if they can keep securing elimination points like that, it might force the
Shark भी आ गया
a bit more proactive on that aggressive front.
Yeah, even though for today's games, it is going to be top 7 qualify to the finals. It's almost like, I think Barney said it, like the first impressions matter so much. When everybody else goes back to rewatch this, the other group
hey,
that's watching it live now, they're going to try to pinpoint and expose some of those weaknesses. So you got to make sure you got to play as hard as you can the entire time, 4 straight days. We jump on board Peterbot and Pollo, and honestly, for both watching Shark and TD and Peterbot and Pollo here, 0 eliminations so far in this game. It's not something I expected to see, but they are a team that does like to play a little bit more calculated at times.
Name power certainly playing a little bit of a part here, lending towards their favor though, because who wants to really get all that up close and personal with those duos this early on in competition? Rather just wait and see whether or not they decide to throw their names into the hat. But Chino, Pablo, getting a little active for these two on your screen. Vitality's representatives and
तू देख अब्दुल्ला मैं आया था ना 5 मिनट 2 मिनट लग रहे हैं पानी की बोतल लेके आ रहा हूं
expecting some big things, especially with where they're currently located. Hari and Cammy just on the other end, separate hill face now. But so far, everybody's in the clear. Teams are starting to hedge up in positions to potentially block out others, though, caught inside of the storm for just one step too many. Now Pump, Epic Whale, really trying to find themselves not getting sandwiched between the two.
Yeah, and you can kind of see on the right side of your screen, these guys this weekend are playing more than just for themselves. They're playing for a club championship. If anybody can take down Team Falcons, it is going to be AGAL, which we will see tomorrow. Vitality in this game as well. So there's still plenty of those club championship points up for grabs. So a lot of these Fortnite players, they're used to playing a little selfish, playing for themselves. But I think right now, they got the big picture understood here. No Sif gonna go down, Braids and Booga. Center zone on the edge of a hill. They gotta be positioned very, very nicely here. They do have some good heals and their loadout pretty looking stacked.
To wait and see whether or not it actually bodes pretty well for them. Z-Dog, though, definitely in a bit of trouble as Epic Whale and Pump are gonna cut him off on that next rotate. You also have to remember, with so many stragglers, kind of teams that just suffered some of those early issues at the beginning of a match, waiting for their duo to reboot, get themselves into a position where they can even participate in the lobby. You're coming into the mix behind on loot, behind on just about everything. Material can also be a little bit hard-pressed even if you've been getting constantly farmed out of that reboot cycle, but knowing that there's only one duo that's actually been fully eliminated at this stage so far, Jacob, and we're already rapidly making our approach towards that 7th zone. You have to remember, that's the point where if you lose your duo, or if you both get wiped, that's it. That's the end of the run, obviously, but knowing that you're going to lose that reboot opportunity, I think, could put a little bit more pressure on.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be tough, because if the qualifiers have taught us anything, you don't start to get placement points until essentially
game की बात सही आ रही है तेज करो मुझे बता दिया ना अगली बार कम आ रही होगी तो
a lot of the meat and potatoes in terms of those points, so it's going to be very, very important. I like the strategy out of Stark and Teeny. I like the strategy out of No Sif and Izzy, and you can kind of see a couple of these teams are kind of trying to fly under the radar. 10 games is a long time, especially when you go from a Elite Stronghold to the Slurp Rush map. You don't want to be on any.
मैं बहुत अच्छा मुझे खुद बड़ा अच्छा मैप लगता है ये वाला.
Epic Whale Pump certainly doing a good job to be a little bit more evasive from the rest of the lobby, just continuing to put up some strong
but आपकी chat
Epic Pump though.
But आपकी chat
की solid hustle so far. Some of NAOS finest.
अच्छा popping की यार वो आवाज तो आएगी अब.
Virgo, so many other teams also making their approach. Everybody trying to really get based up more towards that high ground position.
बल्कि रुक जा यार उसकी मैं
that's going to force some other
करता हूँ सही
to sort of start getting entangled with each other.
यार हर बंदे के पास FNCS वाला पिक एक्सेस में मतलब ये क्या चक्कर है
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting to watch.
सारे कहीं ना कहीं जीते हैं नहीं छोड़ दो चल सही है
Shockwave launcher. We know what shockwaves, we know what the overdrive shockwaves can do, and that mythic shockwave launcher is just that much more dangerous. Izzy Nosip just trying to farm up. You see everybody in elite experiments. There's a lot of places
Only
to hide.
for
But as
this.
Taka was saying, you can see Peterbot, Poyo, Phoenix, Retro, Izzy Nosip, Sharkantini even on the other side. They're putting a lot of importance on maintaining a bit of elevation because we can easily go up.
और लोगों के पास zone अच्छा है.
It's also just so hectic when you're trying to play through low ground in this type of environment, especially when you know that PH Zen, Edson likely going to be a pretty big disruptance factor as long as they're holding on to the mythic shockwave. But for
मेरा open नहीं हो रहा ना.
Right now, they're really just trying to stave off everyone else. And we got about 4
क्या open नहीं हो रहा bro?
Dwindling until the reboots are getting cut off, and
क्या
that's
open नहीं हो
also
रहा
going to be an interesting landscape because for a lot of these teams,
अच्छी लूट है पोलो के पास बहुत अच्छी लूट है.
Yeah, you can get that max pull, then you.
अच्छा Discord. Okay, easy scene है bro. Easy scene
all over these teams.
शार के पास भी अच्छी लूट है भाई सारे स्टैक होके बैठे हुए हैं. जोन आ गया इनकी तरफ. ये लोग अभी जोन में ही हैं भी करेंगे.
Notice is that flowberry fizz because it allows you to go higher, further, that low gravity, and you mix that with the shockwave. It's almost very little worry if you do end up with that max pull. So if you don't have it, definitely got to be careful.
शार्क भी अच्छा है यार, no doubt उसने बहुत improve किया गेम लौटने ने ना.
And that means it's essentially your
पर तुम्हें पता है फिर सबका प्यो होता ही है एक.
Kind of see the different edges, the mountain over towards the east, the regular
ठीक
POI over towards the south.
शार्क बहुत अच्छे हैं. XP ये XP वाले बुगा का जो है वो भी अच्छा है. बेग विर्गो और उनका तो वो पैंच वो एक शार्क लोगों ने नॉक कर दिया. ओ भाई. ओ भाई.
Shark eats a little bit more damage in the exchange, but he's still got plenty of shield left to work with, and Teeny right next to him, and the damage has already been done. Reckless.
भाई उठता जा रहा है, शार्क नहीं पकड़ा जा रहा.
You're going to need it with so many other teams already starting to swarm onto his position. Shark, Teeny, they're going to be so difficult to actually avoid their line of sight, and they're already fixated on the next move. They want to immediately send it towards high ground, and they're going to have the advantage of getting ahead of Hofu and Tama in the process.
Yeah, even though I'm a little surprised about their lack of aggression in the early game, they're a team that knows how to flip that switch, just like this one here. Shadow and Virgo progressively getting better each and every tournament throughout this year. They not only qualified for this event, they made sure to kind of take down some top teams all along that path, and now they're elevated just like everyone else. They see that the zone has pushed everyone towards the north. Pablo Ingu and Chino even getting a knock on the Voco, just showing how chaotic this endgame is beginning to turn into.
It's just been an uphill battle, quite literally, for Cringe and Volca from the start. Pablo and Chino just continuing to add on to their problems, but that's going to be the setup that they needed. They've got a little bit of an opening, but they are making sure the lobby's focus is headed elsewhere. Reckless, though, just still so separated from everybody else. Sure, he might have been ahead of the pack, but when you're a solo, you only have so many options. And now, as the congestion starts to build on top of them, Shark, Teeny headed straight for height. They're looking to really be the primary controllers for where everyone else is going to send
या तो भाई इन पे है ये गेम निकाल लेंगे पहले या तो फिर वो निकाल सकते हैं.
But now Shark, Teeny beaming you of all teams.
ना 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 जिंदा जिंदा पीटरबोर्ड जिंदा फैल्कन नीचे वो नीचे बैठे हुए हैं.
All in his shield. He's going to have to take a moment now to stop and heal.
इतने जल्दी नहीं मरता.
Perfectly for the zone to pull in their favor. Every team, or at least relatively so, has to rotate in this direction, and they are just lighting things up. And because they're elevated so high up, all it's going to take is one of those shockwaves to get to the front side of zone and maintain their position. And out it goes.
ये भी हाइट है इनके पास. इन पे पक्का वो पुश करेंगे. देखिए पीटरबोर्ड लोग पुश करेंगे. हाँ, exactly bro. पीटरबोर्ड आएगा देखिए.
Rotation a little bit short, just so they could do, as you said, elevate. That is the priority for these two. Nosip, Izzy, currently stuck, but it's temporary.
Nice यार. भाई nice knock, nice knock.
Just been done here for Vico and Malabuka, as they're gonna now look to try and see whether or not they can break in towards where Cringe is at, but no, instead realizing positioning is going to be the clear intentions. And Shark and Teeny doing such an excellent job still with maintaining height. They're not really allowing anybody else.
जा
the
रहे हैं
opportunity to
दोनों
even
को
try and
मैच
challenge
पर
them.
शार्क ने
All
मारी
it takes is one person to look up and a whole nother team
W
to
go
shot
भाई
with.
W
Anything is still
oh
possible.
hell
The
nah
leaderboard's gonna go down.
oh
Warrior
hell
faced
nah
with a little bit of trouble
oh
as he
bencho
falls as well. 4 teams out of this lobby already.
And
oh
no
hell nah bro
definitely benefiting so heavily right now.
भाई वो निकाल लेंगे अब शार्क लोग के बहुत हाई चांस है गेम
Next
निकालने
round,
के
relatively healthy, but at the same time, they've got to be so careful. Straight to his front side, they're going to opt to drop here. They know that they've got company, but
कोई नहीं पहली गेम थी हाइट बड़ी अच्छी मिल गई ना उनको और मसला एंड गेम यही है यार कोई हाइट नहीं देखता मैली बुका गया खाली मेरे को जिंदा है
trying to tarp his way forward, but with only one build remaining, he's going to be forced into a fight. It's an all-out scramble.
काफी टीम ज्यादा सोलो है
He'll even opt to maybe try and play the
ना इसको साइफन चाहिए वरना भी मरेगा
placement isn't even really a factor yet, Jacob.
Yeah, I was thinking he's one of 4 solos. Seeing Malibuca down 5 solos, Chino down 6 different solos.
Buga bhi zinda hai, nice.
In this end game is just
big laga
madness. And down below you got Buga and Braids trying to control as much of the ground as possible.
Medicaid लगा लेगा दोनों full हो जाएंगे
digging into their heels, relatively low
शोक में मारेंगे
they're going to need
बॉक्स
a
में मारा
miracle if they're
अच्छा
going to make
किया
a run for first in this game.
बहुत
Right
आला
now it's all about trying to see if they can
मैच मिल गया रोक कामी भी अच्छा
currently Cammy doing what he can to create a little bit
the
of
line can take it
Background congestion is at, but
हो
Izzy
सकता है bro
knows some
chances
disaster
है
has struck for the Frenchies as now Izzy scrambling every which way, but he won't be able to avoid the bulk of this lobby pressure. Shadow Virgo in that lower hand section, they've been getting pretty active
इसके पास अच्छा ये जा सकता है Virgo
Virgo even taking that mythic shockwave launcher for himself could pose a big threat towards Sharkantini if they're still holding down the high ground, but right now Virgo
ओ भाई
and the surprise
क्या पंप मारी अगले ने एडिट करके
that's going to give them their opener to take over front side low.
He is
बहुत
just
आला
taking names and crossing them off the list one
बहुत
by
आला
one
अच्छी हाइट
by one. And this is what I was talking
Go for
about.
height.
The progression of Virgo and Shadow over this past year has been insane. Now they find
वो
themselves in the
तेरी
top
खैर
6,
कोई
and he
नहीं
goes
रिवाइव
for a
दे
nice elimination
बहुत
on the
आला
roof, but it cost him
हो जाएगा
everything.
रिवाइव
He's
हो
able to
जाएगा
get the knock, but he's going for a
ओए
rest.
नहीं
He's
रिवाइव
trying to
दे
make the
रिवाइव दे
role
रिवाइव दे
play
हो गया
possible.
मेडिकेट लगा उसको चाहिए मेडिकेट लगा
He actually does complete the revive.
Nice.
And shockwave down.
Oh,
He
hell
is
nah.
absolutely crazy.
But the sacrificing
बहुत
comes
आला
at such a cost
Nice.
there. And Hari, he doesn't even have time to sit and think. He's just trying to deal with scaling up the mountain face himself. Goofy gonna claim Cammy. Also having his own
भाई
Alonso, no builds, no life remaining. Spinks
भाई
trying to
उनके लिए
figure
बहुत
out
easy है
how he's
गेम
gonna be able to
निकालना
make it up. Just getting cut off every step he tries to take.
ले जाएंगे ये
One
गेम
after the other, Sharkantini up above it all, just having the time
शार्क
of their
बहुत
lives.
आला
It's looking scary.
नाइस लास्ट गाय 2v1
situation. Sharkantini, Hari by himself. Angles are covered from all over. He almost has nowhere to go. The first shot's
Let's
gonna come in. The
go.
second one's gonna be easy. Sharkantini.
भाई साहब खतरनाक
Is this EU? I mean, I feel like I'm just
खतरनाक
watching what
भाई
I've been
खतरनाक
seeing all year long, Jacob.
भाई GG's
Sharkantini putting on the masterclass inside of Reload. These guys just understand the game.
भाई
like the back of
W
their hands.
भाई बहुत आला खेले हैं लौंडे भाई
Of his year, how he's been playing, but I think Shark has to be the player
भाई
in
क्या बात है क्या
Fortnite
बात
right now when it
है
comes
जी
to
जी
progression, when it comes
देखा
to
बहन जो
building a
पीटर बॉल और शार्क का
legacy.
भाई
3 out of
खतरनाक
4 victories in the qualifiers, and they are looking unstoppable here today.
मैं आया यार
Definitely a pretty vicious game, though, for so many of these teams. We saw half the time it wasn't Sharkantini being the problem. It was just trying to make it up that mountain face in the first place. Anytime we've got zones that are pulling over elevation of that, especially when everyone is already so scuffed on material, it just adds so many different types of complications, and obviously that can be really difficult to overcome. I mean, how many times did we see players overdriving, they find the knock, they find the elimination, but they couldn't even celebrate because immediately after, they still don't have time to actually pick up any of the material off of the bodies, so they're just left out in the open.
Yeah, you kind of see big number of eliminations is what they usually have. They took a different approach to this game, but I think if they continue to feel comfortable, if they continue to put up these victory royales or consistently in the top 3 with eliminations, we could see a whole different beast come the end of the day.
It's wild to think about, too, knowing that there's still 9 other matches to work with. Obviously, it's hard not to get excited when you see Sharkantini doing their thing, but again, with today's competition, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish when there are so many lobbies to actually slug it through. But a lot of teams getting off to a hot start could be the difference maker between avoiding that bottom 3 ultimately or finding yourself just inside of that top 7.
Yeah, you got to give Cammy and Hari a little bit of credit as well for how they played. Even when they got separated, they still managed a way to end up with a top 2. But that's going to be it for us on game number 1. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick, short moment here from everybody here at EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
I'm here with Fortnite royalty. They need no introduction. It's Clicks, it's Mr. Savage, 2 of our co-streamers here at the Esports World Cup. Boys, how does it feel to be here at the Esports World Cup?
It feels amazing. You know, I've been looking forward to watching this event for a long time, and yeah, it's great to be here.
And we just watched that intro. Lots of players walking out, Clicks. Who had the most aura? Who was looking the most confident here?
Man, I have all my bread on Bugha winning it all. His aura, his dynamic, his shape, his energy, it's flowing, I'll tell you that.
He hasn't performed on LAN in a while, though. We haven't seen that Bugha LAN performance in a good while. What makes you confident here?
But what you just said is you haven't seen it in a while, but you've seen it once. That's the difference that y'all have to understand is he was once a winner. So he's winning this weekend.
I like that, fighting words. Now, Savage, EU's got to be backed, right? You're the EU rep here. Who you got winning?
Well, I think Shark and Tini, right? Like, you know, I don't know where Clicks is getting Bugha from. Yeah, I think he knows something that we don't, but I think it's got to be Shark and Tini for sure. And I think those are the favorites alongside PM Poyo as well. So
NA's winning, Clicks is saying.
I will put anything I love on NA winning. You know that, Savage. You know NA's winning.
When was the last time NA won a LAN tournament?
3 LANs ago.
2024.
3 years ago. 2 years ago.
2024. It's been a while, bro.
It's been a while.
So we're saying NA. You're back in NA. Why are you not back in Peterbot and Poyo? They were the last LAN winners.
Because listen, Peterbot and Poyo, I do think they're going to win, but I'm not going to be like everybody else and say Peterbot and Poyo is going to win. They're going to have a great placement and they could win, but I'm telling you, something about Bugha, something about his energy and how he just doesn't care, it's been making me feel some type of way.
All right. If you were playing on NA, right, how well do you think you place?
Well, I did play 1 season on NA, but you know, it didn't end well. But I think if I would run it back, have a solid teammate, I think it would be. I would place this guy, I think.
Yo, me back, boys.
And Clicks,
What's
you'd
up?
win on EU, you reckon? If you play on EU, you'd win.
If I played on EU, we'd win with ease. NA's a harder region, you know that. Top NA players are better players than top EU players.
Legends on the stage, legends in the booth as well. Thank you guys so much for the interview. Let's get back to the games.
Shark is one of half of Europe's deadliest duos heading into the Reload Championship, and one of the youngest players at the entire event. Alongside teammate Tini, Shark won 3 of the 4 Reload Elite Series qualifiers, the best performance of any duo across all 7 regions.
It was actually Shark and Tini taking shots from above. Sky has been left alone, and they actually just win the game.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't that difficult. It was okay. I think I played great in every final so far.
Shark is arguably 2026's biggest new star, after a 2025 that saw him rise to the ranks in competitive Fortnite in Europe. In the lead up to the Reload Championship, the 15-year-old placed 2nd at FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals and 3rd at the offline FNCS Major 1 Summit in Dusseldorf, Germany. Shark's success is no fluke, and the soft-spoken Romanian is coming in hot to the Reload Championship. In 2026, Shark arrived, but this event will decide if he is here to stay.
There are some good teams but there are like smaller regions, so like the smaller regions are 10 times easier than Europe. Generally the best reload duo. It's kinda easy to play with him. He's just doing everything for me. I just have to eliminate the people and that's it.
I'm on build. Looking up. 0. Wait the jumper. Got it. Watch me.
Viv, I can't believe it. EU
Goatsin
gets a VR. Shark and TD, game number 1. I want to say I'm not surprised, but I'm kind of surprised. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason to be surprised. We were coming into this competition. Shark and TD are without a doubt considered one of those strongest teams. I think it was me and you, we were watching the game back there together. We looked up, we saw them on the higher ground, and Zeke, quote unquote, went, oh, so Shark and TD, they just win this game. I mean, it's just so incredible how these guys can kind of show up to these in-person events and perform so consistent. I mean, they're new to stages, like not completely new, but I mean, just recently have kind of entered these sort of stages and they just perform every single time. Of course, this is just the group stage so far, but a first game win from Shark and TD, that's gotta be huge for not only their confidence, but also the momentum.
That's the word, right? Momentum, being able to carry them through. Remember, we just saw them on Summit, they performed pretty well, right? But every time players get on land, some of them have that experience, some don't. And dude, I'm not even gonna lie, some for me who's been doing this for a long time, I'm getting a little nervous, right? You get to see the fans, they're super close. So think about these players, they're coming into this environment. It's like, hey, there's a lot of expectations, there's a lot of prize money on the line. So to see them kind of get that VR, now momentum is going to be huge for them. What about this game? Was there things you felt like you didn't expect in this last game?
Yeah, I mean, usually in Reload, we see a lot of teams regionally, when they are so dominant on their regions, respectively, they like to go ahead and send one of their players off to kind of find some of those early eliminations, but I don't think we saw much of that.
We didn't. We didn't. What I didn't expect was to see Peterbot and Pollo go down as early as they did. It kind of felt like a quieter game for them. But you know, we talk about this a lot on the broadcast in general. It's like this is game 1, right? This kind of early game jitters, kind of feeling out the lobby, the other competition. I'm kind of curious to see maybe the adjustments some of these players will make going into the next game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, over the course of so many games, it's going to be all about those adjustments. But obviously, me and Zeke were up here on the stage, and the crazy thing for me was that some of our players actually had the opportunity to go ahead and take a break already. We're only 1 game in, and to me, it was a little bit surprising to see some of our players already leave their setups to go take a break for whatever they kind of needed to do. I mean, listen, already getting through 1 single game, and some of these players already needed to take that break. I mean, they were feeling just a little bit nervous. I mean, obviously, we were walking up here, walking past some of the players, and I feel like the nerves are just that. Even when we were kind of taking a look at the walkouts, where was the energy at for all of our players here, right? You feel like it's just the nerves, man, some of those jitters?
It just has to be, right? It's so uncharacteristic. So many big names like we see right over here, Vico. You know, when he comes out, he's always going to beat Vico. But for some of these players, we do expect these kind of big performances. These big, like, yeah, it's me, I'm here. There is that. Like, you can just kind of feel it in the air. There's a bit of a nervousness, but we only have so many games left to go. I feel like for some of the duos, they're thinking that game 1, I didn't have the performance I needed, especially here in front of these fans. They need to come back stronger in game number 2. They need to kind of pick up the pace.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's scary. When a team like Shark and TD do get that first win, not only does it help them out so much, but it feels scary being any of the other teams in a lot, because you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. These guys are very, very good, and they've kind of already figured out the formula here on lane in the first single game. Like, are they just going to run away with it? Now, of course, it is the group stage, right? A little bit convenient that you do just need to get top 7. That's pretty much all we're fighting for here today. And, of course, not being in the bottom 3 as well. You don't want to get relegated here today. But, yeah, kind of seeing Shark and TD perform well, man. It might kind of, like, hurt the confidence of some of our other players.
It's probably going to light a fire in some. I'm thinking about Peterbot and Pollo, right? There's some duos on this stage that will see that win, and they'll think not even just Shark and TD, they'll think EU getting a win? Hold on a minute. We need to kind of slow things down and pull things away from that. I'm just kind of curious, maybe someone look to drop on Shark and TD, change things up, maybe game to game. You did mention something, though. The bottom 3 will fall out. That's also got to be in the back of the minds of some of these duos, thinking maybe that game 1 didn't go my way. I'm 1 step closer to being that bottom 3, and now I might waver or not. Some players might take this opportunity to really bounce back.
Yeah, we do enter the competition. We're like, whoa, we're playing 10 games here today. Like, it feels like so many. You know, obviously, typically when we play Battle Royale, we're used to 6, and then in the Reload Elite Series specifically, we only played 8. But now, here today, 10 games in. You know, these games, once every single one starts to go away, it's like, oh my gosh, we're almost done with the day.
That's right, man. You cannot let these get away from you, right? We really do have to make sure we're making every opportunity possible count. But I'm getting word. It is time to get back up to the casters and see what they're up to.
See, these guys from NA, and Jacob, yourself included, you're all acting so surprised. Me, this is just another day at the office when I really think about it. For Shark and Teeny, whether or not they can continue performing to that level, we'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't consider it much of a surprise to see those two continue to pop off, but it could be tough just racking up victory after victory royale, especially when you know that so many teams are going to be looking for those adaptations.
Yeah, and I noticed, you know, throughout the course of that game, the moment Shark and Teeny really took high ground,
let's go guys, game 2.
Nobody looked up. Nobody had a chance to look up. Nobody even thought about, hey, maybe contest this high ground, which is wildly different than what we've seen so far. But let's check out the leaderboard with that victory royale. Shark and Teeny are in first place, and they have a 10-point lead.
Man.
And it might only continue to grow as a gap between some of these teams in the top 3 is where I'm drawing the most attention towards, because 45 to 60, you can make up for that with 5 eliminations, but you still have to be rather proactive. That could cause you to unnecessarily expose yourself to getting cleaned up in the process, because we know just how often teams like to sit inside of the storm. They like to wait it through until the partial zones really start coming into the fold, and then that's where we'll see teams kind of get a little bit more of their rhythm rolling. But
let's go guys, let's go chat game 2.
Kind of discussing in terms of player nerves. We are seeing some first timers when your initial LAN event. I think a big part of the process is also just trying to simulate that at-home environment.
Yeah, and I honestly think it's not just the newer players that have a little bit of those nerves. You know, I'm not saying that's the one and only reason why they went down, but you look at Peterbot and Pollo falling very, very early, especially it's kind of the out-of-character type performance for them. But we have seen it before. We've seen them miss an entire game and still end up at the top side of the leaderboard. But it just goes to show that I feel like whether if it's 1% or just maxed out, everybody here has some level of nerves. But it's not necessarily always a bad thing. It just shows you're passionate. It shows your drive, your dedication, and willingness to win.
And hey, to be fair to Pete and Pollo, we could see them sneak it up for 3-4 lobbies in a row out of today.
Nice.
But let's go. Looking to do it at least for this kickoff here against Izzy. That is a fast elimination for Pete to claim. Fearless Peter, though, not entirely lonely, because Chino Pablo also looking to kind of stamp their mark at this POI.
What's Peter doing here?
Pablo is just too clean with it. Feisty, and you know what, Jacob, the only thing I was going to say about Pollo is that it doesn't matter if they get eliminated super early on. They're a duo I would never be pressed about, because they can have their huge swing of events in just one lobby.
Yeah, and honestly, just a crazy shot there, but Peterbot kind of feeling a little bit more like himself, straying away from landing with Pollo. That way they can get these early game eliminations. But over on to Elite Armory. For last game, I was talking about 4 teams there. We actually had 5 teams at one point or another over at the Elite Armory. This time around, we have a few less teams, only 3 of them looking to actually contest that drop map. Just going to show that, hey, after game 1, we're already seeing a bunch of changes to the overall strategy, starting with some drop spots.
A little bit rocky here right now, though, for Rainy and Nalu, as Cringe Volca continue trying to encroach on their position. They've already gotten Nalu one time, and they're looking to try and see just how many repeat elims they can truly rack up here. Unfortunately, they won't even get the chances. Now elsewhere on the map, Phoenix and Retro. We saw them getting fraggy very early on, and looking to repeat that here in match 2. Taking out Vico, that's a pretty big contender. It's also going to force Malabuka's hand to play a little bit more passive early. They don't want to unnecessarily expose themselves to finding a too early of a departure.
And honestly, what I've noticed, though, is when looking at the leaderboard between games and even kind of seeing it here, is out of our top 10 after that first game, we had 5. We had 5 teams from the quote-unquote smaller regions, and that's why almost all weekend long, leading up to this, I was like, this is the best chance. NA West, OCE, Middle East, Asia, Brazil, this is the best chance they have to perform well in these in-person events. You can't let that opportunity go to waste.
Let's keep it honest here, Jacob. We both saw what was taking place on socials. Everyone was pretty much ruling out the international competition. NA West, they're like, no shot. These guys are going to find themselves inside of a top 7.
Middle East से मैच ये गए हैं अपने Middle East से ये 2 गए अरबी गए हैं हैं,
the
सात
Brazilian
उनमें
teams can try to fight their way through, but
Eliminate हो गए हैं.
imagine if there's way more than that. They would certainly make day number 3 pretty interesting. But at least for right here, right now, Muzz, Sphinx, sticking to their original game plan that we saw them in the first match. Really not trying to stray too far from the other when there are just so many other teams very prone to jumping at your throats at a moment's notice. They'd rather not risk it. They'd rather make sure that they can stay together, see things through.
Seeing all the action go down. Shark, him and Team honestly didn't have very many eliminations at this point in game 1, and already starting to add on to that 75-point total that they got in that last one. Being the winners of the game, it's got to prove to have a little bit of confidence, and you can kind of see Edson, PH Sin, Mud Sphinx all staggering back over towards Elite Armory, and the main reason for that is because there's a launch pad, and it's not just a regular launch pad, it's a long launch pad. You combine that with a Fizz, it doesn't matter where the zone goes, that's what they're going to use to reach it in no time at all.
And that's why I almost want to see whether or not Sharkatini, if they go for another aggressive early height take, that's probably going to be something that's keeping their heads on a swivel. Very likely that they're going to try and avoid letting anybody see them up top and keep rocking a very strong loadout right now.
Yeah, just a gold pump already. He has the combat SMG, and typically I would say that has a lot of recoil, kind of hard to use in certain situations, but it's P10, exactly, no worries there. Just got to kind of figure out how they're going to continue to kind of play this one out. Cammy, Hari, second place after that last game. Quick to start to rotate on over. And you're seeing kind of as the map shows right now, there's still a bunch of teams in and around the zone, but there's even more so outside. It's usually around zone 4, zone 5, and zone 6, where they typically start to move towards the actual zone, because that way they can make it safe for reboots turning off.
But I'm just looking at that dynamic between first place currently and the top 10 overall. And Moku currently sitting at just around 21 points versus Shark and Teeny with a whopping 78. It can be very difficult when you're just trying to commit towards playing catch up, because we know top 7, that's going to be the priority, but it's hard not to sort of have it subconsciously sit on your mind. Hey, what if they just keep building up crazy leads like this? Who's going to be the ones to try and shut them out, shut them down? Because you give Sharkantini an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, and they're going to put themselves, if they continue that trajectory, in a position to where they can kind of do what they want. They can play with the lobby before the 10th game is over. If they kind of give themselves a good enough gap. See Shadow, Virgo, not necessarily in the best spot, kind of in a ravine in between 2 different mountain ranges, so even though you can be relatively good, 1 second, things can change if teams notice you down there, especially since they are built in some of those weaker materials. So it takes 1 second, 1 lapse of judgment for that mistake to happen. You're kind of seeing everybody around the map. There's little different strategies. Some teams prioritize making it to zone quick, other teams prioritizing these launch pads in the Flowberry Pits.
I just love the fact that anytime we get the Hanover of what Gino and Pablo are up to, it doesn't matter if they're box fighting or if they're just waiting for their super pad opportunity. You know Vitality fans are going to get rambunctious for these two, and that's just got to be such a great feeling as a player, because I'm sure they can feel that rumble on the stage, the vibrations of hearing everybody just supporting them so heavily. And that could also play a big part into what sort of momentum they're able to build on.
Here from Booga and Braids, the loadout in the inventory, and that's where I was talking about the difference with a lot of mobilities in game 1. They're already positioned near a launch pad, and Booga has 2 more in his inventory, so that's going to be their primary mode of rotation, using that with the Flowberry Fizz. It's a little less riskier than those shockwaves, but you have a lot less of those launch pads, so shockwaves are usually the go-to.
Hey, sometimes it helps to be fashionably late, though, especially when we think about the way that the last couple of zones were breaking down from Shark and Teamy's sort of dictatorship on height, but Malabuka, Vico, also just seeing things through. Malabuka, though, maybe sniffed out the fact Cammy and Hari were trying to get a little bit of an ambush here, but that sneak attempt will not actually yield anything of benefit. Malabuka just doing enough to sort of stave them off, discourage them from walking to try and re-aggress. But for where Cammy and Hari are headed next, Rainy Nalu they could be following a similar pattern here, just sort of staking things out, waiting to
अच्छा जी,
see
push मार रहे हैं यहाँ
will
पे।
any unsuspecting victims just pull right up to wherever he needs them to be to get the perfect shots lined up.
Almost seemed like a
Whites
good
नहीं है
opportunity for
इनके
Radiant.
पास।
Nalu kind of lurk around.
इनको move करना
I think
चाहिए।
Nalu kind of moved at the last second, gave up the audio visuals, so Cammy Hart knew he was there, and they kind of made the right decision. Rotate away, get to a better spot, just keep things moving. Just don't stay stagnant any one of these positions as you jump on board. The southern portions of the map for top tier training, but Deep and Poyo still have to figure out a way to rotate around. There's one team directly next to them, you see the minimap, but in their path, Taco, there's 3 other teams as well, and 1 more coming from behind.
And the other problem that starts to sort of break out for these two is that you get one team taking shots at you, all of a sudden you might have 2, 3, 4 in the immediate area that decide that they just want to divert all of their attention towards you. And that was kind of what led to their demise, even in that first lobby. We saw them with an uncharacteristic early game exit, but even if it's Pete and Boyo making up for lost time, it's still just so early on in this competition that you can't be too pressed or stressed out.
अच्छा, I
But
don't
for
think so
Epic
कि
Whale
कोई
and Pump,
controller पे
one
भी
elimination
खेलता है।
so far, taken to the skies. It's all about the rotations.
And you see a bunch of teams start to utilize those shockwaves. The Shark, Teeny, smooth sailing yet again. That's going to allow them to save some resources outside of a med kit, of course. It's going to allow them to save those materials and kind of get the bird's eye view. Figure out where teams are positioned at, where others are rotating to, and get the best shot to rotate in. And that's exactly what they do again. Game after game so far, Taco. They're one of the teams consistently elevate themselves off the low ground.
And with Teeny holding on to those 3 med kits, they won't be pressed anytime soon to actually restore their white HP. Pablo, Chino, Epic, Well, Pump though, kind of staring down the barrel of each other, but it's going to be Pablo and Chino that are going to opt for a slightly earlier rotate. Already trying to make sure that they're set up for it. All edit comes through and they'll start to get their move on. Epic, Well, Pump. Also
अच्छा ये
similar
सर्कल ज़्यादा
fashion, but
इंटरेस्टिंग होने लगा क्योंकि टीम में 2 टीमें
these
बनी
end
हैं।
games are just going to continue to be as stacked as ever. But again, only 1 duo that's been eliminated so far.
Yeah, and another one of the zones that has me kind of thinking, if you're not prepared for this to go southwest, I'm not sure you're preparing fast enough, because that's where the zone could potentially go. You see the teams that are already there. They're positioned up on that high ground. They don't necessarily have to drop off just yet, but that time will come if it goes over towards the east or towards the north, and I think that's where the majority of the lobby would love for it to pull. But Shark and Teeny right now, they're using their position as a moment and a chance to kind of look back. Is he a no-sip? They're not too far away from the zone, but they still have to rotate towards it.
I think the main thing that's going to play a pretty big factor here, though, is like that drone-out shot had already shown. It's the elevation pivots, but it's also just the fact that this zone is pulling over rather open river area, and so you're going to have teams that are going to burn through a lot of materials very quickly, especially if those teams on height decide to sort of fixate more onto their locations. And that's definitely something that Chino, Pablo, you can see they're trying to sort of elevate their stature, make it appear as though they are incredibly healthy, which they are currently, but it could change at a moment's notice. They're not trying to get lobby just yet. Vico also, though, not willing to commit entirely to high ground, but still very content to be in this sort of middle ground territory where they could go up or they could go down, and it's all just going to depend on where the next zone pool is headed.
Reboots again are going to be turned up. We are reaching that 7th zone, which is why you've seen for the past 2 so far a more passive approach to the game plan, but it goes all the way towards the south. Not too much west lean on it, so we're going to have a huge opening towards the middle, but Poyo once again gets caught out. Back-to-back games from Pete Poyo.
ओ भाई हमला, ओ भाई हमला।
A grave mistake.
ओ भाई बहुत आला पीटर बोर्ड। चढ़ जा ऊपर।
Lucky that nobody else was beating him at the exact same time.
पोलो मर गया। ओ यार।
We might have seen something different take
Oh,
place
hell
entirely.
nah.
Instead, Malibuco will be
Polo
able to
dead.
punish
Oh,
some of
fuck,
his shield,
man.
but maybe a little careful there on the trigger finger.
यार ये क्या हो रहा है इनके साथ? पीटर बोट ही है ब्रो, उसको चाहिए सोलो क्लच करते जैसे पहले किया था। वो देख साले ने पिस्टल दिया उसकी लागे
Yeah,
पोलो
you can
की।
see they're the ones that got that elimination onto them. They were able to pick up that mythic pistol and put themselves in a good spot. Kamihari rotating on over again. They realize both sides of this actual zone, there's little crevices, little sides, more so on the east, that you can build up on that elevation. And I think Pablo Chino are going to be one of those teams that try to hold on to whatever high ground they can.
I like what Virgo and Shadow are starting to set up for. Buga Braids on the other end of the spectrum, though, have managed to find slightly more isolated position, but just how long will it remain excluded from the rest of the lobby? Because I already tell Buga sort of checking out a couple different directions, trying to ensure that they are going to be able to just utilize this next launch pad without taking too many focal shots in the process. But it's tough, Jacob, because there are teams on that like Chino and Pablo that'd be probably pretty eager to get some freebies in.
Peterbot still up, lurking around, trying to figure out what's going to be the right play. We go from that ravine down in towards the middle. You see where the zone is going. Towards the northwest, there's a whole mountain edge, and it's not them he really have to be worried about. It's Shark and Teeny again on the high ground. Edson, PH and a couple other teams trying to use that launch pad to try to get away from the low ground, get away from the chaos, but they just run into one another in the name of Shark and Teeny.
Poor Muzz, man, he just never had a chance. That's the difference between taking the launch pad and Shark Teeny's strategy of just using the crash pad. They can still take those shots a much more feasible rate, and now they'll send it right back towards height. Edson, fortunately, didn't get cut off along the way here, but now Pablo Chino just biding their time. Also gonna opt to drop back towards that low ground position. They will layer up just one more tier above where some of that low ground congestion is starting to build. It's all about the front side control here. Izzy just getting beamed.
He splatted down. Oh no, Izzy, that was almost the worst case scenario. But luckily for him, he was able to get up, dust himself off, and at least stay alive. But Shark does it again. He's able to take down Goofy on the right side of this zone, though. Peterbot still trying to make a heroic run happen, but his back is truly up against the wall. No builds left. He's going to need a full elimination here onto anybody here to stay alive. Shockwaving again, staying to the front side of the zone. He's just trying to be very, very calculated and precise. He knows he has one shot to make this one happen.
It's just playing fully paranoid Fortnite when you really break it all down. But for Vico and Malabuka, they've got really solid control here currently in the lower layers. Pete still lurking about, hoping that he can catch somebody off guard. Other teams already getting caught up in their own exchanges that he could just look to play Gantorial through towards. But Pete might not get that opportunity. Chino, Pablo, they might be the ones to actually cut that run short. And when you really boil it all down, Pete, he's going to get the even trade with Hari. Just solo for solo action.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but we have 10 games today, so they got 8 more opportunities to try to rise up the ranks. Edson trying to keep their run going. Vico and Malabuka as well. 3 eliminations in this game. They're definitely trying to pick up the pace, especially for how that last one definitely went. Cringe able to get 2 onto Alex and Sphinx, but it's still Shark and Teeny on the high ground. And just like last game, nobody is looking up.
But with Vico and Malabuka having the RPGs, that could change in a heartbeat. All it takes is one good shot towards Shark and Teeny, force them sort of get a little bit more entangled with where the rest of the chaos is actually unfolding. But Malabuka and Vico first, they have to prioritize making sure that they are in a healthy enough position to fight. Mally gonna use up his last shield potion here, turn his attention towards this fragger. Vico who's able to play Moda. Just no opportunity for anyone to squeeze their way into this front side position. Where they're at on the low ground, they're just cutting teams off every which way. Shadow and Virgo gonna find themselves also being cleaned up by the lobby.
Yeah, Retro is gonna be one to take down Shadow and end the run of him and Virgo. Keeping himself long, just putting NA West here on the back as Cringe goes down. Ramiro's getting elimination, but Vico and Malabuka are holding tough from that position. Shots coming in from all angles, but they're not slowing down, but neither is Pablo up until now. He's gonna fall, but all of those materials quickly going on over to Chino. He knows this is the last hope that he has in this game. He's one of few solos left alive in a world full of duos.
And it doesn't help that it's Vico and Malabuka who are just over ahead of him. Fortunately, Chino will be able to evade their vision for the time being, but Malabuka, there's the first shot. He only has 2 builds though, he's going up. He's trying to match Teeny, but Teeny getting the better end of this exchange. He'll get some more damage than Malabuka shield. Teeny though, the moment that he turns back down, Mally can't hang. He's taken out Shark with the follow-up to protect his IBAN.
round. Where if you look to take it, even Vico's gonna fall.
भाई नहीं बाप नहीं मुड़ रहे भाई नहीं मुड़ रहे
Our final 4 teams and Shark and Teeny are on the mountaintop yet
Shark
again.
is
They're
that
on
game,
their
man. Kills
throne,
come,
looking down. Teeny's gonna drop. They almost have no choice. No builds left. This is
हो
anybody's
गया
shot to find
Shark
the
ने
end
गलती
run.
की है बहुत
Teeny's
बड़ी
gonna
गलती की है
fall. Shark has all the hope to go to the backside of
क्या
zone,
Shark
and it's NA
Teeny
West
भी
that
मर
takes
गया
him down.
ओ भाई ये इन्होंने क्या किया
Feeling really good about this one. He just needs to close out against Tomat because both no longer able to hang. But again, they're just not super healthy. A great block there out of Leiwa, but it's not going to be enough. Retro holding strong and bringing things home in Game 2 for NA West.
This is a team I have been talking about all year long, saying they have to be one of the best teams on West. Week after week, I'm trying to put them in the moment that they deserve, and they prove it here again. They qualified to EWC, they qualified to the Global Championship, and now they win a game in their first LAN ever.
Always awesome to see some of these other regions get their flowers in the moment. It was definitely a hard-fought battle, but also want to give a big kudos there to Mofu and Tomat, some of the youngest competitors in the day's competition. They are 14 each, okay? And then you think about the fact that we've got players like Epic Well with a 10-year gap distance. And so you're kind of getting the best of both worlds here in today's competition.
Y'all's government sucks, dude. Wait, did Macho scam?
Did Mod scam?
Which region wins? They did other. It was like NA or EU.
But it was NA West, though.
I mean, all right. All right, from now on, we're considering West a part of NA, okay? Moz, do the predict again. Who wins EU, NA, or others?
Okay.
Let's get it. All right. It didn't start yet, so we have to chill.
Sorry, chat.
Yo, how early is it in NA, chat? Can you guys tell me?
Yes, की quality
My
नहीं
girlfriend's
सही
not
हो
awake,
रही
so
है,
that's
क्या
valid.
चक्कर है?
It's like
These strong end game positions, it starts to get a little bit more worrisome because it is going to be very tough for other teams to essentially shut them out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those situations to where once you start to gain a little bit of a hot streak, and yes, it is 10 games today, but once you start to feel a little bit more comfortable with the cushion that you've built, whether you're in first, second, third, or fourth, when you look down to that 7th place finish, it will allow you to play a little bit more confident. You know, a lot of these guys, when it comes to online, Shark, Teeny, Phoenix, Retro, even got Peterbot and Poyo, Vico, Malibu, they are some of the most aggressive teams that we do have in Fortnite history, but we're not necessarily seeing that here yet today, but I think that's just because it's day one, it's groups, the top 7 qualifies you to finals. You're not winning any money here today.
Right, you don't want to play every single card in your deck just because you've got them in your hand. You want to try and conceal as much as possible for when you make it towards that finals competition. But look, guys, 2 games down already and plenty more to go, so make sure to grab yourself a refresher, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, bro. भाई खतरनाक भाई मजे का सीन चल रहा है भाई अभी तो मैप भी चेंज होना है अभी तो स्लप वाला मैप भी लगना है
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We got Monster D-Face here with us. We just watched that incredible game wrap up. We obviously had a moment there. Caster's gonna broke down the win. We gotta talk about some comeback stories though, MDFs. Game number 2 obviously is already done. You want to talk about Vico Malabuka, though?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're talking about a comeback story right now. A team that started off really slow and then all of a sudden explosive. And you think about a team that you expect to do well, of course, here. For me, it's them, right? Coming off that LAN hype win. You saw what it meant to someone like Vico. We see him here showing up. They seem to be in good spirits. And them popping off, I think that's the confidence they were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely, right? We saw it back at the summit, you know, this is kind of also what we see from them on the FNCS, right? Another competition. They do have that slow start, but then suddenly something kind of just shifts, and then it's them all the way through to the end. Obviously, they have several more games to try and kind of pull this lead back, but
I mean, to be top 7 for a duo like Vico and Malabuka, I have to have confidence, right?
Yeah, for sure. And then, of course, we're talking about a completely different format. This entire reload series here. This is exciting stuff, and we're just getting started. Folks are just starting to warm up. Vico, Malabuka already are going to be a favorite for me, but also, if I'm talking about stories, teams really in the running right now, I got to give a shout to my good boys, Shadow and Virgo.
Yeah.
And, of course, shout out to that too. There's a photo out there from 12 years old from when I met him to now being 18, competing on these in-person type stages, international competition. They're holding down the fort, and they're the next up.
Dude, think, again, harkening back to the summit, right? They called their shot. They were like, hey, this next game, we're going to come out, we're going to win. Like, Shadow and Virgo are capable of these high caliber or high-end performances. This is actually something we talked about with Vivid not too long ago. The atmosphere is a little bit different, right? There is definitely some
भाई
nerves
अच्छा खेल रहा है,
at
अच्छा
play.
खेल रहा है,
This is
जीत सकते थे
something some of these players
शार्क
are
और
not
टैनी
used
अगर
to.
वो नीचे पुश ना करते तो या मे भी मटेरियल्स भी कम थे तो वहाँ पे सिचुएशन कोई बनती नहीं थी चल मैं मरता चलता हूँ अच्छा मारता हूँ
Every single tournament, especially ones like this, they're getting more reps in. Players here are continuing to earn experience, especially this new guard that we keep focusing on. There's a reason the stories, the light is on them. Even
Peterbot, do something, bro. Do something. We need you today, bro.
The bottom 3 will be eliminated today, so a lot of the minds of these players, but for now, want to go back on over to the
We need you today.
Here, 2 games done, Taco. We have 10 games today, 10 tomorrow, 10 the next day, and then who knows when it comes to match point final. But this is already heating up and so entertaining. But I think the story of the day has to be Shark and
Chalo, chalo,
and how
chalo,
well
Peterbot.
they've been playing. You know it. You casted it on EU, but they deserve all the credit in the world so far.
27 elimination, 127 points overall ranking. Oh, big game Malabuka 10वें नंबर पे हैं. Phoenix and Ito दूसरे नंबर पे हैं. Nice man, good shit यार.
They are very clearly studied in the ways of reload, and it's just a big part of the reason to it is obviously Teeny leading the charge on the high ground and Shark just getting to go buck wild in his fragging capabilities. And I just think it makes so much sense when you see how they're holding down the high ground, why it's been so problematic for a lot of other teams to kind of even navigate through those lower layers. But at the same time,
Make sure everyone like and sub.
shakeups like this in back-to-back lobbies, you never know.
Let's go guys. तीसरी game start होने लगी है. Shark.
Into that top 7 or who's looking to try and hold on to it. But one thing's for sure, everyone is looking to try and avoid getting relegated here in day 1. So bottom 3 is the only spot that you don't want to be.
Man, interesting enough. One team in that bottom 3 is a team that we all thought would be in the top 3 at the end of the entire thing. Peter, Bot, and Poyo. We have to talk about it because we just haven't seen the 2 guys that have dominated an entire region for years show up here yet today. Peterbot had a moment there as a solo, but as you know, reload is just so chaotic. It's hard to survive
Nice way.
those moments. And so we're just going to need a huge pick-me-up game from them.
Okay, look, we're talking about, though, Poyo, but what we just witnessed out of Shark, 2 quick eliminations, and he's looking to rack up even more to the count. Absolutely no slowing him down. That is until Braids decides to be the counter. Shark's run of fun is going to be cut a little bit short-lived here, and Braids, Booga are going to start to work their way on the board with those 3 elimination points. And considering that they're only rocking 36 as is in the 3rd lobby, Jacob, they know they definitely got to try and start stepping things up.
Yeah, right there from Shark. I told you, once you start to build yourself a little bit of a cushion, you start to feel yourself, you start to build that confidence. And honestly, if I'm Teeny, I just say, go ahead, do what you want. Do what you want the entire game here in this one.
Nice
See
shot.
how we can continue to rise up the rankings. Phoenix Retro across from Cringe and Voco here. They were the winners of that last game. Trying to close the gap. Peterbot gets elimination onto Braids. Again, reload. I love this game mode. Just constant action all day long.
Peterbot's going to be on the hunt, though, for some heavy ammunition. Wants a little bit more to rock with off of that. More fight. In fact, he's going to change it out entirely, kind of recognizing the fact that one shot just isn't really going to cut it. He might be able to find something a little bit better even later on, but for Khaled, PH Zen, Edson, this is a little bit of a lurk opportunity here potentially, but PH Zen not going to be able to connect the dots just yet. Shari will be able to find himself in a slightly more secured spot, but teams are definitely still lingering, trying to see whether or not they can actually find a nice little entry point. All you need is the one elimination, then you can keep trying to recycle, farming those reboot opportunities, and that's exactly what Malibuca is trying to avoid here, but Nalu just not letting up on the pressure. Malibuca already in a rough spot, given that he just came back into the lobby after that early exit, so Mali hoping that somehow, some way, somebody can get a bailout opportunity on him.
Oh, nope, not this time.
Nice,
Nalu.
bhaijan.
Rainier gonna tape down Malibuca. Starting off here, Vico not too far away. And honestly, watched the feed last game. Malibuca did go down early on, but they were able to kind of bring it back
Chinese lag
and
rahe hain
show
mujhe.
that they're not going to get pushed over easy. But Vico hiding literally not too far away.
spawn
Malibuca's going to
protection
spawn right above him. But Nalu, Rainy aren't able to land any shots there to get another quick down. But they have to know that Vico is somewhere nearby because of where he actually rebooted in from.
A little bit of a break though for Malibuca. See whether or not he's actually able to get his feet underneath him, since he was able to touch back onto the ground at least. But Pablo, Chino, in full control of Fearless Pier currently, as they start to make their way, trending over towards the next edge of zone. Bound to stay on the lookout though for reboot farm opportunities. That's really going to be the #1 priority for a lot of these teams here, just kind of understanding the fact that they don't need to overexpose themselves. They can just look for the easy shots.
A lot of sound in the distance of teams fighting, even some getting rebooted. About how you assess the situation. You take a look what Shark's doing here early on. Not too much movement after the first 2 eliminations. Kind of staying near and around their actual POI, making sure to farm up, get the Flowberry Fizz. A lot of the tools that they need to have a successful game here. We've already seen 2. Even though they didn't win that last one, they got relatively close. They were taking high ground, and again, game after game, nobody has been looking up to contest that high ground team. I want to call for that moment. Hopefully somebody finds it in them, because it's what we did see in the qualifier.
It just becomes so difficult though, because whether it's using those launch pads plus the Fizz, whether it's using the crash pads plus the Fizz, it's just really hard to try and lock Shark and Teeny down. But Kamihari, they got other problems they're trying to work through, as Epic, Well, and Pomp find themselves caught in a little bit of action here with Z-Dog and Goofy, but this one is going to seemingly fizzle out a bit. Epic, Well, and Pomp will be able to take the supply drop, but not exactly an abundance of loot there. And Goofy, Z-Dog, they're actually going to be the main ones to sort of walk away from that exchange. Pretty healthy, but also looking to see whether or not they can even find other opportunities to get the points stacked up a little bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, but you can kind of see that they're able to find exotics in Reload. If you guys don't know, we have exotics, we have mythics, we have everything that you could possibly ask for and more in this one, so you're going to be able to utilize that one. It does come with a little bit of effect to kind of help them boost their game plan just a little bit better. I see Booga rotate around. Early game for Braids has been successful, able to find at least 1 elimination here. Again, there's no Storm Surge in Reload, but to me, getting those early game eliminations kind of starts to build the confidence.
Oh, for sure. And not only that, but it can be a great way to sort of make up for misplacement points, because with elims being 3 points apiece, look, it's not exactly an overabundance, but if you have just 1 pop-off game, say 7 or 8 eliminations total, which is rather feasible if you're able to just hunt down and hawk over a player that's trying to just get back into the action off of the reboot cycle. You never know, that might just be the actual game changer here. Shadow and Virgo though, we're definitely waiting for a chance, but Vico getting a nice little replay package on where some things went very heavily in his favor up against Rainy. Probably not the highlight reel that Angel wanted to see, but at the same time, that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, just kind of waited for them to separate too far, and they went ahead and struck. About Poyo, not too far away of Khaled and Shari. Trying to be very, very careful. The zone is there. There's no reason to take the big risk just yet. Still only with that 1 elimination, so a slow start to the overall tournament from Peterbot and Poyo. And remember, it's top 7 make it directly to the finals. The bottom 3 will get eliminated from this group. And then the middle 10, they go to the survival stage, which is day 3.
And we're a little interested in what Mshari and Khaled had going on, and Overdrive's also going to alert Mshari that there was somebody potentially lurking on them. Still, they won't have the chance to actually fight it out just yet. Pete Poyo instead directed a little bit more of their attention towards PA Zin, and it's in. A nice opening shot now means that Pete Poyo, they can keep the rotation moving because they got the damage they were after, which is going to force PA Zin into a spot where he's got to prioritize healing his shield, restoring that. So now Pete and Poyo can just leapfrog their position, but it's Shark and Teeny who are actually going to be the choke point.
Hey, Pete and Poyo are known for going after the team in first place or a
भाई
top
आमना सामना आमना
that could
सामना
have
हो
been
गया
a
भाई
good shot to try to close the gap. But Sharkatini just as aggressive, just as dangerous, not too far away. And it's to see on the mini-map, there's not too many teams nearby, but that's okay for them. They just want to continuously rotate in. As long as they have the extra med kits and the white HP heals, they can send an extended amount of time into the storm. And you can see why they're playing relatively safe as opposed to full-on aggressive. We're already in the 5th zone. Yes, you can reboot, but Taco, where are you going to go? What are you going to get if you end up going down here?
You're going straight into the
more
elimination
long
tally
way to
for
go,
another
bhai,
duo
Pickleball
nearby. There is just very little wiggle
Very
room to
long
actually
way to
try
go,
and
bro.
escape some of that pressure, but thinking back to what P and Poyo were trying to do, getting a little bit more active against the likes of Sharkantini. You got to be careful what you wish for sometimes, because Sharkantini, not exactly the sort to sort of shy away from any kind of fight. There's no Sif and Izzy really trying to get the ball rolling here in game 3. A little bit of a doozy in the first couple of lobbies, but for the most part, they are still in a position where they can have a very solid run that jumps them up quite a few places on that leaderboard.
So we've seen a lot of teams on the outskirts. Oh, what is this loadout? This is what I'm talking about. We got mythics, we got exotics, and while Vico is like, you know what, let me grab a mythic spire rifle, let me grab a mythic hand cannon, and this is something where he can spray. There's over 50 medium bullets in that clip, and he could just spray and spray and spray, and then if they do peek, he has the mythic hand cannon, and that's not mentioning anything that might be in Malibuca's loadout either. So if there's any game I would love to see them on high ground, this is the one.
Or at least attempting to try and take it again from Sharkantini. Might have gone south one time already, but you might be able to get your lick back. You never know. Still, Izzy, Nosif, raid visiting exactly where we left off. The Frenchies is there. Now waiting to see. Buildings clear. We are good to go. But there's no rush. Gotta have a little bit of patience when you're trying to orient yourself, especially when you know that the way that the zone is pooling, a lot of buildings that teams could already be kind of huddling around corners, making it very difficult to actually feel super safe in your next step.
Trying to see where the zone's forcing everybody yet again, and this is with the Elite Strongholds map. There's just so many different mountain edges, elevation changes, and it almost happens in every single one of the end games, no matter what side of the map we go on. This might be one of these first ones, but I'm crossing my fingers. I don't end up cursing the rest of the lobby. We go towards the northeast yet again, where we still have one team yet to start to rotate in, but for Sharkantini, you can see them starting to climb up that ladder. We've seen them on high ground in game 1. We've seen it again in game 2, and it's looking like we might see it again here in game 3.
A big part of the reason why it's so hard to take hype from these guys is that they are just super aware. They are constantly checking every single one of their angles and always looking up. In a meta where we know that it is quite prevalent to utilize the crash pads and the fizzes, or the fizz into the launch pad, Jacob, when you've got players that are as hyper fixated on clearing out the skies and with the aim to do it too, that's what makes Shark and Teeny just a whole different type of beast to contend with. It's currently Shark still holding on to those early 2 eliminations, but the damage may have already been done. given that they are in one of the best positions currently on this lobby, it's all going to depend on whether or not they can continue to clear these paths forward. As long as they get these little pot shots in, teams ahead of them, they'll be able to hold on to their high ground position.
Oh my
Yeah, and in this next zone here, most of it is low ground. There's not too many mountains. There's a little bit of a crevice. You can see it there in the mini-map. Literally at the middle of the entire thing, there's a little bit of a mountain you can start to attach to. And now with the zone pulling in that direction, Teeny and Shark, they're in the front side of the zone. They're not going to only be able to get damage on a lot of the teams, just like we saw last game. We could see a late shockwave for them to try to take it, but in their path, Booga and Braids as well. Muzz and Sphinx trying to rotate on over, so it's not going to be easy as it sounds.
We got Malabuka, though, getting a little dicey there with Shark and Teeny. They were nestled just underneath, and for Shadow Virgo, sort of waiting to see what their catalyst moment's going to be, but for Cammy and Hari, it's going to be an opening. Trying to see if they could get credit, but it is Edson going down to the likes of Khaled, so no luck for Hari and Cammy to find 3 points off of an elimination just yet. Still, they are in a rather solid spot, because since they're just a little bit further ahead where Khaled is at, they'll have the opportunity to essentially force that engagement should he try to cut by.
Yeah, this time around though, Izzy no sip, just trying to block it off. That's the little crevice of the mountain I was talking about, but instantly the zone moves, so do they. They're trying to follow along with it. No sip going first, Izzy staying back to watch their back. Everybody else is trying to take whatever positioning they can get, including Shadow and Virgo. They finally reunite in the same box, but you can see Lewa, Romero, with so many other teams waiting for them to make a mistake.
Oh, hell no.
And Rainey's just not having a good time right now. Izzy and Nosif heads up play, doing exactly what a team on height needs to be very proactive about, shutting down those rotate opportunities from teams trying to leverage off of the launch pads and sending it towards height. But for Cammy and Hari, they've been sticking a little bit towards the low ground here. They're about one layer up currently, and the main thing is that they're just shredding through so many builds of players kind of hovering towards that middle section of the zone, so not really giving a great clearing process for teams to try and avoid their line of sight here. It doesn't help that Izzy Nosif also trying to be very adamant about holding that high ground position, but Pete, Koyo starting to scale up. Have to remember Shark Teeny, they're still lurking about. Vico Malabuka, another duo that is certainly going to try and get some leeway, headed towards that high ground, but just how far up can they really look? Shark and Teeny are just so far and above the rest of the lobby. They are preserving so much of their build material.
I bet you they're eyeing up on Izzy and Nosif. They're saying, hey, make a mistake, forget we're up here for 1 second, and that'll be the last thing you do in this game. Peterbot and Koyo shockwave ahead. They gain a little bit of attention, but not much that they cannot handle. They're able to kind of rehold their position. Shark and Teeny moving out yet again. They've been denied that opportunity for the high ground, but they're staying in front of the zone. That's going to be the most important thing.
Thought for a moment Phoenix Retro would maybe start to get a little entangled there with where Sharktini were at, but a hold back. It's Pete, Koyo. They have really been going through it here, Jacob. Pete not being able to actually open up any shots against Shadow when they initially made this rotate towards the front side of zone, and they are quickly dwindling on their materials also, but Izzy, Nosif, they've managed to head right back up to the skies, and they are currently bearing down on the rest of the lobby. Hari, Cammy even going to have to protect themselves now, but obviously Shark, Teeny, they are not content with seeing anyone else holding the position. That's been doing so many dividends for them in these first couple of lobbies.
And I think they've even noticed Bofu and Tamak up at the top, forcing them down below. They have a sliver of HP left. Right decision for them to make, but it was just a little bit too late. Nosif is able to clean up that elimination. Z-Dog cleans up the other. That's another team out of this game, and you still have 2 more to go before you even start to get placement points, but the battle for high ground will begin. Shark and Teeny will take what's theirs for the 3rd straight game.
All Shark needs is a little bit to work with, and enforcing Izzy and Nosif to drop is such a big damage spend for the rest of this lobby. Pete, Koyo on their last legs, barely having an opportunity to try and restore some of their shield, but without any builds to their name, they are going to depend entirely on how well placed these next couple of shots can be, and can they avoid the exchange from somebody else on the other end of the barrel, but it's a no-go for Peterbot. He's going to get brought down inside the underbelly of this lobby. Is now Booga Braids also on just one build, hoping that it's not going to be their last.
Yeah, just everybody kind of feeling how chaotic the end game has been. They're just burning through their materials. Even after they get an elimination, pick up the Siphon, they're almost immediately down to 0. As Booga picks up that one onto Epic. Well, Vico goes down, but it might be a sacrifice to draw attention away from Malabuka.
Peter अच्छा Booga भी जिंदा है. Peter अभी तक जिंदा शायद. Oh, Polo भी मार गया.
Izzy and Nosif might have been forced to drop from high ground, but at the same time, they are still making their presence known inside of those lower layers, doing a great job at staving everyone else in the lobby, preventing anyone from actually cutting through their builds. And Nosif finding another one onto Goofy. The Siphon material going to pay so heavily for him. In fact, Goofy, D-Dog is going to be able to get away just like that. Izzy and Nosif with 9 eliminations already.
Yeah, the French fighters are doing it and doing it well.
Yo, Mati, what's up? Welcome to the stream, bro. What streamer, bhai? नहीं भाई कोई देख नहीं रहा फिलहाल. देखेंगे वहाँ माइक थी बीच में, फिर चले गई वहाँ. ओ भाई, बेंच तो एक पंप से दोनों को ले गया. ओ भाई, भाई 2v2 भाई टैनी लोग जीत जाएंगे ये.
I don't know if Teeny got the memo because he's just a little bit too late to the fight. Izzy taking a lot of damage. Finally lands a shot onto Teeny, trying to disrupt the flow.
No way. Nice. Oh, man. 1 HP जीत गया वो.
Do it for France. You can tell that Shark and Teeny are not happy about how that one actually ended up, but they are cheesing for Izzy and Nosif. It was just a dominoes effect for this
nice
duo.
game, yaar.
The moment that we saw them with those initial 3-4 eliminations, and then the tally just didn't stop. But what a well-played endgame out of these two. They were really firing off on all cylinders. And the way that they synergized their shots together on the low ground, that's what really brought everything together.
And there's one thing for sure. Predictions online. I openly tell people.
भाई एंड गेम ही तो खतरनाक है. एंड गेम ही तो खतरनाक है.
And I was even talking to you.
दुख हो गया ये तो.
Something about Izzy and Nosif.
किधर पहुंच गए हो?
Well recently, they've been flying under the radar, squeaking in. I don't think people give these guys the respect that they deserve with how well they've been playing in some of these big moments.
It's just crazy to think about the favorable formats. You would almost think for Izzy and Nosif, ever since we saw them make their debut at the Summit LAN, it seems like these guys just knew that they had so much more left in the tank to give, and it's so crazy to see them bring home game number 3 because these early breakout points, that's what's really going to help funnel
भाई
into
ऐसी है टेकन
maintaining
8 कर ही
position
दी इतनी
inside
आटो
of the
गई है.
top
इवन
7
के
by
तू
the
जुबैर
end
को
of
भी
the
देख ले, उसने ड्रैगन ऑफ कितना आटो चलाया.
Big moments there. Shark and Teeny.
ठीक है, उसने उसको
we saw it in the first 2 games.
मारने दी ही नहीं. तो टेकन 8 में ना डिफेंस कम हो गया, ऑफेंस ज्यादा हो गया. चढ़ के खेलना चाहिए.
Ok, je monte. Vai. Je marche pas. Vai.
उसको पंप बहुत गंदी बजी थी. देखिए तो सही जो ऊपर से शॉकवेव से पंप पड़ेगी. ये वो देख 1 HP. भाई क्या बात है. उनको तो चलने दे ही नहीं दे वो. पीटर बोट और पोलो तो बहुत ही बुरे जा रहे हैं भाई.
But Izzy and Nosif just did such a great job, one after the other, not allowing any weaknesses in their defenses there.
Yeah, honestly, just the way they've been playing. They have the crowd on their side. Almost anytime you were talking about Pablo and Chino, anytime they're on screen, anytime they're picking up eliminations, they have the entire crowd erupting. But just the big thing to notice, I know at one point we saw 11 eliminations. I'm not sure if they got a couple more on Shark Team or if I just saw the total at the end. But either way, Taco, that is a minimum of 33 points on straight eliminations alone. When we get to see the leaderboard, I expect to see this team
का टूर्नामेंट हो गया तो भाई 4v4 क्या मतलब इससे बड़ा मुश्किल सीन हो जाएगा. 20 टीमें होंगी.
But I think that they've kind of proven as well to other teams in this lobby, because when you look at what their score was at the start of this game,
भाई नया टैलेंट 15 16 साल के बच्चे
it wasn't really necessarily what they were looking for, but obviously we've also got a direct enemy to these guys on the scene,
और वो
so let's
15
hear
का था जब वो खेल रहा है.
Thank y'all so much. Fun little fact here. We've got Phoenix, we've got Retro. This is actually their first LAN ever.
Guys, how does it feel to be your first LAN in this kind of context
वही
with
ना,
this
वो check
crowd?
कर भाई.
Let me know.
खुद पहला
Feels great. The pressure is
हाँ,
definitely
मिला.
high, but it's nice to be doing well when like we're conned and it's
भाई
the only
बड़ी
rough
बात है
house
बड़े
spawn, but,
platform पे
like, we're still
खेलना.
able to make it into end game and make the games that we have.
Bro, game का बात
What
नहीं है,
about you?
specs का बड़ा है. मेरे
I'm
पास
just
तो
trying to
अच्छा
not psych
PC हो
myself
ना
out
250
and,
yards
you
हो
know,
मैं
play
तो
how
खुश
we
हूँ
normally
कसम
play
से.
and just perform the best we can.
How do you guys do that? Like, how do you make sure that in these high pressure situations, because anytime something happens, you're hearing the crowd, they're right there. So how do you stay locked in those moments?
I just try to tune out the noise and I just pretend like I'm playing at home in my own environment and it works.
Obviously, this is a big moment for you guys. First LAN and a VR, massive for you in terms of momentum. I'm sure there are people going to be watching you thinking, hold on, we should be their fans. What would you guys say to those fans?
I just want to thank everyone for
But I guess
supporting me. And
Fortnite
I would
one
like
of the
to
hardest game में से एक है भाई.
just kind of appreciate everyone who's supported me
Competitive
this,
अगर
like,
देखा
so
जाए
far.
तो.
You?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone that supported me and believed in me from the start and yeah, you know.
You can hear them. They're already going crazy for y'all. Talk to me about, you guys talked about being conned
जन
though.
बात है यार,
Okay, so what's the
मतलब
plan? How are we looking to
आखिरी
address
जोन
that? Are we
में भी
looking to maybe
मैच
change things up? You don't have to
40
give too
टीमें
much.
जिंदा है.
But what
उतना ही
are you
बंदा
thinking?
जिंदा जितना
I
शुरू
mean,
में लैंड
it's
हुए
been
थे.
working far.
समझ
Like,
रहे
it's
हो?
been working fine so far. So
तो
like,
ऊपर से
we're
आपने
just gonna keep playing
रोटेट
it.
भी करना है, बिल्ड भी करना है, अब आपने
15
कवर भी
so it's a
करना है और
little
अगले को
difficult
डैमेज
to,
भी देना है. तो
like,
ब्रो
bring the fight to them,
मैंने
but
खेले है
going
ना,
into this
मतलब
slope
एक
rush in
टूर्नामेंट
the
ही
next
आज तक
couple
मैं जीता हूँ
games,
मिडिल ईस्ट
we're
पे.
unconned, so it's looking pretty
डुबो
good
का
for us.
रैंक्ड कप था, ठीक है.
Unconned. That's got to be a big shift, right?
ले
Like,
जा.
is that what you're hoping and looking forward to?
हाँ,
Yeah,
इसका
we went
मजा
into the
आता है,
tourney
मजे
hoping that we
है
were
PC
unconned and we were
देखने में तो
conned,
मजा
but you know
आए
sometimes
ना.
things don't go your way
भाई
and we're
आएगा
just playing
आएगा.
our game and seeing
मैं
how
तो
things
हारता हूँ,
go.
रुक जा.
Awesome.
यार एक
Well,
मिनट दे
guys,
यार,
thank you
मैं
so much. Best of
पक्का
luck
दूसरा
in
लगा.
Slurp Rush and being uncontested for now. We'll go to a short break. We'll see you in just a minute.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Three matches have gone by for Group A, and we have gotten some surprises already from the get-go. But Nosif and Easy, Vivid being able to join us. Kelly, Levin, the 7WG, welcome back. We finally decided to come inside. But this match, I mean, for this squad, especially that just ended up winning, being able to bounce back, too, from those first 2 matches.
I mean, for Izzy and Nosif, this is incredible stuff because as Levin knows, you know, big EU connoisseur himself, it was all about qualifier for these guys. Like, it was an incredible clutch for them. This is where they actually made it to the EWC. So it took them all the way into that last qualifier to actually make it here. And then to show up in game number 3 and get that win and now sit in 2nd place on the leaderboard. I mean, Kelly, this is an incredible story.
Listen, I know that Levin's feeling good for EU right now, but I feel like Coach Harry, the first person to really call out this duo during the Reload Elite Series, is probably feeling pretty good. A lot of people were looking to this duo, and now all eyes are on them right now. We talk about how it seems like there's this new echelon of players that are kind of coming up and taking over a lot of our dominant veterans, and I think this might be another duo that does that.
No, absolutely. I think especially within EU, there's been a resurgence of French Fortnite this year. And I think when you're looking at, you know, 2 players who have been champions of that, you'd have to throw their name into the hat. Honestly, the fans here getting behind them. These guys aren't on any of the French clubs, but every single person in this crowd who has a French, you know, jersey on, the second these guys were on height, the second these guys were doing anything good, they were jumping, cheering, shouting. You just love to see the support they're getting right now.
You definitely love to see it, especially when players can get behind that as well, start feeling that energy and start putting that towards the game series with that bounce back that we saw. But now we're going to talk about one team that really hasn't had to bounce back because they've just been so consistent at the top, and that is none other than Shark and Tini being able to just do their thing this first 3 matches, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like game 3 was the one that kind of did it for me here, Kelly, because listen, you know, when we kind of looked up towards the high ground and they were on high ground once more, I kind of just shrugged it off. I was like, how? How are they consistently doing it?
They were in game number 2, they were in Storm all the way until zone 5, zone 6. I was like, clearly they lost half of their health. All these people are going to be watching them come into zone. There's no way they're, oh, nope, they made it and they almost won the game. Cool. They do this time and time again. Are they just that much better than everyone else? And I think the comparison is even stronger right now because of how poorly a certain duo is doing.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about it, you want to go there, because I'm ready to go there. If you want to talk about
Yo,
the teams who I think we expected to do a bit better, sure, we're going to probably have to take a look at the next page of the leaderboard to get to some of those teams, but Sharkantini, it's been, I think if you're an EU fan, it's been exactly what you expected.
Exactly.
Right? It's what they've done all year.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to talk about that duo that you guys are currently alluding to. But some of the other surprises, I mean, we just got a chance to hear from Phoenix and Retro 2 being their first LAN 11. And Kelly, this is one of those things that sometimes it lets them get onto the pressure just gets to these players. It's not looking like that so far.
I think the reality is these guys didn't come in, I think, with that much pressure, right? I don't think they had all of NA sort of looking at them going, you guys need to represent for us and deliver at the top level. It's allowed them to come into today, play their game. They've gone under the radar, and again, a very strong start. There's a lot of games to be played, right? So you don't want to get too ahead of yourself, but this is encouraging signs.
Thank you, Levin, for kind of bringing up the conversation of NA, because unfortunately for NAC specifically, I mean, Phoenix and Retro are actually carrying that conversation right now. The only team from NAC in that top 10 was actually Booga and Braid sitting there in 9th place. So let's go ahead and take a look at the second page here, right? Where are these teams actually standing? I mean, Shadow and Virgo, these guys got to pick it up. I mean, 12th place, Muzz and Sphinx, these guys got to pick it up. And then Kelly, the duo that I'm sure you are begging to talk about. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo down there in 17th place, 33 points.
How could we not talk about this duo? This is the duo that's been on everyone's name, not just in the Reload Elite Series, but in the FNCS. They won 3 of the finals and they got 2nd place. And to see them not just doing poorly, but at the bottom of the barrel, this, I'm not trying to like talk trash. I think this is shocking and there's something going wrong.
It is shocking, but I think, you know, I can sit here and dunk on Pete and Pollo all day long, right? I know people think I want to do that. The reality is, these guys are 2 of the best players in the world. When you look at a lot of their year so far, they've had a lot of performances like this where it's very slow to start. I think the days of Peterbot and Pollo just sort of running at everybody and completely rolling them over, it's probably past those days. However, they are still a team that you would pick to beat anyone when it comes to a fight, and so I think they need to just sort of take some time to reset. I don't think they're over, I don't think they're finished, I don't think they're washed. I just think this is a reality check that will be very good for them moving forward.
All right, Levin, I see what you're cooking there. You don't want to trash them too much. It could be too early to wave that red flag for some of their squads too. It's only been 3 matches. We still got 7 more matches to go, but they are fairly close to the bottom 3. And what happens to the bottom 3 at the end of the day? Those keys get crushed. So I want you, Levin, to look back at the camera. I want you to get into your best mindset as a coach. If you are currently coaching those 2 players from Falcons, what are you going to be telling them after 3 matches?
You guys have done it. Time after time. Whenever the pressure's been on, whenever people have doubted you, you've made it happen. Make it happen today. You guys aren't finished. You guys aren't done. You guys are the best in your region. Show that here today. The Falcons are supporting you. All the different games have come together. They put in so much work for you to deliver in the final lap of the race. You have to make it happen.
Oh my God. Baby, I don't know about you, Kelly. I don't know about you. I mean, put me in there, coach, because I want to play.
Yeah, I know. This is getting me motivated. Maybe I have to throw the old headset back on, Lev. Thank you very much for that. Listen, actually, I want to bring up a conversation that me and Levin had just not too long ago, talking about this comeback from Peterbot and Pollo. We kind of gave them a number of games that they could kind of clutch up, right? And Levin called it, he was like, listen, they could probably throw away like 6 games and they could still pull it off because we know what Peterbot and Pollo are capable of. So confident in Peterbot and Pollo's capability that me and Levin kind of both agree that they could get into the top 7 with just 4 good games.
But it seems like everyone is stepping up right now. There are so many teams surprising us, stepping up, coming in here with a game plan. And I wonder if maybe this is a bit of the hubris of Peterbot and Pollo coming into this thinking that they were going to run away with it. However, they love to build a story. They love to go to day 2. I don't think we're going to see them in the bottom 3. So if we do see them in that elimination round in 2 days, that might just be the story they want to build.
That will be crazy. Yeah, nobody's going to be expecting that from talking to you guys every single time I keep hearing Falcons is going to be going straight to finals. Right now, It's not looking likely, but one team that is looking likely to make it to the finals is Leviathan with Lava and Romero. They've been performing good so far.
I'm a big fan of the Brazilian region. These guys are two Argentines who, they've been making waves, man. They've done so well in the qualifiers over there. And I think when you just look at the way they've actually played, especially when I look at Romero, I mean, he has had some qualifier finals where he's just tearing it up. And genuinely, we spoke about it before the tournament, Kenny. I was like, if there's one team I'm looking at how they perform. I think these guys have, you know, the ability to really go all the way in this competition.
We always like to talk about smaller regions and how they're underrepresented in these LAN settings, but Brazil, time and time again, always steps up, always proves themselves to being able to compete with the best of the best in NAC and EU. So to see them do that again is absolutely wonderful.
I feel like there's a little bit of a theme though in that top 5, right? We're obviously kind of highlighting some of these teams, and it's going to be the similar thing for Lua and Romero here is that, fortunately for them, we've only gone through 3 games so far. So a lot of these top 5 teams right now, all of their points are actually off of just one singular good game. Like if we take a look at their match history, it's a 14th, a 2nd, and 11. So pretty much all of their points are kind of just coming from that 2nd place with 7 eliminations. And that's kind of the theme with a lot of these teams in that top 5. So even though these teams are towards the top of the leaderboard right now, outside of like Shark and Teeny, nobody has actually really found their footing to be consistent in multiple matches so far. So even though the leaderboard is kind of shaken up and we're not seeing a lot of things that we are used to seeing, I feel like it's going to start to switch up very, very soon.
I'm glad you brought that up because it is going to be all about that consistency, especially once we get to the finals with match point. And right now with what we're seeing our Shark and Teeny, it's outstanding.
Yo guys,
now,
make sure everyone like and sub.
Any team that has actually surprised you, whether it's good or bad so far
so
after 3 matches.
All right, listen, at the start, game number 1, Muzz and Sphinx came out there. We saw the solo clutch coming out as well, and I thought that that was going to be the start of it. It has not been the best 2 games after that, but I want Muzz and Sphinx to come back up, man. Muzz is a fan favorite for so many people, and Sphinx has to be one of the funniest players in the world. I want to get an interview out of them at least just one time.
Maybe we'll get a chance to get an interview. I know, in talking about interviews, one person that's currently with the... I'm surprised he's even here too. Pierre Gasly from Formula 1. Yeah. Barney, take it away, because I really want to hear what he's got to say.
Pierre Gasly, we saw you hanging out at the Gadir City Grid where all the Fortnite action is taking place. What did you think of it?
Yeah, it's insane, I must say. It's such a joy. I love gaming again myself, and it's the first time that I get the chance to attend such an event. So no, it's incredible to see the player, to see the. I appreciate the game. I appreciate, you know, the sort of level that you see, and no, it's very impressive, very joyful. It's quite a packed day for me. I wish I could just like sit around and just watch all the gameplay, but very cool event.
As someone who's used to performing under pressure, like any words of advice that you could have for these pros that are performing on stage right now as you speak?
They know what they're doing. I mean, you can see it. It was quite impressive, like just how chill and how relaxed. You can see the focus, you can see the concentration, like very quick moves, etc. I was trying like to look at all these little details, but then I really like the strategy and like the sort of like teamwork, and yeah, just appreciate the precision. I game myself more like Call of Duty. I do a bit of Fortnite as well, but more Call of Duty, and I know the thrill, the excitement, and just to see it to that professional level is very cool.
As people say, ball knows ball. Thank you so much, Pierre Gasly. I really appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of EWC.
Shark and Teeny, Phoenix and Retro, Izzy and Nosif, 3 games and
Let's
3
go, guys. 4
game winners.
started.
And almost all of them are inside of that top 7 as well.
And it's exciting to think about because we could be looking at the beginning of the end potentially for teams that are outside of that threshold, but at the same time, everyone still has to make sure that they don't hit that autopilot feature. But my biggest takeaway from that little segment that we just witnessed, Jacob, I might need Levin to start just being like my hype man before I go do anything in life, because, hey, dude, what a speech, right? Like, if I'm Razzery right now, that's got to be the number. Like, just press record, send play, and throw that clip to Pete and Pollo.
No, I got to agree with you, Levin. I feel like can just hype up anybody to do anything in the world. And
honestly, I think that should be enough to kind of spark a little bit from some of these players. You know, Khaled and Mshari, Epicwell, Pomp, Alex, Reckless, Peter, Poyo, Edson, PHN. We all know these guys have an immense amount of skill. We just need to use the last 6 games of the day to put it to the test. As Malabuka starts firing off early with the first elimination of the game.
A little bit of a tough break there for Romero, given the day that they've been having so far, but Malabuka not looking to slow down anytime soon. That is until he catches himself on the receiving end of some damage. Pete, though, a little bit of a scramble right now.
Peter
He needs to get Poyo back up and running. Chino gonna head straight into his clutches. Poyo has managed to touch the ground, but Pete will be quickly eliminated. And it's Malabuka fully profiting off of this crazy mix-up at Elite Armory.
Yeah, that was close. That was close.
क्या देख लिया मैंने.
Eliminated first out of game 4, and honestly, this is like a refreshed Vico and Malabuka. I had a chance to talk to them for a few seconds. I was telling them like, passing these games are absolutely crazy, and I said no one's really going up for height. And you know what Malabuka said? You better expect to see ups at high ground if we make it towards the end game. And already they're showing a huge change up when it comes to the confidence early.
Like always easier said than done, right? Especially when you've got teams like Shark and Teeny that have just been so consistent at holding it down. But Muzz, this is a rare sight, losing the Bloom battle, and Malabuka just immediately closing in. Only needs one more well-placed shot to be the end of the line here for Muzz, and that's going to do it. Malabuka with a clean finish, and poor Muzz just sent packing back over to where Sphinx is at.
A straight, quick 9 points for them. They started in 7th place at 95 points. They are the line to beat as of now, but already at the course of the game, they move up into 6th place, passing Z-Dog and Goofy. They're still having the same early game fights, just a whole different team. It's Nalu and Rainy this time around. They get that first elimination, essentially forcing one of them to disengage and try to hide.
Will Malabuka be able to swing his way out of this one, though? PHN trying to make sure that he can actually shut down what he used best, but Malabuka knows shots from both ends of the spectrum, and he won't be able to escape it this time. A great sandwich there by Edson and PHN to shut him down. And Malabuka, though, he already had his fun at the end of it, Jacob. Getting those 3 eliminations was a very nice start to the lobby, but I like the fact that you kind of pointed out that they're feeling very confident in terms of trying to send it towards that high ground in the end game opportunities. Still, you have to wonder,
let's go. Nice points, yaar. Come on, Peterbot.
Slightly, it's just like a dominoes effect.
You
All
can
it
do
takes
this.
is that one little hiccup, and then your game plan is just sent straight out the window.
Yeah, especially if the zone kind of pulls over in the direction in which you've been fighting on. And right now, it seems early on, more than half of the zone, it's outside of the map on the south side. So we know for the most part, we could have things jumping right back up towards the center, but this goes that early game start. Romero got dropped first. Malabuka was able to get 2, and then this final one onto Muzz. The 9-point swing to move them up a whole place throughout the course of the game. Peterbot, we saw him go down early on with 0 eliminations, or let's just say 1. Now he's picked up 2 more, so they're just trying to go ahead and put themselves to the test. Talked about Levin, said maybe they could throw away 6 games. Well, they might be able to throw away 6 games, but Peterbot and Poyo don't want to throw away 6 games.
Hey, it's always Pete Poyo. You just can't be worried about these guys until you actually see them in this sort of position, and we're maybe in our last 3 games of the day. Then maybe, you know, affairs start to get a little bit worried about how they're going to actually wind up in which part of the leaderboard they'll be at after all 10 matches played through today. Shadow and Virgo, though, roller coaster of emotions for these two. They've seen some highlights, and then there's just been the dips back down. It's just very difficult for them to get that consistency rolling.
Yeah, it's kind of telling it. You know, look at their journey here. In the first qualifier, they got 6. They missed out on actually qualifying. The second qualifier, they missed out on the finals lobby completely. And then they qualified in qualifier 3 inside, I think, a top 4 finish. And then the 4th qualifier, again, they missed out, which just kind of shows that they can hide. They have lows. They're a team that builds off momentum, and they need to continue that here in today's games.
And that's exactly it. Momentum being the key word, because you see Shadow or Virgo get even 1 elimination, all of a sudden they are racking up the count. But obviously, we'll have to see whether or not that actually ends up being their fate in this game. Right now, Vico looking to apply a little bit of pressure towards Nalu. And Vico Malabuka, this is definitely confidence. Just kind of oozing from both of them. Vico gets one already. Nalu was rather injured before he even got to apply the shot, but now Rainy on the ropes here, not trying to get fully wiped this early on. They still want a fighting chance, and Vico knows it, and he's looking to shut that down immediately.
Yeah, he had to go back for the build, get no material left, but he realized he's on a clock if he wants to get this team fully out of the lobby. But Rainy goes down instead of getting eliminated, so you know he's bought Nalu enough time to at least get back in the game. And if you guys don't know, since they're fighting so far outside of the zone, instead of the teammate rebooting and above you, that only happens when you're in the safe zone. So he rebooted somewhere inside of the map, far away from his teammate, so he really had no chance to help him either way.
Malabuka, though, doesn't really seem too pressed by it. Will be able to pick up nice little make it off the vending machine, and Mofu and Domad don't really seem to notice that he's actually rather close by. They're a little bit more fixated on just making their own rotations. Again, just another one of those teams, international representation. They've managed to secure a top 3 already in today's competition. Just 1 or 2 more of those, and that could be what sets them up for that top 7 finish.
Yeah, they're not too far away from where the bubble actually is, so they just need to continue to keep at it. And we had talked about kind of start the day. Nerves might be playing a little bit of a factor from some of these teams, but it's happening to everybody little by little, especially the ones that might be running out of time to solve the loadout.
कितनी फेवर है गेम में फेवर में गेम है भाई
which packs a punch from far away. So when this team does eventually try to play for that high ground, it is going to hurt from a bit of a distance.
Pablo Chino, though, just operating at their own pace. Launchpad nearby. They'll start to rotate. They've got the whites to work with, but Vico, another little run back. This very aggressive instance. And it's just impressive knowing that Malabuka also has full confidence in his Swagger that Vico is going to close that fight out 9 times out of 10. And that's a daunting fact when you are one of those teams like Rainy and Nalu and realizing, dang, we just got shut down by one guy.
Yeah. It's just one of those tough things that starts to play on you mentally. But as we look at Cammy and Hari, I know they were talking about a lot of teams in today's games. I know it's only been 3, rather kind of inconsistent outside of maybe Shark and Teeny, but Cammy and Hari are another one of those teams you got to give a little credit to. 2nd place in the first game, 3rd place in the last one, 18th in the middle, and then a total of 8 eliminations. So they're making sure that they stay above and ahead of the curve, or at least as far as right now goes. Booga and Braids not too far away from the zone, just trying to grab that med kit before they use that launch pad to go in. Since they are so high up, Taco, they're going to have that bird's eye view. They can assess the situation and try to bring in all that information so they know exactly where they actually want to drop. And for Booga and Braids, it's not too far off when the launch pad actually is.
Makes sense, though, for Booga to immediately cut it short. He recognized the fact that Pablo Chino were very quickly closing in on their position. Not only that, but that little scuffle taking place with Shark Teeny, Cammy Hari. They didn't want to risk finding themselves stuck in the air and just getting tagged up along the way, trying to be relatively healthy once they actually touch base onto the ground yet again. We're ready to see the Lion Roar. We're also ready to see whether or not Izzy and Nosif are able to replicate that last game success here, and it could start by finding these eliminations onto Khaled and Mshari, but the way that Mshari, it's a war of attrition here, and it's Mshari who's going to take him out. Nosif has fallen. Izzy now trying to gauge whether or not he can even buy enough time for his duo to get back up and running, but Mshari just doesn't have enough builds, wasn't able to make it to the body to actually secure anything, so left to fall back and wait for Khaled to instead help him out. But Izzy, that was all the time he needed.
Yeah, but this is still essentially a 2v1, even with Nosif back in the game.
Welcome back.
Reboot over your teammate when they're in the zone. They're safe right now for Nosif, so you see him trying to do what he can. Trying to get some that way. If the worst does happen and Nosif does go down, you try to fight back, but finally you see Izzy in the mini-map making his appearance, so he doesn't stray too far away. He knows there's a huge strength in numbers, and they want to continue to use it to their advantage.
Booga and Braids are being so cautious with every single one of their rotations. Anytime you start to see them, maybe we're just going to send a little bit further forward. No, they scout out another team, immediately block off the line of sight. They are not trying to take any unnecessary damage, but they are having to burn through a lot more material than intended, and that could come back to haunt them later on in this lobby, Jacob, because we haven't even hit reboot shutting off just yet. And for Buga and Braves, they're going to need a refresh of material if they want to be outstanding by the end game.
Number 1 पे होना Shark ही 180 points के साथ उनकी लीड ही बहुत ज़्यादा है.
They started the game in
जो
9th.
second
They
वाले
were
हैं
down about
उनके
7
120
points to
points हैं.
Vico
Total
and
समझे 80-70
Malabuka.
points की
How
leads
their
हैं.
game went. So
और ये last game ये
Braves just
जीते
trying
हैं.
to play the long game, it seems like. Maybe like
तीसरा
a
match
few
जो है.
others. Retro and Phoenix, same thing could be said for them. They were able to get that victory royale in game number 2, but it's just a lack of being able to kind of do it again, or at least get close. They have the 17th and a 10th in their 2 other games, but they did have the eliminations with that victory royale, which kind of boosted them up the leaderboard. So you got to make sure to close out maybe inside of the top 10, top 5, if you're looking to stay within contention of that top 7.
Hey, fair play though to Vico and Malabuka. Nice little rotate in, glide through, cut the board, play it safe, take over front side, and refarm anything that you can along the way. Even though they were pretty much max material, every little bit helps at this stage. And just knowing that they prevented Irba and Poyo from having that freedom to just sort of immediately send it straight ahead. They are going to have to be very cognizant of where Vico and Malabuka are at, or at least get some good damage application in to prevent them from looking back and spraying their direction.
Let's see where the zone actually forces a lot of teams, but most of them spread out. Except for the Muzz, Mshari, Izzy, Nosif, Cringe, Volko, Rainy even there. Not too far away from Nalus. You got to be careful not to get caught as a solo. You see Nosif going through that pain, just trying to shockwave to safety here. And since we are in the 7th zone, nobody will be rebooted that goes down here, but there is chances for teams to get back in the game if they were already down before they turned off.
Definitely a tough break there, though, for Vico and Malabuka with the zone pulling the opposite direction of what they just invested towards. So now they've got a whole lot of traffic local to the area that they are going to have to try and avoid. Obviously, you want to preserve as much of your material, but that might not be possible when you've got teams like Chino, Pablo, already just waiting for the prime opportunity to strike. Buga and Braves, though, actually going to opt to fall back into the storm, take up a little bit of damage there. They got whites to work with, but more importantly still, avoiding all of this focus. And Teeny, Shark, already letting it be known to Shadow that was not the way to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a heartbreaking loss right there. 12 planes for Shadow and Virgo. They got separated, putting a lot of pressure onto one to try to find success. Pump feeling the same type of pressure being poured his way. It's Peterbot and Poyo. They know the damage is there, but it actually gets stolen away. Pablo Ingu is able to get the knock on the Pump. Epicwell is going for a revive, but a chop comes in onto Pete and Poyo, distracting them just long enough for that revive to be an actual possibility.
Epicwell maybe even counting his lucky stars that he was able to pull that one off. Sometimes it's indirect help from the lobby, but all the better still. And it was still kicking here. Izzy, Nosif, great job concealing themselves. Didn't get the damage application they wanted against Z-Dog and Goofy, but the pressure point could definitely be applied. All depends on who actually moves first. As Pablo, Chino just getting shredded on their builds right now, doing everything in their power to keep these walls closed off.
Literally just melted through all of that brick. Still have a decent amount left, and especially one elimination could definitely change things. For Pablo and Chino, they started this game in 8th place with the 89 points, and they've been slowly but surely rising up the rankings. Still have to be careful though, because it's not only Shark and Teeny that are now feeling a little loose. Peter, Bot, and Poyo, I think that last game was enough. Going down relatively early in almost every single one of the games so far. 18th place, a 19th place. They did get a 9th with 3 eliminations, but if you know Peter, Bot, and Poyo, that is nothing compared to how well they can play.
Like, there's a method to the madness when it comes to these two, that's for sure. But for Vico and Malabuka, they just continue to find success after success. And for Pete and Poyo, sure, it's one thing to overthrow the team on height. It's another, though, to actually see it through, especially when Shark and Teeny are still in the lobby. Vico and Malabuka also got to look to try and stake their claim towards this position. And with Pete, Poyo already having those 5 eliminations, though, it is evident, Jacob, that they are going to hunt out as many as they can find. Thought they were going to be able to take out Candy there for a moment, but instead he just narrowly avoids under that pressure as now Pablo Chino still choosing to kind of operate through these low front side positions, but eventually they are going to have to look back. Pablo even taking so much space here. He's got the medkits though. He can afford to claim it.
Yeah, worked well, sacrifice of the HP, making sure they can get a little bit more space to work with. Peterbot and Pollo still have their eyes up above. They don't want to lose sight of anybody that could potentially try to go for the high ground. And I have my eyes on two, but they're busy with Epic Well Pup. Shark and Teeny being forced off the side yet again, kind of thwarting any plans that they had. And even more so now with Epic Well is able to get the knock on to Teeny. Cannot clean it up though. Shark is able to at least save him for now.
And Shark is hoping that he could maybe get a little bit of wiggle room to try and go for a 3D revive, but it's too late. That slight delay was all it took to prevent him from having a full run of it with Teeny, and that plan has now been thwarted. That's going to also overexpose. Peterbot's going to drop from height, but he'll have no issues whatsoever reconnecting where Pollo is at. It's just knowing that Shark and Teeny didn't get the chance to actually fizz Crash Pad up, and that's going to be a big swing now. Vico, Malabuka are going to have to make this attempt all on their lonesome, and with very little material to work with, they just got to take care of what's right in front of them.
Yeah, I know he had his eyes on that high ground, but as you said, low materials, that might not be a possibility any longer. Chino forced down below. It's Peterbot and Pollo, the ones that are going to take down Pablo. Vico as well, that's going to get all of that loot and kind of steal it away. As Chino staggering back, 0 builds. He needs the perfect elimination here. Shockwave to try to get into the front, but it only puts him in the limelight. He is facing danger left and right. A full team in the front. It's Buka and Braids that eventually end their run.
They had no idea who was just scrambling inside of that box with them, but hey, whatever works. But Vico, big shots onto Pollo, and the high ground gonna be up for grabs. That's all it takes. Pete, Pollo eliminated, so Malabuka still managing to get the job done, even if he doesn't have any materials to work with. Along the way, but more importantly still, Booga Braids, they won't get the chance. Malabuka, Vico refusing to budge.
And to our top 3 we go. Vico and Malabuka. He kept his word. He said he's going for high ground, and so far he has it. No! The splat! I spoke too highly of him. He goes down, leaving Vico by himself, but there goes the first one, bringing it down to a 1v1 situation. He has no time to pop the heals. He's buying everything that he has. Down below on the other side, Edson from Brazil, qualifying from their region, bringing it down to this moment here. His teammate going down, putting all the pressure on him to succeed. Vico, on the other hand, has overthrown him, has taken the high ground. 3 builds left, shockwaving down, trying to smash Edson. It doesn't work, but the shot still lands. Vico somehow, someway wins that game.
And Vico, Malabuka, you just know that he's got to be feeling so relieved right now, because that was nearly a sell that you do not want to witness on the big stage. Instead, they can laugh about it later, knowing that they were still able to secure the victory royale and certainly catapulting themselves very comfortably inside that top 7 threshold.
I was scared for them in a moment. I was scared watching Malabuka slip off. I thought maybe he had the shockwave, but then he splats onto the ground. And for Vico to kind of just brush that off very, very quickly and immediately go to work to not only get that elimination, but then clutch the 1v2. That was absolutely insane. These are why they are a reigning, defending FNCS Major 1 Summit LAN champions.
And look, don't get me wrong, Vico had 17 builds more to work with than Edson in those final moments, but the fighting IQ was clearly there. He doesn't waste any time. He doesn't go for an overly aggressive, all-out, just open, clear edit. He really takes over height. He wanted to have that leverage of having the option to look down, make sure that he could secure those right-hand positions even, and that just made it so complicated for Edson. He was already working into a deficit, being so limited on material, so great job there to Vico to really keep his cool in that moment, but he's not new to this. He's been here before, and obviously we got to hear from them directly.
3 builds. You can pop a peek. No, melt. Let's go!
All while playing that, just kind of calm, cool, collected. Even while he's shocked by Malbuga, say you can pop a big. You're good. He has nothing down below, and then he hits him with a flying elbow drop off the top rope to take that game.
Just really solid Fortnite there from Vico. And I know he's definitely had his instances even leading up to this series, Jacob, where Vico's kind of had those dips. And I don't want to say that they were, you know, shattering to his confidence, but for a moment he was very open about the fact, you know, man, after Summit, definitely took a little bit more time off than maybe what I should have. Things have been a little bit shaky, things have been a little bit rough, but leading into this tournament, he has been on the grind, hustling non-stop to put himself back into a very strong contention. Major 2, forget it ever took place, because right now it is all about the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, you see just a huge game for them. That's got to start to boost the confidence, and that's going to be the biggest things, because we know Sharktini, Peter Bottenpoyo, Vico, Malibu, and so many others can win this entire event, right? But it's about how you're playing in any given moment, the vibes, the confidence, and that is what these guys have. But that's going to do it for us here from Game 4. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
भाई कमाल भाई क्या बात है good stuff bro, good stuff, good Fortnite here.
How are we feeling, guys? We're feeling good. I think everyone's feeling pretty good. That's a good sign. The games so far, Vivid, I mean, they've been unbelievable, worthy of all this hype.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, Vico at the end there with an incredible clutch. We were kind of walking over here to sit in the stands, and everybody was getting so hyped. I had to go ahead and take a pause. I was like, what's happening up on the big screen? Of course, it's going to be Vico and Malibuka making a rise up towards the top of the leaderboard. What was it? They had like 95 points going into that game. Gosh, I could only imagine where they're at now.
I mean, that's just a classic Vico solo clutch right there. It's what we're used to with this guy. He does it on the big stage, the Summit Champions. Another thing as well, Peter Bottenpoyo, you're the sort of NA expert, the resident NA expert here. Is this sort of what we can expect from Peter Bottenpoyo now? Are they starting to grow into the competition?
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard. Have they done enough to even jump up to the top 10? No, they have not. Actually, I was preparing myself, and I was like, oh my gosh, they're up on the high ground. It's looking good for them. Like, they're on 33 points going into this game. But no, still not enough there. But good to see that they're taking control of some of the end game at the very least. Talk about NAC representation, though, man. I mean, Booga and Braids. Who called these guys? There it is. Okay. Booga and Braids getting some love directly around us right there. You actually talked to Clicks, and you called it out. Booga's going to be winning.
Shout out to Clicks. He has something, he knows something. I think a lot of the people would have said Peter and Bottenpoyo are going to be a team to look out for, right? So, you know, I want to talk about Izzy and Nosif as well. What a performance from our French guys here on land. The vibes, honestly, are ecstatic. When those guys managed to get the win, it was like nothing else at all. Now, of course, you played on the biggest stages, right? You played the World Cup, you played on these massive stages. You're used to this sort of environment. If you're sort of further down on the leaderboard now, how do you approach this sort of latter half of the competition?
I've always been a super big fan of just sticking to what you know, because kind of like changing anything up would be detrimental, right? You know exactly what you have prepared for, so you got to go ahead and stick to it.
You really do. I mean, I'm ready for the next game. Around me, ready for the next game? Are we ready, guys? Let's go to it.
Look, we are all ready to see what is going to take place. This is essentially the halfway point for Group A's competition. And right now, Jacob, we are starting to see just the tiniest gaps really starting to improve, particularly within that top 3 threshold. So right now, places 4 through 7, those are going to be the ones that are ultimately up for grabs. But these teams, they're kind of dependent on early departures from
Let's go, guys. Match
and try to disorient your competition, or do you just stick to your original strategy? See if you can come out strong, just playing with what you know.
I mean, I've always been one, if I'm going to win or lose a game, it's going to be something I did or didn't do. And already, Shark gets an elimination on the one and immediately gets shut down after. What I was kind of prefacing there is I would like teams to play aggressive. If you're not necessarily inside of that bubble, figure out a way to get points. Because playing for just placement so far hasn't necessarily worked. Just Gino finally goes down.
Gino and he thought he was maybe dealing with one. Not the double pairing there from Ari and Cammy. That's a tough break. But Shark, Teeny, they're also on the move. Alex, unfortunately, going to be taken out. He'll be forced into the viciousness of the reboot cycle. And not only that, but Shark just stealing away all of the loot that's nearby. Alex and Reckless are going to have to get the job done somewhere else, but for Shark and Teeny, Vico Malabuka, these are two teams that I think we can pretty confidently say have stamped their position inside of that top 7 threshold, and obviously they're going to keep trying to keep the ball rolling, but also the world's kind of their oyster.
Yeah, I feel like the only way for these two teams that you're talking about to fall out of that top 7 is literally for them to just not care anymore and maybe not even really kind of put it to the test like they have been. So Shark, Teeny, they've just been one of them teams that you look at and just gotta be so impressed as we continue to look around, seeing where some of these teams are at. Cringe Voca started this game in 14th place. They had 81 points, but you can see they have elimination, so they themselves are starting to close the gap. But as of now, the halfway point or so is about 124 points. So even Pablo and Chino are barely safe.
खतरनाक भाई, खतरनाक. Dragon? Oh hell nah.
About Shark and Teeny and these types of competition, Jacob, that all of EU is all too familiar with. Once they feel like they don't have any kind of pressure, that there's no stakes involved, they just start going all out with the aggressiveness. And so expect to see a lot more of Shark and Teeny just rolling through the map, and I almost feel bad for anybody that they might come across because they are just going to be dishing out whatever kinds of fights that they can muster up. It just doesn't matter.
Nice, bro.
These guys are just playing with all the freedom in the world.
Now it's kind of one thing I was
at least Peter Board need to win this game, man.
That could potentially take it off.
Oh my god, bro.
Shark does it yet again, taking down
Hell nah.
and this is
Shark is not coming slow.
Such an important
He's just pushing everyone.
For EWC, more particularly the club championship. If you look on your side, you got Team Falcons in first place.
Nice.
Defending club champions.
बहुत आला.
AGAL in
ले जाएगा.
Team from Team
ये
Vitality
चीज.
in this can pick up some points, so it's still anybody's tournament in terms of the
भाई
club
क्या
championship.
बात है भाई.
Look, Shark is actually disgusting right now. Granted, that was some awesome
जो push कर के टीमें मार रहे हैं भाई.
Really preventing C9 and Goofy any sort of room to breathe, but Jacob, Shark is very obviously feeling the confidence right now.
ये गेम में जिंदा रहना बात है. हर बंदा हर किसी को वो देख पैं जो push कर रहा है वो.
He wants every single elimination point he can find. He is not happy right now with seeing Vico Malabuka overthrow.
Through 4 games, Shark and Teeny have 14 eliminations total.
Oh.
In this game, Shark has 6 eliminations by himself. Taco, I think you said it best. This is just a whole nother team when they have nothing to lose, and it's going to be even more so that scenario because of this game alone. 24 points on straight eliminations, 18 points on straight eliminations here from Shark by himself. Again, that gap that we're talking about is only increasing.
This guy's not even farming. He's getting all of his material just off of body loot. I feel bad because players are basically just gathering up all of the resources Shark and Teeny would need and depositing them at their feet. But the way that Shark and Teeny are just so casually strolling through this lobby right now, definitely looking forward to checking back in and seeing whether or not that elimination count just continues to rack up. But for Z-Dog and Goofy, they probably just wish that they could find any sort of a silver lining here. Shark and Teeny, though, just refuse to let go. They are talking these guys down, chasing them to the corners of the map every single time. And also for Vico and Malabuka, they're probably watching this elimination feed lighting up right now and understanding the fact that Shark and Sharkatini, they're trying to put the ball back into their court. They want that first place position.
Yeah, and I will say the lucky thing though for Vico, Malabuka, and everybody else, Sharkatini are lighting up the leaderboard, building that gap. But it only matters in terms of top 7 for today, or just not getting down into the top 3 as NA on NA action. Central versus West, Retro and Phoenix. They won one of the EWC qualifiers on NA West. Shadow and Virgo, they qualified with a top 4 finish, and it's going to be Shadow and Virgo, interesting enough, that do disengage away, and rightfully so, because like I talk about moments, and right now in this moment, Phoenix and Retro are the best NA team in terms of the leaderboard.
That was also a really crucial instance there for Phoenix and Retro, because they didn't just get steamrolled by Shadow and Virgo, despite the fact that Shadow and Virgo were trying to apply some steady pressure there. Phoenix and Retro holding their own. They are proving exactly why they are currently in contention for that top 7 positioning, and they're looking to keep going all the way here, Jacob. Sure, they might have a lot of steps to take before they can really break into that top 2 position, but top 3, that's just around the corner.
For Peter Bot and Poyo, 40 points, give or take, their way from the top 7 bubble. So even though we have this game here and 5 more to close out the day, plenty of time for them to close the gap. The Sphinx just gets tagged up on his way towards the outside of Elite Armory. Luckily for him, Muzz is there, not only to fire back shots, but alleviate some of the pressure, scoping through, gathering information, and even with the zone kind of pulling forward, they do have access to the launch pad, so it's interesting the way they're playing it towards the left side of Shark and Teeny. Teeny's finally going to go down, but Shark is still up, and honestly, he has been the difference maker in terms of aggression, in terms of picking up the eliminations. Even with Teeny going down, he's still moving forward.
A little bit painful though for Shark, just knowing that he has to wait for Teeny to fully reboot. Not trying to completely toss this fifth lobby out the window just yet. Smart to disengage here. It's a rare sight, but even these two understand that it's just not worth trying to force certain engagements when things have just already worked against you. Heads up moment though from Rue and Moda, because Shark Teeny, the bigger issue is that since they didn't give chase to Shark, and for good reason, they're trying to just play out their own game. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks, because even if they get the elimination, they still might have to spend some time recovering, and that just brings up a whole new slew of problems here, as now Vico Malabuka spotted out Pablo and Chino, but Pablo and Chino don't really seem that interested in the fight.
Yeah, this is seemingly like the stage in the game where you don't want to go down. Yes, you will get rebooted for in the 5th zone. You're not going to have much loot to go after. You're not going to have a lot of time to loot up. And even though you do got to get one of those pseudo loadouts, depending on which stage the game you actually recruited, it's relatively nothing. And then the fact you add on that you're so far away from your teammate, you almost got to hope for a miracle. And I think that's why you're seeing a kind of disengage after disengage from some of the teams that you know love to take some of these fights. It's just not necessarily worth the risk, at least at this stage in the tournament.
Pablo and Chino, they're probably pretty happy every single time they've been seeing Goofy and Z-Dog light up in that elimination feed, because that's the most immediate competition in terms of leaderboard standing. So knowing that the team directly behind them in positioning is just constantly suffering for being chased across the map, it gives them a lot more of operating space, because they can just take their time. They don't have to necessarily force any types of engagements. They can just look to see things through. Slow and steady can win things out.
Seen a bit of exotics in this one as well. We saw the Fury Assault Rifle in Shark's hand. That gives you a little bit of a low grab effect. We saw the Sentinel Pump, I believe, in Braid's hand, which kind of ices your opponent on shot as well. So definitely have some tricks underneath their sleeve. Not sure how to really utilize that, but I know they're definitely going to figure it out to kind of see where a lot of the teams are positioned at. Again, gameplay with reboots turning off in the next zone will tend to slow down. It's just not necessarily worth the risk. And I think that's why you see not only so many teams inside of the zone, outside of the zone, and also using those launch pads with the fids to just dodge a lot of what's going on underneath.
Izzy and Nosif, though, they've already tasted victory in an earlier lobby here today. But obviously, the real prize is ensuring that they are inside of that top 7. They know that they've still got their work cut out for them. Job's not finished, so no time to celebrate too heavily just yet. It's a nice confidence boost, but they were brought back to reality for a moment in that last lobby, and just steadily reminded of the fact that at any given moment, you could be next.
That's the thing about Reload. Kind of just get tossed and turned, flipped upside down, shockwaves, crash pads, launch pads. Anything can kind of change the trajectory of a game as they get an elimination on Tomas. Ari's actually going to get the credit for the points. Izzy and no steal away the loop. Rocket coming from up above. Luckily for him, though, he does have all the siphon mats down below, so he's easily able to kind of rebuild his situation. That's Chino and Pablo that he needs to watch out for, but it's also Peterbot and Pollo that have just made their way in.
Things can definitely get a little bit dicey here, though. A little bit too much unfriendly company just nearby is Shark, Teeny, Khaled, completely on his last bearings, just trying to see if he can fall back. He's trying to help with the supportive measures, but Shark, he is just relentless with the pressure, just constantly bearing down, refusing to let Khaled even have the slightest operating space to actually get a little bit of heals going. I'm sorry, gonna have to take up that offensive front, but how do you hold a wall while simultaneously letting your duo heal? Khaled does barely manage to get some shield up and running, but Shark is still just forcing so many problems for these guys.
And they realize reboots are finally turning off. You see them not necessarily concede, but taking a little bit of a slower approach, see where the zone goes so they can quickly react to it. Phoenix and Retro trying to do the same thing along with Muds and Sphinx towards the outside. And most of the teams on this edge towards the east are going to get a max pull. But with Flowberry Fizz, Shockwaves for Vico, Malabuka, it should take up no time at all. It's about assessing the situation of when and where to try to make that play possible.
That's a lot of Fizz, though, for Vico. 5-5-5, 2 to boot. You can see part of what got them in this spot in the first place, and it was just clearing out Mofu and Tomat, leaving their area to be rather uncontested, and, well, doesn't look like anybody nearby is going to be able to prevent them, but they're going to look to start cutting through where the rest of the lobby is at. And sure enough, Vico, Malabuka, just setting up the Fizz play. They'll take their sweet time, though. Rest of the lobby not really going to have a chance just yet to even look their way. They've got clear airspace.
Some having a little bit of struggles here. Shark, Teeny, both of them getting scratched up just a little bit. Dropped into the box. Shark's run of 7 eliminations has come to an end. Now it leaves Teeny by himself. Does have a med kit, does have a slap splash, but that's going to keep him relatively low. Still one shot away from going down, but at least he's keeping him and Shark in it to collect a couple more placement points or elimination points for that matter.
We've seen Teeny make it happen before, but this might be too tall of an ask given how many healthy teams there really are. We are just directly over water right now. Material is running so thin for a lot of these players, and anytime you're forced to drop the low ground, it can just make for such awkward fights if you are stuck inside of the water. Now for Teeny, he's just wishing that he could find any sort of body loot left over. Zone is going to pull a bit more in his favor, but with only 28 builds remaining, he's going to have a tough time actually breaking his way through in this sea of duos. Pablo and Chino have actually done a great job so far at claiming height.
Yeah, they just got to be able to step off that shoreline and go up the side of that mountain. The beach day is over, but lurking up on the side is Peterbot and Pollo. The competition that they usually fighting up towards the top no longer going to be there, but great damage coming out for the likes of both of them. Spillberry Fizz, Shockwaves as well. I thought I even saw Muzz and Sphinx enter into the atmosphere, so no more free opportunities on high ground. I think people got the memo after games 1 and games 2 with nobody looking up, and now starting to put a little bit more focus in that direction.
But if everyone's got the same intentions, who's actually going to be the one left to remain and take it over? Muzz, Sphinx are just so far up in the skies. Peterbot, Pollo now going to join the fray. Ari also alongside Cammy and Reckless 2 to boot. We have so many teams just gliding overhead, but the biggest advantage is given to Peterbot and Pollo right now. They're at that max render distance.
Multiple teams up towards the sky. Gotta be sure you don't forget about his team. That's a good shot, but not good enough. He's able to take down Teeny, and they have stopped the momentum, or at least slowed it down as of now, right before the half. This is the last time for today. We're going to see Elite Strongholds before we go on over to Slurp Rush. So you got to really make these moments count, because a whole different map, whole different contestation. As Retro gets dropped off here outside of the top 15, outside of placement points.
And Vico, Malabuka just doing a great job at tarping overhead of ultimate low. Going to make things rather difficult for teams to actually get any sort of leeway over that frontside position, but Peterbot Pollo, very similar intentions. They'll even take a moment to pause and heal. Nosif has been eliminated though, and now Vico, Malabuka just continuing to claim space, but it's Muzz and Spinks who are actually leading the charge here in the ultimate low ground. Is he doing what he can to try and hold his own walls, but Muzz and Spinks, they are just refusing to give it up, and now Chino, Pablo, they might actually be the ones to make a resurgence back onto the high ground. They know that Pete and Pollo have started to get a little bit comfortable up top, but nothing is ever safe.
Yeah, but you can see for Pete and Pollo, they're just watching all around, making sure nobody can lurk up for free. Nobody can shockwave and try to close the distance without being noticed. Chino, Pablo, they get noticed from up above. Peterbot and Pollo, they were the ones who took away their high ground, and they're the ones that are being persistent to try to get them out of this lobby. Down below, Grades out, Reckless gone. Chino has finally been dropped by Peterbot. Pablo tries to backtrack to the Siphon match, but he gets cut short as well.
There's still just so many solos left kicking underneath, but Shadow, Virgo actually playing from the backside of the zone. Now gonna start to make their entry point, but Pete's already scouted them out. That's a huge chunk out of Shadow's HP. They're gonna be so weak encountering a lot of those teams underneath where Pete and Pollo are currently at, and Pete still just trying to line up the shots. It's probably a couple of moments, and Vico gonna be shut down. Malabuka, Vico, they wanted to go for height. Malabuka's still gonna try and get the chop, but the damage has already been done. Pete got exactly what he wanted.
That was just a huge shot from Pete to stop them from trying to take the high ground. Even though they got chopped, they're still holding on to their momentum. Looking down, Nalu's the next in their line of sight, and so many others. They're waiting to see where the zone forces him out, and this could be their opportunity to strike, but he's able to continue moving down below, but he ran into Muzz. That one gets cut short, and it's just forcing player after player into interaction down below, and Romero's going to be the one that reaps a little bit of a roar, taking down Boko and getting the loot.
Two solos, one other duo, and Romero hoping that it's going to be Pete Pollo who do something about his team overhead, but Peterbot jumping, an agent of chaos, just causing so much disruption underneath. Pollo right next to him, Muzz still managing to hold strong somehow, but it's all about Peterbot and Pollo and what kind of damage can be done. Romero barely gonna make it into the zone, and he takes out Virgo with him, but now Muzz on the other end of things, trying to see if he can break through. Romero's had the chance to get some siphon, but Pete Pollo immediately collapsed, and that'll be the end of it. Another second place position potentially on the line here, but it's all about whether or not Pete and Pollo can just find him at the end of it.
Yeah, I think with it going over the top of the mountain, you just don't have enough heals. It's the exotic Slapberry Fizz, and it's already empty. A slow start to the day. They build the momentum, and they win before the half. It's Pete and Pollo.
Well, let's be so honest right now, though, Jacob. They were always guaranteed at least the one. It would be just... I would be speechless if we didn't see these guys get at least one victory royale, but you gotta feel a bit for Lewa and Romero. Twice now, they've been so close to finding themselves in the victory royale position. It's still an excellent effort for them to get these second place finishes, because that's still gonna get them a lot of placement.
Yeah, and we really got to talk about too, because we're talking about halfway point. 10 games here today. We just played 5 games on Elite Stronghold. So no matter what the leaderboard says, the next 5 we're going over to Slurp Rush. Different drops, different teams around each other, different ways to play the end game. So congratulations again, Pete and Pollo winning that game. I don't know what the leaderboard says, but I have to imagine they're at least going to be on page 1 after this.
It's also a bit dangerous to think about Pete and Pollo picking now to really start taking things up a notch, because Slurp Rush is arguably one of their best Reload Series maps to play things through. I mean, we saw just how dominant they were on NAC, and so with that in mind, for Pete and Pollo, if they can just continue a lot of these high ground takes and holds, and the way that they were able to also just completely shut down Vico and Malabuka, that was the dagger of that lobby.
So as they rise up, We saw Shark and Teeny go down relatively early. We knew at one point Booga and Braves were rising up on the leaderboard. We know that Chino and Pablo were almost inside of the top 7. And these are all teams I'm mentioning because they have relatively very, very good games. And so if we have all the teams that need good games to have good games, to, you know, what does that really do to the leaderboard? So that's going to be the interesting thing. With that victory royale for Peterbot and Pollo, how high do they rise?
Hey, the proof's in the pudding. One good game could be all it takes to immediately send you into a position where you are immediately within that contention point for top 7 threshold, and still always knowing that as long as you avoid that bottom 3 in today's competition, you can have a second chance in the running for finals. But obviously everybody's just trying to confirm their position on the finals battle bus here today from Group A.
Yeah, W Peterboard chat, W Peterboard.
Like a warning shot by any means, but I think this needs to be a
clutch
huge
this game,
warning
man.
to everybody playing in this tournament. The teams still here closing out this group. The teams tomorrow playing in a whole new group. It's Shark and Teeny. They have been on another level. Kind of slow to start, typical to what we've seen online, but what Shark did in the past 2 games, and let alone by himself,
Shark
7
bhi wahi
eliminations,
khatarnak.
looked like he was just going to dominate that last game, but maybe sometimes the confidence was a little bit too good for him, but Shark and Teeny have been absolutely insane today.
But it's also been a very similar circumstance from Vico and Malabuka. And hey, at the end of the day, Jacob, we've got so many wonderful players actually participating in today's competition. So let's just hear what they've got to say.
Yeah, cheers.
That's right. Nosif and Izzy joining us here from Team Orchid. The hometown heroes, let's call you. Indeed. Right? Nosif, let's start with you. A kind of slow-ish start to the day for the first 2 maps, and then your 3rd map, dropping 13 eliminations, absolutely popping off and shooting up that leaderboard. When you managed to secure that victory royale, did that ease off some of the pressure going into the rest of today?
Vous avez eu un départ un petit peu lent, mais la 3e game, vous avez pop-off de fou, vous avez réussi à faire 13 éliminations, à prendre une victoire. Est-ce que ça vous a débloqué, ça a enlevé de la pression? Est-ce que c'est un moment important pour vous aujourd'hui?
Ouais, franchement, ça nous a bien relancé dans la partie, dans le tournoi. On a fait une très grosse game, donc un top 1 très skill, et franchement, on peut en refaire un deuxième, donc confiant pour la suite.
So we want to do a second one, but of course it was
Nice,
the game
man.
who launched us on the tournament right now.
Yo guys,
We
make
needed
sure
to do
everyone
this
like
moment,
and sub.
so we were really happy to
We
have
are so
victory
close to
royale
hit
and to have 13
2K sub, so everyone make sure hit the subscribe button. And if you want to play with me, you can also join my Discord server. The link in bio.
Izzy, let's talk to you, buddy. How are you feeling, obviously, off the back of that victory, doing that in front of a home crowd as well? How does it feel to perform like this in front of the French
Nice, bro. Fizz मार के shockwave नहीं करना कभी भी. Remember that. Never use a Fizz or shockwave together in that tournament, bro.
हेलो डिटेक्टिव आवाज आ रही है?
यो आ रही है. What's up?
यार पता नहीं मेरा YouTube नहीं चल रहा, अजीब कसम से लैग कर जाता है। तेरी स्ट्रीम खोलता हूँ लैग हो जाता है, वो चलता ही नहीं है। मेरे नेट का मसला पता नहीं किस चीज़ का मसला है। मैं रिस्टार्ट करके देखता हूँ अभी, मैं कब से लगा हूँ उसके ऊपर।
अच्छा, मैं तो इधर ही बैठा हुआ था।
क्या स्टैटिक चल रही है? क्या स्टैटिक चल रही है?
विन निकाल लिया था ये पीटरबोर्ड ने। पीटरबोर्ड उसने फॉलो ने बैन।
कितने किल्स?
यार आई गेस 7 किल्स या 8 किल्स के साथ। भाई शार्क को तू देखता है इस मैच में उसने कोई पुश करके 7 किल्स निकाले हैं अकेले ने गुस्सा टीमों के अंदर।
भाई मैं नहीं देख रहा ना, मैं काम कर रहा था, कभी आता हूँ थोड़ी देर तक।
आजा 5 गेम रह गई है
अभी आज
5 मैच रहते हैं। हाँ इस मैप
मैं आता हूँ यार,
दूसरा मैच
9 साढ़े 9 तक आता हूँ।
आजा
ठीक है मैं 9 साढ़े 9 तक आता हूँ। ठीक है ओके इजी। मैं इधर यूं स्ट्रीम में बस वो बैठा हूँ, क्या कहते हैं, डेफ करके अपने आप को।
What was it like for you, Mally, where you're just like, all right, yeah, Vico just do kind of crazy stuff? I mean, if you're the IGL, you're kind of the big brain, we know that, but how did it feel for you?
I mean, that's kind of expected, like, you know, when we're in top 3 and then Vico is alive and he has at least like 150 HP, I just know he's gonna win. So, like, I didn't even try to help him, I just died to let him want me to.
Good stuff, man.
Talk to you about this. So, obviously, you called out, didn't do too well recently. But I don't know what it is, but
Guys, क्या हमें Fortnite लगा लेनी चाहिए?
animals. And even in like the first two games,
I think so, लगा लेनी चाहिए.
maybe they're not doing like
क्या
the way
कहती
we
हो?
expected, but then immediately like, oh, sorry, you're questioning me, Victor Royale.
Break है 24 minutes की.
What leads into that? What makes you guys so good on land?
Let's play Fortnite, guys.
Because like on LAN, everyone's a tier 1 pro, right? Everyone's the best on their region
Bhai,
for a reason.
बहुत आला.
And nothing stupid can really happen. You know what everyone's gonna do.
1 second,
like,
guys.
nothing stupid can really happen. Like for example, in the grand finals.
When there's more pressure or less.
हम
pressure?
game लगा रहे हैं तब
There's
तक.
more pressure, we play better because like we don't get.
Crazy stuff, man. अच्छी गेम निकाल ली उन्होंने पीटर बॉर्डर पोलो ने, पर स्टिल 5 गेम्स पर ही आ गए दूसरे मैप में स्लब वाले में. तो लेट्स सी कैसी परफॉर्म करते हैं वो. ला 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 ला, ये थोड़ी सी सेटिंग्स करनी पड़ेंगी हमें ताकि हम दोबारा लगा सकेंगे. लेट्स गो. गुड स्टफ हो गया. अब हम लगाएंगे अपनी गेम. लेट्स सी हु इज प्लेइंग और हु इज नॉट. लॉन्च हो रही है फोर्टनाइट मेरी. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. मज़ा आ रहा है. आज डे 1 है.
You know, like online, like you can say like, oh yeah, I have 500,000 followers on like this platform, you know, but like seeing it IRL, how many people actually show up to support you is so much more different. It gives you like, it pushes you forward, you know. I don't know if you saw Spider-Man, like that one like animation of him like being pushed up like by all the ghosts. That's like, or like, you know.
Let's go. यार ये जस्ट होनी चाहिए यार, ये क्यों नहीं हो रही है, क्या चक्कर है? Yo. यो 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 कितना टाइम रहता है ये भी हमने देखना ज़रूरी है। थोड़ा टाइम ही रहता है। Crazy stuff. Yo.
Take a look at the eliminations. How much more first and second place have than Hari and Kemi, but they are still up there with them.
Yeah, Hari and Kemi were a team that are predicting to get out of the heat comfortably. And just because when you look at the way they've been playing in recent months, they've really been ramping in, going under the radar. You have to give big props to Kemi and Hari. It feels like for quite some time in EU, people were almost trying to write him off a bit, sort of talk about Kemi in a way that was like, yeah, Dimash and Dharma, the new best Polish
number
duo
पे
in
यार
the region.
बहुत
They're
आला
going to be the new
बहुत
face of
आला भाई
Polish Fortnite. Kami and Hari have said, no. We're still here, and they're showcasing that through excellent consistency today.
And we can't ignore the history of Kami either. He does have that LAN experience. He is the 2022 Invitational, although that was many years ago. Being able to have that LAN understanding, know what the meta is within inside the tournament is what can turn things around for you, and that's why they're doing so well.
I think it just comes down to them having a great coach, great consistency. They always have a excellent mid-game plan that they know exactly what they're going to do, and it's paying off so far.
It is paying off for them. It's not paying off for some of those teams currently in that second page that we need to see a lot more out of, because we have now hit the halfway mark here for Group A. It's now or never for some of these squads, because if you are, especially for these duos, if you're in the bottom three, those keys are going to be getting crushed. You're not going to get a chance to go to survival.
That being said, I mean, the halfway point is exactly the opportunity that a lot of these teams might need to actually turn around, because of course we are going to be switching maps now. So maybe just how the all spawn will be playing out just a little bit differently for all of our teams. Maybe that's enough. I mean, we do see the likes of like Alex and Reckless down there. I mean, Alex just consistently kind of makes it to these types of events, but also, you know, sometimes finding his way towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. But we really do need to see him in finals.
And I mean, Slurp Rush, a lot of these teams do prefer Slurp Rush over Elite Stronghold. I do think that that's going to be making a lot of changes. There's probably some strategies that these teams go into with the specific map in mind. So I would love to see if we're going to be seeing some different kind of strategies of aggression, or maybe even passivity that we didn't see in the earlier map.
Yeah, I don't want to make everything about the Falcons duo, but when you look at Pete and Boyo, I think it gets scarier for the lobby. I think they're a much better Slurp Rush team. I think when you look at how a lot of their mid games have gone, just the amount of shield available, the amount of loot available to them when they're playing Slurp Rush just means they're able to just recover games a lot better. And so, again, scary prospect for the rest of the lobby.
Especially with the way that they've been performing on those last 2 matches. One team that has definitely slowed down here, Kelly, has been Team Orchid. We saw them being able to get that win, but the duo has slowed down massively.
I don't think that's necessarily too much to speak on the other players. I think that that's based off of what everyone else is doing around them. I think that they have 5 more games to go going into this, and that there's not going to be too much of an issue for what they have in mind, but just everyone else seems to be kind of stepping up. We also saw specifically in that last game, almost every single one of our top teams go down early, and that's why we saw the leaderboard shift a little bit from 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely, Kelly. I actually want to kind of bring up that point since we are going to be talking about Team Orchid. They did drop down to 9th place, but here's the thing. I mean, they're actually only 7 points behind 5th place. So how close that qualification spot is, just simply between 5th and 9th place. I mean, the leaderboard is starting to kind of develop a theme here where I feel like a lot of the teams around 7th place in that qualifying spot, it's going to get a little crazy.
I agree. I think it's exactly what we expected out of the competition. This group had so much talent, and I think we've seen from some of the smaller region teams, they're not just here to participate. Like, they are here to try and take over, and there's quite a few. I'm looking at Leviathan again.
Yes. Yo, Elite Football. Welcome to the stream, bro. Thank you so much for joining. What's up?
He's bobbling in the water. I forgot what player it was, but they open up their edit thinking, yeah, this is
What's up, brother?
And he just hits like a left-hand peak bobbling in the water. So I'm like, oh my goodness, I've not seen people like play at this level from, you know, Brazil in quite some time. These guys, again, the talent is
Welcome
just
to the
so
stream,
clearly
bro. Welcome to the stream.
Romero just being a shark. That's what it came down to. Waiting for the right
Not the only one in the lobby.
Waiting for the right moment to strike, and boy, was he able to, especially for that squad. You were hyping them up earlier. They're still being able to perform really well here. But as we're going to be heading into the second half of Group A, right? Now is your turn, Vivid. Now is your turn to be a coach. It can either be really good, as we see it from from Levin, or it can end up backfiring. I might not have you do a speech just yet based on your reaction, okay? I'm going to give you a little bit of slack there, but I do want you to pick a team that is towards the bottom that you want to see them being able to step up in a big way.
Very easy for me to pick a team here. Don't even have to think about it. Epic, Whale, and Pump. We have constantly talked about how much experience means on a stage like this. Epic Whale, you are that guy. You have been playing forever. You consistently make it to these types of events. You have to go ahead and prove to everybody that is watching at home that not only do you deserve it, but also your counterparts from NA West. They are currently towards the top of the leaderboard. You gotta join them in the ranks, man. You are so good. I need you to prove it.
Brother, what were you talking about that you don't want to do motivational? All right.
It wasn't just his reaction that concerned you. All of us had the same reaction when you said that. I think we all doubted it, but I'm not going to doubt you anymore, Vivid. That was amazing.
Okay, now it's time for the team to end up performing. They've got a chance to, just back off a little bit, 30-minute breaks. And before we actually jump into match number 6, I know we got some awesome stuff here for you guys.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Epicwell, a veteran in the Fortnite scene, has been competing since the game's inception. He's watched some of the best players come and go, but remains atop the NA West region.
I've been a pro since I was 16, so I think if you started young, I think you can just maintain that skill at the least. But I don't think there's really an age where you just can't be good at Fortnite anymore. You know, they think you can't be like older than 17 and good at Fortnite, but like that's not true. That's not how it is at all. My experience be an advantage, my confidence going into it. I mean, a lot of kids, this might even be their first LAN. They're gonna be scared, you know. They have like so much to play for. This is their chance to prove themselves. But like since I've already done that, I mean, there's really no like nerves going into it. The key to my longevity is like you can't let one season go to waste, because once you start declining in this game and your rep goes downhill, it's really hard to push back up that hill. So every season you just got to take it super serious and lock in. I enjoy it still. It's super fun. Like I enjoy competing, and for me, like doing bad in a tournament is enough to motivate me to like lock in again if I am slacking, you know.
Fresh off his record 7th FNCS Major 2 victory, Epicwell heads into the 2026 Esports World Cup with the very duo partner he just won alongside, Punk. No stranger to glory, Epic knows the sacrifice required to succeed in competitive Fortnite. With the skill ceiling now higher than ever, there's no easy road to victory.
Yeah, I think during the first 2 qualifiers, it definitely would have been really nice to qual in those, but we weren't really as well prepared for reload. But during the last 2, I think we actually played a lot better. I mean, we should have qualled in the 3rd one, but we kind of got griefed. But we still got our qual in through the last one, so.
Nice.
I mean, I knew we were the best team, and I knew that we deserved the last spot, but at the end of the day, you never know who's gonna like come out on top in a tournament, especially with 1 LAN spot left. It's always tough, but I knew we were the best team and that we deserved it.
At 24, Epic is the oldest player competing in Paris, equipping him with invaluable experience versus the army of young hopefuls. Epicwell's persistence saw him secure his EWC spot in the final qualifier, a trait that defined his career. Now, he is ready to prove on land that age is just a number.
I mean, winning this EWC, it would mean a lot just to like prove that longevity, you know, on a global scale. To other teams, you know, good luck out there.
Guys, Monster Deface here, and we get the pleasure to actually check things out behind the scenes because it's media day going on right now. And actually, I might want to keep it down just a little bit because over here you have live commentary, footage, photography, everything happening right here. And also, as the players are starting to warm up, normally they just come in here early and, you know, we get to chat with someone. And it looks like we have my boy Leo here as well. Leo, what's up, bro?
I'm fine. What about you?
Dude, I'm doing good. How was your flight? How's the travel?
Everything perfect. This is my country, Paris. I'm hyped for this. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, the last time we saw each other was at the last event. Now you're at this event here. I mean, what are your expectations coming in?
I think I'm happy with what French doing right now. I'm trying to think about the top 5 maybe. I think they can do it.
Well, guys, listen, this is behind the scenes. Obviously, again, we are lucky enough. And Leo, thank you so much, man, for your time, bro. Well, have a good luck and enjoy the show. Yeah, we are in the time of the century here for the Fortnite fans. Obviously, again, you can even see here on the players wall. Take a look at this. People are getting to sign their names. Folks are having fun, drawing little fun pictures, and that's really all there is to it. And in case you also want to see the behind the scenes of a set, I got something covered for y'all. Take a look at this. Now, I don't know what goes into building this stuff, but trust me, it looks pretty incredible. You're gonna see tons of awesome shots of your favorite pros, players kind of hanging out, taking different types of videos here, and trust me, it's so freaking cool. All right, now we're getting to my least favorite place, the quiet zone. But I'm still gonna give you guys a quick look. Let's go ahead. All right, so here in the quiet zone, well, this is where that high-level B-roll and interview stuff starts to happen. Now, I'm not going to venture too far in, but do know we're going to take a peek at one of the Fortnite sets. So let's go ahead and check it out. All right, and here's the Fortnite set. This one looks pretty cool. Might even be familiar for some of y'all. Now check this out. Bunch of cameras set up here. Players usually sit down, get mic'd up, and then you kind of go through the fun interview process. Now, one thing that's really cool about the way we do the Fortnite content here is that we don't tell the players what they're coming in for. We kind of keep it a surprise. So hopefully what you're going to see later feels nice and natural, and you're even going to check out the one that I did with Vico and Malibuca. And I hope you guys enjoyed the behind the scenes. Unfortunately, Peterbot and Pollo look like they just got here, but time's up.
Oh man, MBF getting a chance to go all over the place, hang out with the players too. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. Hi, Glitter. Actually, I'm joined by Taco, Levin, and now Glitter. Glitter, is there anything going on with the Club Championship?
Yeah, I decided to come hang out with you guys as we got a little bit of time because it's not a big update, but it is something to pay attention to. Oh, is this for me? Oh, thank you.
All yours.
All right, well, it's something to pay attention to when it comes to our CC teams because over on the Crossfire side of things, AGAL have already guaranteed themselves top 8, which when it comes to CC, that's a guaranteed set amount of points, and that means things can really only go up from here. So when it comes to our stage, I'm gonna need tomorrow AGL to do some popping off here, 7.
I think they're gonna be able to. Levin, you think so too?
Sky and Scroll must be licking their lips. You know, they're like, oh, we were already coming in to just, you know, completely dominate the competition, but they're setting us up now to just slam dunk it home. Look, I'm sure they ain't even worried about that in reality, right? They're just here to play their game. They're one of the best in the world. They'll be all right.
Yeah, especially when we get towards the finals. You might think that they're not worried about it, but trust me, those orgs are gonna be like, hey, yo, we need those points. But Taco, since you join us, we're actually gonna have a special little segment here. It's called Build Your Perfect Fortnite Pro Player. Now, we're gonna have 8 options here, Glitter, for them.
Can I join this too?
Oh, you definitely can. All right, so it'll be the 3 of you. You can only select 4, though, out of the 8. All right, so I want you to really think about this, and I'll start with you first, Glitter.
Me first? Okay. If I'm just going off of gut reaction here, I'm going with comms, communication. I'm going with general mechanics, and I'm going with strong mentality. Okay?
Strong mentality. Actually, that's one that a lot of people tend to overlook. So, respect. I like those 4 picks. How about you, Taco?
I think for me, the big one I'm taking away is clutch. I think a huge element of Fortnite, especially in endgame moments, is watching players come up big in the clutch. Also got to be looking towards aim. I think that mechs are flashy, mechs are nice, but sometimes it's the aim that can really carry things through for a solid turn of events. After that, awareness is going to be my 3rd in line, and I think comms is always a really good shout.
Over clutch.
I didn't pick a 4.
Oh, I think so.
It's fine. I'm sticking with my 3.
Yo, welcome back, bro.
I don't want to be boring, but I think Taco took the ones that I think are the key, right? You want the great aim, you want the clutch, you need the awareness at the highest level of Fortnite. I'm gonna differentiate though a bit, and I'm gonna go strong mentality. You know, I like myself like a mentality monster. I need someone who just no matter what you put in front of them.
And listen, you have to be able to bounce back, right? Especially in
मैच भी बस थोड़ी सी ब्रेक रहती है आई गेस 10 या 15 मिनट की 5 दूसरा स्लब वाला मैप लगेगा ना 5 गेम इसमें लगनी है 5 उसमें लगनी है बल्कि 6 लगनी है 6 या 5
ओके जब स्टार्ट हो जब पर्सनल टाइम मैचेस
हां
you gotta go pee, then you have to just wait
done
for everybody else to finish out the game.
Okay.
मैं ग्रुप में भी मैच
This is why I'm not a pro player. What were you saying?
I would say, what about you? If we're gonna do it, you need to jump in here too. Give us your perfect Fortnite player.
Oh wait, Levin, you only pick 1, right? What were the other 3?
I picked the same as Taco. I'm going clutch, aim, awareness, but then strong mentality.
Oh, hold on. Samaj, bring it back real quick if we can. I want to see those again. Because aim, I definitely need the aim. Hear me out. My aim is so bad. It's not even funny. So I'm going to go with aim. Yeah. I'm going to go with clutch because of what Taco was saying too. I feel like those 2 so far are good. And let me think about the other 2 really quick. Strong mentality as well. And you gotta rock with builds.
I guess I just assumed a base level of aiming in every player. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, you know?
Builds, strong mentality.
At the highest level, like almost all the players
I
in
think
this
so.
lobby,
Strong
they have, like,
mentality
a
और
certain
communication में
standard
इतना
of
कोई
mechanics,
योग
right?
से
So
different
like
नहीं
a
है.
lot of the mechanical stuff is like, you
जितनी
know,
अच्छी communication होगी.
Get that from whoever. I think the elite aimers, the people who just reliably in the big moments. That's why I think aim paired with strong mentality, because you could be a sick aimer, then you get to the end game, you start wobbling a little bit, you think, game 10, I'm a bit nervous. Like, no, like, you have strong mentality, you have perfect aim, you're good.
But see, that's why I lean towards the comms direction, though, because you can have a strong mentality, but ultimately, if you're not able to convey anything towards your duo in these kinds of competitions, I think it just adds adds unnecessary complications. And even there's times where if you are eliminated, you can still have really solid comms. We even saw an instance in those 5 matches with Malibuca giving very solid comms to Vico, and he's coming up in the clutch to win out in a game.
You started a debate, Seven. This is your fault. This is now going to be a very long ongoing debate.
I'm all for it. For everybody watching, please build your perfect Fortnite pro player and share it on social media. Make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. And also let us know your predictions. Go into the EWC Play app and put in your pick'ems, because my pick'ems, boy, at the start, they were not that good, but then they started bouncing back. I'm not going to say which duo it was, but I think you're going to get an idea of which one I'm talking about. 11, Taco, Glitter Explosion, the 7WG. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this segment, but let's see what Barney's currently up to.
Okie dokie. Looty.
Yeah, tell me, Barney.
Dude, we've been here for like 7 weeks now.
Yeah, 7 weeks now. 7 semaines, ça fait beaucoup, hein?
I feel like I haven't interacted with the French audience nearly enough, so I need you to teach me some stuff.
Oh, okay. Il veut que je lui apprenne des trucs en français. Okay, we're gonna go slowly and easy, okay?
Nice.
So basically, you know one is like, faites du bruit.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, are you ready? We're gonna try together. So,
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Faites du bruit! That works, that works.
Yeah, it did.
Je peux voir que sur les côtés ça a pas crié. Je vous retiens, les gars, je vous retiens. Okay, the
Nice.
second one. Do you want another one?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Okay, okay. So this one is a little bit tougher, but you're gonna nail it. So it's gonna be something like, est-ce que vous êtes chaud?
Show, I know that word.
Yeah, like it's been, are you warm up? You know? Okay?
Okay, cool.
You ready? 3, 2, 1. Est-ce que vous êtes chaud? That's
working.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, give me another one. One more before we go.
Alors, une dernière idée. Okay, one more. Oh, yeah. So you're gonna say, j'ai plus de balles.
Okay, what does that mean?
Oh, it's you will see, okay? J'ai plus de balles.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
J'ai plus de balles! What did I just say?
Casters, back to you
What
for the
did I
exit.
just say, Lucy?
It's okay. Casters, back to you.
What was?
It's cool.
What was that?
It's cool, bro. It's cool.
All right, enough for that, Barney. We don't need you angering up the crowd here. It's your boys, Monster D-Face and Mini Miner. We get to call the action. We've been watching from the back, but finally, it's our time.
Oh, it's good. I'm feeling good. I'm ready for this. We've got a brand new map here for the last 5 games. We've got Slurp Rush, completely different way the map's being played. Of course, the guys right there were speaking about mentality. So many of our teams, their mentality is going to be tested right now, Monster. Longer break than usual, an opportunity to think back at those games, and then a completely fresh slate, a completely new map, new drop spot, new mechanics on how the map works as well. So many things to keep in mind here.
Yeah, one thing to think about is that extended time off, right? They got a good moment to kind of really sit down, analyze the situation, and then see where are they in the tournament? What do they now have to do as far as adjustments are concerned to prepare for the battle that's ahead?
Well, they need to do a lot, you know, they need to try and think about what's going well, what's going wrong, how can we adjust, and then of course everything that you just learned from those first 5 games, we now can almost throw all that out the window, bar a lot of those sort of mentality things, because things are going to be so different, particularly when you're thinking about a different map. You're also thinking about different drop spots, different contestations, different third parties around as well. So there's going to be lots of different situations that we find our duos in here, because maybe they're fighting a different team than they were used to in these first 5 games. So many different questions to be answered here. And what's really incredible to sort of witness here is that we've already had first 5 games, we've already had this sort of LAN environment. Now things are going to be completely different.
Yeah, there was nerves to begin with. Those are surely out the window at this point. They've had enough time to kind of get the jitters out the way. Now we get to get into the action here, switching up the map, getting right into what comes next here, Mini Miner. It's game number 6.
There's some big old spawn fights as well. The big one at Dirty, Doc, Shark and Teeny, Sphinx, Muzz. You see Izzy there as well in the distance. Plenty of teams that are surrounding this sort of area, and already Muzz is finding his first knock. Gino is here as well, and he takes down Muzz. That's the first elimination for them certified here as well. So many teams in and around this area here, Monster.
It's so interesting. It's like you can't even shake a Muzz not catching a break here. You're coming into this game in 6th place, and then you don't get that first elimination. That's a slow way to kind of start things off, but Chino and Pablo are fighting like they have something to win here, and I like what I'm watching. Let's see him do it. Chino gets a shot. Sphinx puts up a good defense, but not quite enough.
Slide kick there, really nice actually from Gino, one of the most aggressive players that we can see on EU, but getting pushed by another one. Shark got the high ground, looking for that shot, finds the knock, of course, as well as the full elimination. Big moments here for Shark and Teeny. We've seen them have a little bit of a wobble here. They've lost that top spot. Vico Malabuka slowly starting to come back into the competition. So Shark and Teeny really have a lot to answer for here.
If you really think about it, and this is a worst case scenario for them, dropping a game out of the first Elite Stronghold map, coming into this one, Dirty Dots triple contested, it kind of does put a question on whether or not Shark and Teeny can maintain the momentum. They sort of had an easy first half if you think about it. This next half might be pretty tough.
It's going to be interesting.
6वें नंबर पे पीटर बोट मैन चोर भाई अच्छा भाई बहुत ज़्यादा
can be really happy with how they sort of played that dirty docs. They were the team that were healthy, they're the team that are alive. A lot of the other duos in that sort of area were wounded, they were down to one individual, so definitely something to keep an eye out for, as well as we take a look at Peter Bot.
भाई इसने क्या पिस्टल मारी है पिछले मैच में मेरे को
looking like they were going to take this for themselves. Plenty of people nearby, and what a shot from Peter Bot.
What a
भाई जान इतनी दूर से oh hell ना bro भाई पीटर बोट करेगा कुछ I'm 100% sure bro
See what they're going to do.
भाई 6वें नंबर पे आ रहा है बुरी बात है मैं जो दिए 14वें नंबर पे आ रहे थे 14वें या 15वें नंबर पे बल्कि 18वें नंबर पे आ रहे थे.
All in all though, pacing seems to be going pretty well. Here's a team though, they have to really step it up now.
मुझे बंदा नहीं नजर आया उसने पटाखा चला दिया.
For this duo currently sitting right at the bottom end of the leaderboard, so this fresh map change might play into their favor. A fresh slate, clean new start for these final 5 games, because for some of the teams that are further down, the teams that are popping off right now, why can't they do that in this latter half of competition? That's what they'll be asking themselves. If they can do it, why can't we? And it's a lot of those sort of small region teams that do need to have a little bit of a comeback here. Pablo Wingu, we saw Chino fighting off spawn a lot.
भैया अब सारी किल्स पे बात आ गई है. एटलीस्ट हर टीम को एक मैच में 30-40 पॉइंट्स करेंगे तो फायदा है.
Trying to find one on the backside, not able to actually find one as Chino's providing pressure from other areas. Nice piece from Pablo, good shot.
बहुत आली शॉट है यार.
Find the first knock onto Nosif and Pablo's there as
well.
They
are
playing very, very well right now. The consistency really picking up here for Pablo and Chino. 3 eliminations now and on the hunt. We might, I was going to say, we might be seeing our first team fully eliminated, but no, things settle down now. Chino and Pablo just really turning things around right now. Take a look at Romero, though. Just look at them go right here, really safe in flight. Meanwhile, Cringe and Voco in a tough position. You have Izzy kind of insight here in the distance. He's debating whether or not
अच्छा पहले नंबर पे वो है वीको और मेलिको का, दूसरे पे शार्क टैनी, तीसरे पे रोकन कैमी, 5वें पे अच्छा हुआ फिनिक्स वाले, 6वें नंबर पे पीटर बोर्ड अपन 62 पॉइंट्स के साथ. बुगा भी 8वें नंबर पे है ब्रो, बुगा भी अच्छा खेल रहा है.
In order just to, even just with the mentality
वैसे ही
side of
SMG
things
बहुत
as
फाड़ी
well,
है.
you know, ensuring that you
बहुत
could
रिकॉल है इसका.
bounce back after a tricky start. So much expectation, of course, particularly for Epic Whale. Had so much experience, sort of speaking about that previously on the desk. You know, lots of expectation, but also that calmness about his demeanor, I guess you could say, when he plays on these sort of lands. He's been there, he's done that. He should be confident, he should be calm. So excited to see what those guys do as well.
Oh, Zone's on top of Z-Dog. And of course, Goofy here, they're just kind of vibing out right now.
ये M8 मेरे को Shadow ये भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. ये देखिए
the action right now.
वो देखो
Bray's the first to get caught off. Another team puts their opinion on the matter here, and now this is going to be a
भाई शार्क के सबसे ज़्यादा खेल रहा है मेरे हिसाब से इस वक्त ना, देखा जाए तो शार्क के बहुत अच्छे खेल रहा है. और अब शार्क हो गया.
Classic Teeny lurk right there, something that he's definitely used to doing over on EU, and now doing it here on the global stage. Booger and Braze were bruised, but not fully knocked, so I think it looks as though Shark and Teeny will sort of try and dip on out there. You can see there's another team sort of rotating on through as well, going to give Booger and his teammate Braze the opportunity to disengage. Oh no, though, Teeny down to Muzz.
This is very personal for Muzz and Spinks. You know, they took the battle from Dirty Dots. They weren't happy how that went down, and now turning on the gas pedal here. One thing I've noticed from Shark so far today, he is not afraid to fight with Teeny down. He will put up a strong defense. Now they just kind of have to hold this one down. You know, this is one of the worst times to fall. Zone 4, right? We're about to go into that point in the time where things are going to cut down. And look at this. Half of it's in the water here, so it really is going to get pretty bad for them.
So little space to work with. If there's anyone that you want as a solo clutch situation, it's Shark. He's almost like the extra overshield in the game. You have overshield here on Reload. Shark is like, overshield plus.
But yeah,
he's just that fighting demon. But not even eliminate players, but also hold them off inside of these fights as well. And that's what makes this team just so good, because it's so hard to take them down. Even when one of them is down, like we just saw there, they're so good at getting back together and keeping their momentum going. In terms of momentum, Vico Malabuka, they're a team that's on fire right now. They're surging up the leaderboard, expecting big things from them. And Peter Bottom Poyo, they're starting to come alive.
बाकी बंदों की जाकर स्क्रीन चेक कर रहा था
doing very well right now.
भाई उन्होंने पता नहीं कितने सेकंड की एक मैच डिले डाला होगा उन्होंने
the entire tournament so far.
10 to 15 का हां 10-15 सेकंड का इतना डिले होता ही होता है भाई पोलो की भी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस जा रही है
just continuing to put in work with that pistol.
पोलो की भी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस जा रही है वो नॉक मिल गया मीटर बोर्ड को.
You can actually heal a lot in the storm. There's a lot of those sort of slurp barrels. There's so much of it. So that's why I'm seeing so many of our teams right now inside that storm. Some teams really far back, almost up towards Steamy Stacks, some of our teams. So really happy to stay inside of that storm. I just saw Shark there go down. Yeah, Shark now out. So Teeny on his own for this duo early on. We spoke about how this team had a little bit of a wobble going into this second half. They need to bounce back here as well.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do when you're triple contested and now? Bugha and Braids also saw them dip back into the storm. They seem to be very much interested in getting into a piece of this action. Little do they know, there is a team rotating on the outskirts here. Can they actually find them?
Going to be the question here as Bugha and Braids just sort of scratch.
5वें नंबर पे आ गए 171 पॉइंट. ओ भाई बेहतरीन
outside of them, so they might not want anything to do with it. They want to get 175 too much inside of that storm, and that's what storm.
भाई करेंगे ये लौंडे कुछ करेंगे इस मैप में.
Storm, it's possible in this map, particularly when you're rotating through Slurpy Swamp. There's so much of those heals there, of course, as well. What is it, like 2 or 3 teams inside of the zone right here, Monster? Everyone's playing outside, and it's honestly the meta in this particular map. And for Peter Bot and Poyo, they've started strongly here. Peter Bot's been hitting shots. They seem like they're the sort of team that just gain that momentum. We've seen it before. We've seen them have slow starts. But when they get going, it's like a runaway train.
From in the zone to in the bubble, Peter Bot came into this game in 7th place. He's now sitting in 5th on overall placement points. So he is slowly working his way up. Meanwhile, finding their way out the pit that they were being thrown into here. Teeny and Shark get a little bit of material from that fight. Braids and Bugha might have stood around for a little too long. Can Teeny get the full finish? That would have been devastating for Braids there.
Yeah, another situation where Teeny's trying to alert, they're trying to find that knock, and they don't find it initially right there. So really difficult situation. That's how Shark went down. You can see right there. Braids was the one doing the lurk right there. Teeny, of course, doing a fantastic job as well. That's his role when Shark does go down, and they're just capable individually, which is what makes these guys so good.
It's a good story for them right now. They're just kind of fighting their way back. Well, it's going to be a very rough situation. Now they're possibly looking to set up the farm onto Rue here inside the zone. Already though, crash pads ready to get to work here. Burst rifle, of course, allowing him to have that pressure and accuracy, but either way, this is a pretty tough place to fight. Very close quarters engagement happening here. The zone will start to add up, but first they need to secure these elims and that get moving. Let's see it. Teeny finally starting to break loose here, gets a couple extra bandages, and you can just see the wear and tear on the loadout here. It's not looking too great for them, but hey, they're still in the running.
That's the thing, these guys can turn their game around on a dime. Any situation they find themselves in, you have to back them. And you can see, looks like they have overtaken first place spot with all those eliminations. Look at that though, second place right now, fighting another top dog in the lobby.
ये फाइट का जो चांस आती है ना देखने को पिछले मैच में सही पिटल बोल ने क्या कहते हैं Vico के पिस्टल मारी है हेडशॉट भाई ऊपर से टपक देनी करके बची है.
For now it's peaceful, it's calm, but things could boil over in an instant.
That's a fight that I think we all know is worth paying for. Vico and Malabuka just kind of back off, ease up here now. And you know, we naturally expected the zone to finally stay in on some land because the water has taken so much real estate. This is going to be the most congested game of the evening. And go figure, it's a little bit of chaos here from after that 30-minute bit of downtime here. But take a look at what Malabuka's next big play is. It's likely to find an elimination. They need a refresher. And just from
what I'm seeing in the loadout in general, it's telling us that Malabuka has already gone down this game, and it's a pretty scrappy one at the moment.
Yeah, it can be, but again, another team that are more than capable. Looking at the way the zone's pulling here as well, back up towards that north. So as I was saying, lots of those teams sort of honing in on that slurpy swamp area, going to make that
ये zone का tick लेके मारेंगे तो shockwave या maybe launchpad end game करेंगे launchpad
just starting to rotate their way in right now. Lots of fights are going to start going down in this area. Vico go, that's Vico's mother right there in the bottom left of the screen. He's always here supporting Vico, and what a performance from them so far, but it's going to start to get congested on that sort of west side of zone.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot to kind of put yourself in. You see a lot of teams trying to put themselves sort of towards that river in case they end up in a difficult spot where you need to kind of get some cheeky extra HP. For now, though, the clock is ticking. The new zone will reveal itself, and then it is game time because the Storm will officially not allow players to refresh their way back into this lobby here. Taking a look at the overall bigger picture, Root and Yoda fall, so that Storm fight really starts to weigh on them. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo really looking to put up the positioning here. The first early high ground, Epic Whale gets knocked. That is the worst spot to be in. Nosif loses duo as well. This is so rough.
This is really rough. The French fans right now, they're on the edge of their seats. Nosif has got the entire country on his back in this particular game, having to solo clutch right now, and this is what I was talking about. Lots of these teams that are rotating from Slurpy Swamp are going to gain all sorts of trouble, and look who's there, playing spoiler for them, playing guards in the front of the castle. It's Peterbot, it's Pollo, it's Peterbot with a mammoth. He doesn't miss. Can he hit another? Not quite in that situation, but they're dangerous. They're on fire. They're on form. And they have the momentum right now. They're looking to win this game here.
Done a really good job keeping that Mammoth pistol pressure down. Eliminated right there in the feed. You see Virgo in Shadow, unfortunately, falling to the hands of actually Peterbot finally gets in. Then Reckless and Alex under some severe pressure here as they try to make that rotate, but it just goes completely sour for them. Meanwhile, Virgo still is in the game, but Shadow no longer allows to be reloaded back in.
Yeah, a few solos in this game right now. Lots of clutches needed. Look at this though. Shark now down to a solo as well. Another situation where he has to solo clutch. Look at this. Yeah, it's not great at all. Teeny dropping him some mats right now. Plenty of builds for him to work with. This is the situation. This is the player that you want in a solo clutch situation. He pulls zone here as well and finds that extra body inside of the Storm. This could be enough. If these medkits on hold here, Monster, he might be able to just stay inside of the Storm and just play it out from there.
That might be his qualifying, defining moment of the evening. They're pulling the zone when the Storm is looking like it's working against you there. Everything all of a sudden now is in his favor. Meanwhile, just looking at how Peterbot is playing here, they are firing up, and this is why you can't count them out. My gosh.
It's just a highlight reel. He's making his own highlight reel. Every single time we go back to a replay, you know it's going to be an absolute banger. And that's what Peterbot does. Another huge couple of connections there with the Mammoth pistol. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to find those refreshes. So all of that early investment, they will have to look for another one as another team looks to try and play up in the sky as well. Peterbot and Pollo do have to keep their eyes on that as everyone down below has to try and traverse their way through all of this water. The team that's in the sky, it's Muzz and Sphinx. They're looking on down at the rest of the lobby, trying to skip a lot of these moving zones to hold on to a lot of their materials. But meanwhile on the low ground, Booga, not a bad performance so far, still need more, looking for an opportunity to make their way into the zone. Lots of pressure though from another angle. They can't get cracked here or else they'll be focused. But they're holding on for now, and Peterbot's in the air as well.
This is smart from them. We see them continue to set up this Flowberry Fizz with the mega launchpad plays here just to continue to buy their way towards those placement points. That's the learning that they took out of those first several games. For them, it's a story of being nearly knocked out all the way now to fighting for the qual spot. Booga and Braid just continue to surprise us though. Another end game in store for them. A top 15 though, no big placement points being earned yet. And Shark somehow is still fighting his way into this run here, into this end game.
This is what he does, but he's being cracked in the process right now. Health going down, looking towards that front side of zone and needing to take a moment to breathe, a moment to heal. Only down to the wood now as well for Shark. Meanwhile, Booga on the other side of things needs a bit of a refresh of his own with Braid looking for that right now. Goofy and Z-Dog looking to try and hold them as well, but they're safe and sound in another tarp right now, trying to find their way towards that front side. All they need is one big refresh here, Monster, just to get their game reignited, to reignite the lion within.
yeah, you know, getting reignited is one thing, but earning points a whole other one. They are doing just that as they stay alive a little bit longer. And, you know, what I thought was going to be the downfall of Malabuka and Vico, they have somehow managed to claw their way back into the tournament. Meanwhile, Shark really holding on. That Storm Sickness seems to have turned on, though, as he is taking a ton of damage. He's down to 1 HP. What can he do? Malabuka, Vico behind that wall, barely with any bats, and finally he gets hunted down. It was, of course, to the hands of Malabuka as they turn around, but look at this. We got Vico and Mali. They have a chance to really start building a strong lead. They drop down, eliminate Braids, but back onto Peterbot, who's got the high ground.
People on the high looking to try and find another couple of those big shots with the Mammoth, but looking a little bit low on the materials right now, so trying to find their way towards that front side as well. Vico, Malabuka hip to hip like we've seen them in the past. They're so good in these endgame situations, squeezing out all of those placements. Still a decent amount of builds to work with as well.
That was crazy. He drops in the med kit, the Flowberry Fist, to just make sure he's supporting himself there. Peterbot, meanwhile, loses Boyo, though. Boyo gets greedy, trying to get the refresher, and then you have teams that are nearly fully knocked out of the event, just holding on, trying to make a story come back for them there. Somehow Peterbot gets the pickup. What in the world? What kind of story is unfolding here?
But he can't chop out high. They've got second. Boyo's the one with the spray weapon, which they do. Peterbot is trying to chop out high. It's Malabuka retaining it. Vico's all the way down there, though. He's going to have to survive for now as a solo, but Malabuka providing that pressure fire. Pablo Wingo as well, all the way down on low ground. Malabuka getting contested for high. Peterbot on Poyo. They're not going down easy. Poyo takes down Vico. Peterbot finds the finish, and they retain their spot here on high.
Let's fucking go.
How they managed to win that one, but they are still in this tournament. You cannot count them out. They have to fight their way back for that high ground, and we might be seeing a Peterbot and Poyo win again.
भाई क्या बात है?
Nasty flick there, well played.
Last hour.
That's left standing.
1v2, 1v2.
There's not much you can do when you're going against Peterbot and Poyo.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, man.
Poyo secure another one, and finally now he cracks that cheeky
back to back, भाई. Back to back, दो game में. Let's go, man.
They were never gone. They were always within. They were always feeling it. And it just takes a little bit, a couple of games maybe to get themselves settled. So much pressure, Monster, on their shoulders. I mean, it's one of those situations where we can just see them coming alive in real time.
क्या बात है? भाई मैं मत blue pump.
You can just see and sense the emotion there on the other side. Poyo eases up, loosens up his shoulder. He's happy. The fans are feeling good. The emotions are starting to turn around here.
I mean, even though they've done it all right, when you have a start like that they did, really low down, what were they, like 19th after a couple of games?
Yeah.
It's got to put that pressure on you, no matter who you are, no matter what you've done, no matter where you've been. It's got to put that pressure on you. You can see a lot of that pressure just being released off of their shoulders right now. Not only have they won their back-to-back, they've also won across different maps. So potentially this is the sign of things to come here on Slurp Rush, because we did have questions. We were like, yeah, what a nice end to them there on Elite Stronghold. Are they going to be able to continue that momentum and maintain that mentality throughout here in Slurp Rush? We've got our answer so far.
And it's really nice to watch this happen all in person, of course. You know, it's not very often we get to really kind of dive deep into what would happen if you put the best of the best players in a situation like this. But that map change, I think, really was the boon that they were looking for. Even now, look, Peterbot posing for the cameras there. Yeah, it must feel nice.
Yeah, you can see it from there. Poyo, as you take a look at some of the highlights there from that end game. You can never really count them out here.
Yeah, you gotta just listen in on this, you know. When you start thinking about how this all plays out here, I mean, from their perspective, there's always chaos involved. You have to expect it, but it's a team that stays strong.
Left side low. It's one duo. Can you find him? Can you drop? Just fight. Head. Oh, right here. That's good. What is the? You're horrible, bro.
Well, Mini, what could we have expected? Nothing less, right? Just kind of riding their way through.
But you know what? That's what the best teams do. You could sort of maybe, you think you're going to listen into some crazy comms here. You know, they've just won the game. They're going to be hyped. They're going to be sort of loud. They're going to be in each other's ear. But a lot of the best teams here within Fortnite, they're the teams that are calm. They're the teams that understand sort of communication importance, sort of thinking about what's actually relevant in each moment and keeping their communication clear and calm so vital. And it's something we don't get to see too much
कैसे
in
गेम
Fortnite,
बदली
particularly when it's
सिर्फ
online,
दो
you don't get
मैचेस
to
से
hear from
वो
the
बैक
players
टू
like
बैक
we do
विंस
when
लिए
we're
हैं और
on
माशाल्लाह
land.
यार
So it's an element, it's a skill gap, it's something
W
that
Peter
these
Board.
guys have mastered. They're maintaining their calmness, but also
I wish
they're
यार कि
prioritizing
पाकिस्तानी
what
भी
they say
टीम हो
in each individual moment. That's what makes them so
जिसको
great.
बंदा ज़्यादा
Looking at the
सपोर्ट कर
bigger
पाए
picture, this is just the group stage A, right? We're only in day one. We haven't even got to what that final lobby is going to look like, but we're getting a small sample of how difficult it could be.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how things develop right here. But before we get to that, we'll be right back.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired.
Street
by
Fighter.
it. They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Hearts have been broken here at EWC, and also a lot of money has been made. And that's exactly what Falcons is currently looking to do. Just make it to the finals and lift that trophy and also get all that money. This is something you were actually scared of, Vivid. You were talking about the momentum that this player is going to have, and right now with that back-to-back win.
And that's why you can't count out Peter Bot and Polyo. You never can. It doesn't matter how far down the leaderboard they are at any point in the competition, because they can have what we like to phrase Peter Bot and Polyo-esque games. That being said, though, I do want to go ahead and mention it, right? Levin, we kind of talked about it. They only needed a couple of games to actually make something like this happen. They have absolutely flown up the leaderboard, and I don't think we're surprised.
It's Pierbo and Polyo. What are you going to say? I mean, they have dominated in Reload all year long. We said, I think at least, they're a better Slurp Rush team. I think we saw in that game exactly why Slurp Rush plays into their hands. A lot of the meta in Reload this has been about sort of playing the storm and trying to skip zones. I don't really think that's their bag. But in games like that one, they sit at Slurpy Swamp, they keep pulling zones, and they can just farm the rest of the lobby. They go into that end game just more stacked than anybody else in the best positions, and they just deliver.
I mean, you speak of that best position is early height, and every single time I see it, I doubt it. I go, there's no way they're going to be able to hold height all the way from zone 7, zone 8, and then they do it. They do it in such a good job, splitting, making sure that Polyo's watching the front, Peterbot watches the back to make sure that no one's able to steal from them, and they just are able to control high ground for that entire time. Look at Polyo, even getting chopped, he is still making sure that he is spraying on players. Honestly, Seven, when you said that we were scared of the momentum of Peterbot and Polyo, I was actually more scared at the start, like something was wrong in the universe, and now things feel like they're falling into place.
The scariest bit, even beyond that, on top of everything we've already said to pick these guys up, they both entered that mode, they both enter where they're not missing shots. Like, they are hitting all the
by
important
255 points. Crazy, bro. No way कि अगर पहले नंबर पे आ गए हो leaderboard के. No fucking way, bro.
Catfish. That's exactly what they were doing in those first games. They were playing a bait and switch for us. They were like, let's see what they got to say. Let's see what they're going to be coming back with. But one team that you've actually been keeping an eye on that has been bouncing back is Muzz and Finks, because my goodness, this squad has bounced back, especially in the last 2 games.
And it's really interesting to see because they're not playing together in the FNCS, so there was a little bit of question marks on how would their synergy be in the competition. But man, they're finally showing up, had a good start, and then a few little rough middle games, but finally picking things up. I mean, I'm a Most fangirl. I'm just going to be biased no matter what. And I mean, for all of NA and OCE and NA East, all the regions that he's represented, he's like the champion for all of us.
Listen, for anybody that frequents the FNCS over on NAC, you guys know anytime that Muzz is on the screen, Zeke himself has an absolute freak out. Let's call it the Zeke freak. Kelly has,
guys,
you know, kind of
shared 1 second,
brought
man.
that here to the stage for us here today, talking about anytime she sees Muzz up there on the big screen, she's getting very, very excited. But yeah, Kelly, I love the fact you kind of bring up where they're currently at on the leaderboard. Currently sitting in 4th place. I mean, again, we like to have that conversation, Levin, about sometimes some of these teams, they just sneak up into the top of the leaderboard, and it's super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, early in the day, we're here talking about we're the NA team. We got to switch to the second page of the leaderboard to spot out any NA.
Yeah.
And they have quickly risen up. You know, all it takes is 6-7 games, and you start to see all these guys up there.
All right, listen, for me though, I gotta look to Bugha and Braids right now.
Second number
This is a duo that everyone was so excited for. They got the last spot out of NAC. It was so hype when he won.
Crazy stuff,
Hype coming out of
83
Bugha.
kills,
And to
yeah.
see them, they actually were doing better in the previous game.
Yes.
So they dropped down just a little bit, but even then, to see them in the top 10, just so close, Vivid, to make it into that 7th spot. That's what I love to see for Bugha and Braids.
This is where the competition starts to get a little bit scary, though, because I remember talking to Seven about how we just had a 7-point difference between positions 5 and 9 on the leaderboard. Take a look at how big of a gap we now have established. I mean, heck, we can just simply talk about the gap between 9th and 7th place. Remember, 7, all of these teams need to get into the top 7, but if that gap continues to grow, your chances of even clutching up in some of these big games starts to fade away.
And what's scary too is not just Peterborough and Pollo, it's all those teams towards the top, as Aurora, as big as well. They're just being so consistent. They're going to be continuing to take points away from those squads that are wanting to push up to the top 7. And not just that, when we end up flipping the page and we end up seeing those teams towards the bottom, the points are just not going to be available for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's not good. Look, the one thing I will say, unfortunately, the second page is starting to fill up with a lot of the smaller region teams, but Lewa and Romero still going solid in that top 7 for the Brazilian region. Look, I was looking at a lot of data before the competition, sort of like grouping teams together based off of some of the numbers from, you know, the different reload finals. All of the numbers were just pointing to these guys being respected as an elite level team, where I think naturally a lot of people watching might not have predicted them, so they are delivering to that level. Hopefully some of the players on this page can at least show us something in these next couple games.
Well, yeah, there's 2 conversations that we need to be having. We're looking for the top 7, but we also need to be looking for the top 17. Those, and it's pretty close in the bottom 5 right now. Any one of those can easily just have a top 5 game, top 10 game, and jump themselves up from that spot.
I was looking at Shark and Tini actually from Aurora, because they started off insanely hot, right? To the point that some of us were saying, okay, just wrap it up. I think they're going to be taking it. But they have decided to slow down a little bit here, Vivid. And it's not something that we're going to be panicking about because of what we saw out of them in those first 3 matches, that are maybe just taking some games off.
Yeah, I mean, they actually could have went further down the leaderboard. I mean, they did drop down to 3rd right now, so they're still doing fine. But it was actually just simply on the back foot of a Shark clutch. Like, Tini went down. It looked like they weren't going to be able to get any surmountable amount of points out of that game at all. But Shark doing Shark things, went ahead and solo clutched their way up there to make sure that they do withstand a spot towards the top of the leaderboard. But if we're talking about the top of the leaderboard, guys, how have we completely avoided the team that we should be talking about? Vico and Malabuka sitting in 1st place right now.
I'll be honest, I'm in shock. I think these guys, what they have shown us this year is when they get on stages like this, when they can feel the crowd, when they can be with each other and have that chemistry in person and get to experience the journey of a tournament like this, they just activate to a new level. Let's be real, in the FNCS Major 2, it was stinking a little bit from them men, right? You would have never expected this type of performance if you were basing it just off of what they've been doing since the summit. Different story today.
When you speak on that energy, I think back to when we were running rehearsals for the player walkouts, and we could see that there was a lot of players that just weren't really that interested in having these kind of conversations. But then as soon as it's Vico and Malabuka, they don't care. They're so excited, they're energetic. A lot of people, you can tell that they're stressed when they're here. They're only thinking about the game. But Vico and Malabuka, to me, this just kind of seems like a Wednesday for them.
Talking about that stress actually from some players, and we got a chance to see them shine early on, and I'm gonna be talking about Phoenix and Retro. It is their first land, right? After that win, they just keep dropping off on that leaderboard. Is that pressure starting to get to them, Vivid?
I mean, it must be, right? Because we do like to go ahead and talk about experience. I mean, yeah, the experience needs to be here for these types of environments. Usually just to strictly perform in any regard. So getting the win was good for them, but the consistency, right? Maybe the pressure is starting to build a little bit after getting the win. It was like, wait a minute, we can actually do this. Then they start to feel the nerves, they start to feel the pressure from that. Then maybe they look at the leaderboard like, whoa, how did we get down to 11th?
Listen, when Phoenixes burn the brightest, that is when they pass away. And from their ashes, they rise up to the top. I think if there is any moment we can see a player make a comeback, how could it not be a player named Phoenix?
You might as well just keep spitting, man. That was some bars right there. Oh my goodness. No, I'm gassed for them, but you have to, again, rise from the ashes. That rise has to start to begin. And it's not going to be easy because I think you look around the rest of the competition and it is truly fierce. We're seeing big pop-off games from a bunch of different people, but finding that consistency, it's not a straightforward formula.
And for some of the squads, I mean, we're going to be heading into Game 7 here of Group A, Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC.
Let's go guys. अगला मैच शुरू होने लगा.
They need to step up. They need to make sure they rise up from the ashes. Let's see who's going to be rising up in this next game.
Here we go, match number 7. Number 6, first match on Slurp Rush, did not disappoint whatsoever here, Monster. Two main storylines here. Storyline about qualification, about glory, getting inside of that top 7, but also about survival now as we get towards the latter stage of competition.
Yeah, one thing you don't want to do is, one, get yourself sent to Friday, but worse yet, end up in the bottom 3 and get completely crushed out of the tournament. One thing I'm noticing when I'm looking
Let's
at
go
the
guys,
standings
game
here
7.
is that it's really a lot closer than
Yeah,
you
there we
think.
go.
60 points is the win, 210 is the cutoff. You drop the ball one time, someone will literally take second place from you.
Yeah, absolutely. And all it can take is one game just to reignite that momentum for some of these teams down further below. Epic Whale pumps at 20th place right now. It's really now is the time because you don't want to leave it too much later. You don't want to let it drag out. You need to do it now.
Yep, here we go though. Chino and Pablo Mingyu had what a strong start in game 6, but 7 not going quite their way. Muzz opting to leave the dirty docks. In fact, other teams didn't even go there. This is what happens. Teams will take that initial hot drop and go straight for the fight.
The most important thing is staying alive, right? If you can just have these fights, try and claim this drop spot, even if one of your teammates or your teammate goes down, you can still stay alive, you can still regroup later on. Shark taking a lot of damage here from Romero up on top. Looks as though he has an angle on him, which he does fine. Nice crack of the shield here from a Shark. Muzz finding one onto Malabuka as well. So many of our top teams right now battling it out here at Stilt Town. Shark though down. Liwa takes him out right there. There's an opportunity for them to try and build some momentum as well. Romero looking for some angles as well. It's all up to Teeny and Romero now as Solus.
Yeah, Moreau's going to be really careful. Muzz is on the hunt, and his teammate was down for quite some time, but Muzz now has a little bit of that counter pressure from Retro.
Back-to-back kills, bhai.
Muzz is going to be the one that definitely comes out ahead. He secures 3 quick Iliums, starts dancing. He's like, hey, Retro, send me to my teammate. I'm going home, brother.
He's fine. He's fine with that. Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Getting those points, getting an early start, hit the emotes. What we like to see here, isn't it? We've got the RPG in hand as well for Retro. Looking to rise from the ashes, to quote Kelly right here. This is an important game for them. Sitting just outside, I think, of that sort of top 7, 11th place overall right now. So, yes, they probably could do it in the 2 games. Maybe they could do it in 1 game, but you have to make it count now as we get to see how those fights were going down here. Osborne Muzz, one of the finest fighters in the lobby, doing just that against Malabuka. Z-Dog though, one of our Australian teams, whipping the shot, and Moda can find the first or his second elimination of the game so far. This is a big moment for these guys as well.
Yeah, it surely is. You know, they finally get a little chance to start earning some points here, give them that confidence to get back in the game. But Pump versus Goofy, finally Pump putting some points on the board there. You know, we really have seen a very underwhelming performance from Pump and Epic Whale. This is a tough spot to be in, and it just makes you think, is the pressure
Epic Whale,
on Pump's shoulders? You saw the interview and the content with Epic Whale there.
भाई let's go. 40 पॉइंट की लीग है लोगों फर्स्ट वाला भी कर लेंगे पर वो बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं भाई बिल्कुल मैंने
has so much experience, is so calm and speaks about your team as, yeah, we're a calm team, we're going to be fine, we're going to perform. And then you might be thinking, actually, I'm a little bit nervous. I am a little bit feeling the pressure a little bit. So maybe that could be the case for them right now. Sneaky beaky, though, for Chino and Pablo, looking to find an opportunity as we get to see that in the bottom left of your screens. We get to see, of course, how Pump took down Goofy. Pretty standard stuff for him. And Chino, bottom left, looking to find that moment. Phoenix, completely unawares, you have to imagine. And now he is. Pablo looking for a big shot, not quite able to crack his shield, gets inside of the box, hits a big shot, but Phoenix there does go down. Of course, it's only Phoenix in this area, and Pablo and Chino, very, very solid loadout there. Exotics in hand, Vico Malabuka just next door, and Pablo Chino are a team that we expect big things from them. They do deliver on the big stage, but I feel like we can expect more. They're that good.
I think the competition is just that close, to be honest. You know, they're really in that mix. They're in the competition race here at the moment, but Vico's going to take some punishing damage. Malabuka just on the run here. These are your point leaders at the moment. That's the worst case scenario for both of your individual players to be in different important fights right now. This is how you get sent back to the lobby here. And Virgo pops in. Oh, they take down Malabuka and Vico simultaneously. And they're
Top team bro, what was that?
The door is open. For teams like Poyo Piece of
Bro, Falcon के पास बहुत chance है
rising up to the occasion right
number
now.
1 आने पे leaderboard
That
के.
have been looking so consistent, quite
They get
reminiscent
easily, they get
the way they've been playing so far
easily
today.
chance to get
That's
on
how
top
quickly
1.
the story can
Bro,
change. Now,
that was
any
crazy.
team inside the top
Crazy
7
stuff, man.
realistically has a chance to snipe the first base seat and really give us a show here for the first group.
Door is wide open. Going over to the rest of the map. So many teams still inside of that storm, of course, as well. One team that isn't, Pablo and Chino. We've seen these guys trying to sneak around, getting a little bit of that damage. As I mentioned, they've got that exotic as well. Really good for close range shots. The Outlaw there, so it's going to be interesting to see how Pablo can do that. Both of these guys, really good solo clutches, and I think we saw that in the last game. Shark doing a really good job at that, just to keep them afloat at the top end of the leaderboard, even though Teeny did go down early. When you have players like Shark, when you have players like Teeny, Pablo, Chino, these individual talents on your team,
still in the game,
really
guys.
carry you through the tournament, because even if one of you goes down, the hope is not gone.
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference, you know, especially when you're really not safe at all just yet. Peterbot's really the story of you see a team that can be at the bottom in just a couple of games. Everything turns around. Meanwhile, speaking of the Witch, taken out pretty quickly there by Peterbot and Boyo now. Just cleaning up house here at the Slurpee Swamp. Jumping to the other side, we have OCE's Reckless and Alex here. A little bit of pressure on Braids and Booga. Fights breaking out now for Shadow and Virgo. Chino and Pablo Wingu end up fully eliminating that team, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a nice position here as well for Pablo and Chino. They can sort of scrap loot a lot of this area. See PhZ and Edson inside of the area too, so they've got to be careful that they don't clash heads before they make their way into the zone right now. And big expectations here as well, of course. Brazilian team. We've seen good
What scenes? By scenes ये है कि Malibuga और Big Big को माशाल्लाह से मर गए हैं. पहली टीम वही मरी है, तो अब पीटरबोर्ड और पोलो के लिए बड़ा चांस है ऊपर आने का. देख रहा उनके 290 पॉइंट्स हैं और इनके ऑलमोस्ट 260 होने वाले हैं, पर वो अभी तक जिंदा है, तो आई होप सो इस मैच के बाद नंबर 1 पे आ जाएंगे, क्योंकि वो बाहर हो गए हैं Malibuga और Vico.
But also smart at the same time.
भाई क्या कमबैक किया है यार पीटरबोर्ड ने, मतलब ब्रो ब्रो आई थिंक सो इस गेम ये गेम अच्छी चलेगी, नंबर 1 आ जाएंगे. पर ये जो शार्क टैनी है इनको इनका कुछ करना पड़ेगा.
Shark and Teeny, 252 points right now, playing the outer zone. They're looking to kind of patch up their mistakes from the previous round, but they do have to be careful. You have Alex there, like I said.
Fortnite will be started after 3rd game, bro. जामन बात है और इस मैच के तो मजे ही बड़े आ रहे हैं, इस बड़े मैच के ना, क्रेजी गेम में मैच जो चल रही है भाई, क्या क्लच देखने को मिल रहे हैं.
That's the thing about this map as well, though. If you do go down, you can go back into the storm. You can heal your way up. You can scrap loot a lot of that as well. As Tomat goes down inside of that storm, so going to be an interesting opportunity right now for Mofu to try and find a clutch. Of course, Retro and Phoenix, they're quite happy to find that elimination. Couple points right there as we get to see the overall rankings, how things are shaping up. Remember, Vico, Malabuka are top dogs right now, down and out, completely eliminated from this game. So all those teams down below, like you mentioned, Monster, they're definitely within reach.
Listen, my question for you is, what are these zones?
Yeah.
These are tough zones right now, as they are going to continue to steal away that real estate. So we're going to have another congested tournament here at the end of the Steamy Stacks with those silos that can be in play.
Oh, they always make things interesting. It's almost a throwback to Chapter 1 Fortnite. Everyone's flying up in the sky. Nobody quite knows what's happening. I'm sure we have that in store for us for the remainder of this match. It really does come down to a lot of those different sort of mechanics that you don't necessarily see too often in Fortnite. How can you manage those situations where you don't usually find yourself in? Where do you land? Which teams do you fight? It's all going to come into play very shortly for Booga and Braids. Just sat outside of that top 7 right now. Expectations, as always, so high on Booga's shoulder.
Notice a different playstyle from them as well. While other teams are looking to get extremely active,
भाई crazy games चल रही हैं.
hanging out in Zone 5, actually slowing things down, recognizing how close they are to the qualification spot, right? Kind of staying in the conversation. They recognize that, hey, for us, we don't got to do anything fancy. Let's get to endgame.
Well, especially since Vico Malabuka are out, you know, that opens up a door for them. That opens up an opportunity. They're quite happy with their loot right now. They're quite happy with their positioning. So there's no reason to take that risk, and they are a good enough team to find those refreshes mid-game. Here we go though, Pablo and Chino, another knock for them, gets the full elimination as well, all the way down towards Logjam, of course, as well. They find themselves there still, so looking to make their way towards that north side. Zone pulls back towards the southwest, so we will have one of those stacks inside of the zone, potentially an opportunity for teams to rotate. Really like this positioning though from Shark and Teeny. Probably not as active as we've seen them in previous games at this particular time of the game. They're quite understanding, I suppose, of the fact that Vico Malabuka are down, the fact that they're now 3rd on the leaderboard. They need another one of those big games.
भाई तेरे बोर्ड द लास्ट पीटर गेम भाई जीते हैं पीटर बोर्ड तो जीते हैं बैक टू बैक 2 विंस
No one is safe. Muzz and Sphinx also just having a
2 गेमें लगातार जीते हैं.
Starting to develop for them. 3 eliminations this game, all off the back of Muzz. Now they have the momentum coming.
भाई जोन बड़ा खतरनाक भी है और अच्छा भी है. उड़ने वाला. बैक टू बैक भाई 2 गेमें जीते हैं.
Look at that. Yeah, look at that east side of the zone though, of course, as well. You get to see it in the minimap. We go to a PO.
भाई ये बहुत अच्छा चांस मिला है इनको. पीटर बोर्ड लोगों को. Let's go man, let's fucking go. भाई ये वो भी अच्छा खेल रहा है मज़ भाई खतरनाक उसके अच्छे खेल रहा है इस मैच में. उसने काफ़ी बंदे मारे. उसने 2 दफ़ा मेलिबुगा को मारा है, शार्क को भी मारा उसने.
Because if it does pull towards that west side, it's going to be really difficult for so many of those teams. And even if it pulls towards the east, those 1 or 2 teams that are on the west, it's going to be so difficult for them. It's not going to be easy at all.
Saw the little handoff there of the shockwaves, only 2 for Izzy and Nokin. So we'll just have to keep eyes on how
8 पॉइंट का फर्क है ओरा में और पीटर बोर्ड लोगों में. ये 8 लीग की कोई लीड तोड़ देना फिर बड़ा इजी हो जाएगा सीन.
Continue to update with our teams that are in the race right now are still looking good, but this is where the real story starts to begin. The zone's going to close and all chaos is
so underrated player में जन्म बात है. नहीं फैन फोल्डिंग बहुत है भाई मज़ की भी.
Not pulling over water, there needs to be a certain percentage of it in, so I'd imagine it will pull back to the east, and I think a lot of these players will think the same too. And yeah, it's a sort of northeast zone, so straight on one of those stacks though. It's going to be absolute chaos here at the end of this game, and it almost makes it quite difficult for a lot of these teams towards the south of this zone, particularly the teams towards the southeast. Pump and Epic
बुगा बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है यार. मतलब चेक कर 200 पॉइंट्स हैं यार. मतलब गुड शिट यार बुगा भी.
That's the situation some of these guys find themselves.
Yeah, this one's
not hype like Peter and Clicks. हाँ ये बात तो है. Clicks की बहुत ज़्यादा hype है. क्योंकि वो Clicks ना as a Fortnite को छोड़ के भी उसको आप ना content creator कह सकते हो. Peter Bot Polo वो चीज़ नहीं है. ये Fortnite ही है खाली समझना. Clicks तो मतलब बाकी चीज़ों पे भी रिव्यू वगैरह दे देता है ना. यूनिवर्सिटी पे भी जैसे उसकी थी कैसेंट की स्ट्रीमर यूनिवर्सिटी उस पे भी अपना रिएक्शन दे देता है. पीटर बोर्ड का वो सीन नहीं है, बस वो फोर्टनाइट तक है और अच्छी बात है. मतलब इवन के आई थिंक सो मोस्ट फेमस इस वक्त क्लिक्स ही है ओपन जो किया हो.
Find a knock right here onto Retro. They needed a big comeback, so that's going to taint their chances potentially here as Retro does get fully eliminated. There, Phoenix down as well. So Pablo
hello.
Final blow to that team, and they've been on a roll here.
Yeah, 5 eliminations now. Things adding up.
Wait, मैं बात सुन मेरी.
हाँ.
And then you saw that exotic shotgun as well.
भाई क्या सीन चल रहा है? इतने मजे की चल रही है.
क्या मजे की चल रही है?
गेम
कौन सी?
ये
स्ट्रीम की बात कर रहा
यार. हाँ स्ट्रीम की बात कर रहा हूँ.
एक मिनट तू हो रहा तो नहीं बोल रहा.
They're going to be one of the first to go and cut through. And look at that. No interest in actually going for high ground. They don't want to be a part of that mess here. They see that the new storm is actually pushing far west. They are getting put to the test.
Lovely little dead side rotate.
ये वैसे देखा जाए ना इस डे 1 में ज़्यादा परफॉर्मेंस उसकी है, पीटर बोर्ड की है। पोलो ने भी मारे हैं, पोलो ने उसको मारा था मेलीबुगा को पिछले मैच में। भाई उसके पास हाइट अच्छी है, मशरी और उसके पास ये अरबी जो है अरबी पैसे मिडल ईस्ट में कितना उछलते हैं, इधर पैंच उन्होंने मुंड बंद की हुई है यूरोप ने।
Looking pretty healthy, looking like they're in a good situation to take this sort of front side mid-ground layer.
Nice
material, haven't really come alive yet. We haven't seen the best of them, but it's brewing. There's something there.
Yeah, this is looking really good though. Now with the little layer change, meanwhile Sharkantini, the only team playing the ultimate low ground at this point. As the others come down, it's out of desperation, and that's going to be a great delivery here. Two from Edison, two Shark. Very nice pickup. That's some free mats. Meanwhile, Peter Bot and Oyo fighting for the layer here.
भाई क्या ओ बैंक ओ हेल ना ब्रो, ये क्या देख रहे हैं मेरी आंखों ने, बैंक चोट क्या भाई, फ्री फायर मारा उसको।
किसने को आ रहा है?
तू भाई स्ट्रीम नहीं देख रहा?
अभी मैं वापस आया, मैं गया था काम से, तभी तो डेफ था। पीट बॉय अभी तक जिंदा है भाई, लेट्स गो
भाई, बैक टू बैक पीटर बॉट नॉट कमिंग स्लो ब्रो।
अब बुगा वेट भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं।
हाँ बुगा बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है ब्रो।
ये क्या कहते हैं, ये जो रोमेरो वगैरह हैं ये भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, ब्राजीलियन है सारे।
हाँ मुझे पता है।
और ये मिडिल ईस्ट ऑन हाइट है।
हाँ मैं वो मशेरी और साथ।
यस
तू मेरी स्ट्रीम देख रहा है?
लेवा हाँ मैं तेरी से देख रहा हूँ, और किसकी देख रहा हूँ? मैं ही मैसेज कर रहा हूँ तेरी स्ट्रीम में, और तो कोई कर नहीं रहा।
बाकी वहाँ में टैटू हुई है। ओ गया, ओह ओह भाई क्या क्लच है।
कौन गया?
भाई मशेरी को ले गए।
पीटर बॉट ऑन हाइट, पीटर ओ माय गॉड, ओ दोनों गए
भाई, ले गए गेम ये भी। बैक टू बैक क्रेजी स्टफ मैन, खाली थोड़े पॉइंट्स और चाहिए।
बैक टू बैक अबे गेम विन ले जाएंगे तो पॉइंट्स का फिक्र ही नहीं है। वीको मैली के साथ बहुत बुरा हुआ है बेचारों के साथ।
दो जन बात है, ओस्पोन मरे हैं।
वो मेरी सेकंड टीम है जो सेकंड टीम जीते, वीको मैलेबू का। अनवर शार्क टीम ही विन, क्योंकि शार्क की ईगो आपको पता है बहुत ज्यादा है। ब्रो थिंक्स इज पीटर बॉट। ये पीटर बॉट और पोयो बहुत ज्यादा हाइट में है। एजीए नो के ये भी अच्छी टीम है।
बुगा ने भी नो किया है फ्लैश को। अच्छा बुगा भी नो।
ओ हारी कैमी गया, हारी कैमी गए।
मज अभी तक जिंदा है।
नॉक किया लेकिन कैमी हारी ने बुगा को किया। यार मज अभी तक जिंदा है और वो भी स्पेन की।
भाई लास्ट तीन टीमें अच्छी हैं। नहीं तीन टीमें नहीं, काफी टीमें जिंदा है अभी भाई। लास्ट तीन टीमें बची हैं। शार्क
भाई बुगा, शार्क टीनी, पीटर बॉट और गया। अभी भी बंदे रहते हैं, व्हाट द हेल। अबे तो शार्क क्या कर रहा है?
10 टीमें रहती हैं भाई। शार्क बहुत किल खा रहा है हाई ग्राउंड। वो देख नीचे कौन गया, पीटर बोर्ड गया नीचे। ओ हेल ना ब्रो, पीटर बोर्ड को नीचे नहीं जाना चाहिए था।
पीटर गया।
नहीं उसको पता था।
पोयो है हाइट पे इजी से।
बहुत अला पोलो क्लच कर देना कसम से।
क्या पोलो ने शार्क को मारा था बताएं, क्योंकि मेरे पास वो डिले है बहुत।
नहीं पोलो क्या लगने लगा जिंदा अभी तक तो। पोलो को बहुत गंदा स्पैम मारे हैं ये टैनी और वो। हाँ पोलो मर गया।
पीटर बॉट शार्क को ग्रीफ करेगा, आई कैन बेट।
करना चाहिए मैच। मैं नहीं चाहता शार्क जीते।
मैं खुद नहीं चाहता। कितने पॉइंट्स हुए? कितने ज्यादा पॉइंट्स कैसे हैं?
ये आ गए टॉप 1। टॉप 2 आई थिंक सो वो होंगे।
ये टॉप 2 ही हैं, टॉप 2 पीटर बॉट के इतने पॉइंट्स नहीं थे, सो आई डोंट नो वो टॉप 3 होगा अभी आई गेस। देखता हूं मैं रिफ्रेश पीटर बॉट करके। मैंने रिफ्रेश किया लीडर बोर्ड देखते हैं। चीनो पाब्लो कॉल पे अभी, शार्टिनी फर्स्ट, पीटर वॉट सेकंड। अबे कोई इतना फर्क नहीं है पीटर वॉट और शार्क में। 36 उसके हैं, 12 इसके हैं, 312 पीटर वॉट के, 36 उसके हैं। मेलाबुका विको के 290 है, चीनो पाब्लो 287, मर्स पिंक्स 285, लेवा रमेरो 273, हारी कैमी 257 और बोगन ब्रेड्स।
ये मुझे नहीं लगा।
क्या कह रहे हैं?
नहीं, मैं भाई से बात कर रहा था। शील्ड होगी कमरे में होगी ममा के। भाई अच्छी गेम ले गए हैं यार बेंचो। यार पीटर बॉल को नीचे नहीं जाना चाहिए था, गलत किया उसने।
वो मेहमद की शॉट लेने गया था
भाई, फिर भी स्टिल गुड सीन है यार।
थर्ड आए हैं यार, ये लोग थर्ड आए हैं पीटर बॉल सीएम में भी। यार एलेक्स और एक्वेस्ट बहुत गंदा खेल रहे हैं और एपिक वेल और
हाँ एपिक वेल तो बहुत ही गंदा खेल रहा है।
होगा बहुत अच्छा खेला।
वो एजी का स्काई कल मैं फिर उसको करूंगा, या उसको क्या कहते हैं यार, ट्विस्टेड माइंड के जो कोल्ड है, या तो फिर वो एजी वाले जो, हाँ या तो एजी वालों को। एजी में वो है ना स्काई स्क्रॉल, स्काई स्क्रॉल भाई बेस्ट है वो भी।
भाई मुझे लगता है कल कोड रैपिड है, स्काई स्क्रॉल ओटली का पता है?
हाँ ओटली का मुझे पता है।
ओटली भी स्पूक्स है।
ओटली आई डोंट, मुझे नहीं लगता ओटली अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस देगा।
एक ऑन बोर्ड्स भी है, एक ऑन बोर्ड्स भी है।
Most definitely. Well, with that, we're just gonna have to ease down here.
अच्छी टीम है कल, एक ऑन बोर्ड्स भी हैं।
हाँ कल भी अच्छी टीम है
भाई, लेकिन अगर पीटी बॉट इस ट्रबल में डोमिनेट कर रहा है ना, तो फाइनल में क्या करेगा?
भाई मैं चाहता हूँ जीतना चाहिए। पिछले साल तो पीटर बॉट ही जीता था EWC।
नहीं EWC पिछले साल फोर्टनाइट का नहीं हुआ था, वो ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप थी। बल्कि पिछले साल हाँ 24 में जीता था ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप। वो EWC था, वो एक्सेट जीती थी। याद कर, एक्सेट के बीच में था और ट्विस्टर फैल्कन्स के बीच में था मैच। तब पीटर बॉट EXD में था। ये
Classic. It always goes this way, doesn't it?
Peter Bot second or third?
He's going to get a big W, and then EU decides, nope. Sharkatini, massive victory royale. I'm hanging out with the best taco here. You know, big W for, I guess, you guys over on EU.
Obviously. I mean, Sharkatini, they saw Pete Pollo snag too. Anything you can do, we can do better. That's got to be the mentality. But it's been fun watching sparks fly between both of these teams.
Is there anyone you've been watching but you're like, man, I feel like this duo, we need to give them more props. We need to give them a moment in the sunlight.
1000% gotta be the Argentinians, Lewa and Romero. They have really been standing out, giving a ton of credit towards the international section because, I'll be honest, the community did not seem too high up on these guys, and yet they've been here all day today delivering some high caliber gameplay.
Currently in the top 10, right? We just need to hit top 7 to make sure we make the placement. I feel like as long as they continue to do so with a handful of games left, right? It should be a lock? Question mark?
You want to think as much, but everybody's obviously going to be trying to hit the overdrive
ये
in these
उसी
last
की
few
टीम है ना,
matches
Z-Dog और
because
Goofy।
nobody wants to find themselves in
किसकी टीम
contention
है?
for the actual elimination day.
ओशियाना ओशियाना रीजन की टीम है ना, ये टॉप 10 कर रहे हैं भाई।
हाँ भाई, बस रील वाले नहीं पकड़े जा रहे।
Avoid that bottom three.
Is there another
shadow
duo
Virgo
that you feel like you want to talk about?
14 पे वो उनका नहीं मुझे पता क्या।
Of course. You know, Vivid just called out not that long ago. You know, look, I love Mutz. All right, listen, he's a legend. I'm a big fan. I'm his #1 fan. And Sphinx is a legend too. Why would I not be excited to see them compete? Obviously, they are popping up big time, right? They are showing up here and on LAN. I think that's one of my favorite things about being on LAN is when players show up.
यार आगे पीछे मैं Fortnite की पिछले दिनों स्ट्रीम कर रहा था, मैंने जो अच्छी बड़ी वॉचिंग आ रही थी 30 40 बंदों की रीलोड पे। रीस्ट्रीम कोई देख ही नहीं रहा भाई। पाकिस्तान में Fortnite लगता है मुझे ही करनी पड़ेगी।
To that kind of pressure, and when you throw them into this type of LAN environment, honestly, I'm really hoping that we can get an interview at some point today because that That's the one thing that I feel like has really been missing. Sphinx on the comms. Let's be so for real, guys. That is probably one of like top tier for entertainment moments. Sphinx is always going to be one to have some fun on the mic.
He's always the first guy when you're like talking to him. You're like, hey, Sphinx, you know, we want you to do, I don't know, just like point at the camera. He's like, dude, I'm going to shoot a bow and arrow at the camera. We're like, okay, man, all in. I'm so down. But obviously, we do have
Peter
just
board
a
को नीचे नहीं जाना चाहिए था
handful of
मेरे
games
हिसाब
left.
से.
How are you feeling about the competition? You know, 3 keys will be crushed at the end of this. So how do you think the competition is going for some of these players with that pressure continuing to mount?
It hurts a lot to see, I think, especially when you're looking at the teams that have been kind of maintained towards that bottom 3 period. But at the same time, you never know when you might be able to jump out of it. Think about Epicwell and Pump in that last match specifically. We see Pump 4 eliminations, a crazy solo clutch at the end for those placement points too. That might have been just enough to help secure them outside of that bottom 3 bubble. But of course, you know, you can have a game plan. Sometimes you just got to throw it out the window, though, and that's kind of what I'm expecting to see in these last few matches.
I love to hear it. It's time for us to throw back on over to the casters because the next game's ready.
Of course, of course, of course. Thank you there, Zeke. You know, I'm starting to look at the standings here, and the gap is widening here pretty widely, I will say. Sharkentine here at 330, Peter Von Boyo 312, Vico Malabuca, again, frozen at 290 after that early elimination. But here's the thing. Then you jump down to what's remaining, right, the available spots, and Bugin Raids are on the heels of top 7.
That's where they want to be. That's where they've got to be. Realistically, they are just about outside of that top 7. All it takes is one game, as we've seen. All it takes is one game for our top team to go down. Vico Malabuca, they're a team that you just expect unparalleled consistency from, and then when they go down right
yes,
there,
bro.
I saw Malabuca go down, you think, yeah, it's all right, they got Vico.
भैया अगर EWC वाले ने इतनी इज्जत दे दी है तो लेनी तो बनती है कि नहीं. Let's go guys. Match 8 शुरू होगा. I think so. Match 7 लगाया हुआ था. Match 7 पिछला था. यार मतलब उन्होंने परमिशन दे दी है ना कि मैं हाँ कि मैं रीस्ट्रीम कर सकता हूँ उनका टूर्नामेंट. मुझे मेल आई थी ना, अप्रूव कर दिया उन्होंने मुझे.
ओह वाओ,
तुम्हें अब पता लगा?
यस, तभी मैं कहूँ इतने मजे की स्ट्रीम.
यस, ये सारा कुछ उन्होंने मुझे मेल पे भेजा था.
माशाल्लाह. डैम यार, नाइस, माशाल्लाह, बहुत अच्छा है. शार्टीनी ये किधर घुस गए हैं
भाई? शार कैसे ही खेल रहा है, शार कैसे ही खेल रहा है वो देख. भाई नो
कौन है?
बहुत अच्छा फिनिक्स मरा है.
अबे भाई उसको फ्री के पॉइंट्स दे रहे हैं अब तो ये तो.
अच्छा 3-16 है यहाँ पे.
शार गया.
Oh nice. Oh ये क्या किया?
मर गया शार.
Can I switch him to Teeny now? Can I play with Teeny instead? Retro and Phoenix though.
Oh hell no.
Retro in Phoenix. We were here, fans.
रॉकेट लॉन्चर कौन मारता है?
They get sent out. Pablo.
Oh shit, ये भी गया.
other side in a crazy fight must somehow ends up
GG's Pablo.
ये शार का क्या पे था वैसे?
I don't know bro.
Well, yeah, Pablo and Chino are getting a bit of momentum right now. Of course, they were in that
Oh,
final.
Pablo, nice.
2v2 already was a 2v3
Pablo,
one
Pablo,
against Argentini there
1
at the
HP.
end of that last game. So they're one of those sort of teams that you don't see loads of throughout tournaments. I feel like you kind of forget sometimes that Chino and Pablo are in the game, and then it's like, yeah, they remind themselves as to why they're here. They're two incredible players. Just don't always keep that consistency from them, especially when it comes down to FLCS majors. Here seems like very similar though. But what a performance needed here from Epic and Pump. They're lower down on the leaderboard. They're not quite out of the bottom 3 yet, but it is close.
Yeah, you know what? They've actually had a better back half of the tournament so far. They were much farther down as far as points were concerned, but now they're looking like they might actually fight their way into at least being safe for the survival round coming on Friday. Take a look at what Punk's doing here. Another elimination here. He's just farming Alex, actually hunting him down. Meanwhile, Peterbot finds Izzy and Nosip. I thought he was going to emo for a second.
W Peterbot.
Do you really have time for that? I don't think so. But it's all good. Peterbot's eating up. He's at 3 elos.
20 points का बढ़ेगा.
what he
Leaderboard
does.
उसमें.
Patrols this area, very similar to
30 पॉइंट उसके लिए कुछ भी
in the
नहीं.
region. But look at this now. Vico takes
epic
down
fail
Epic
किया.
Well. That's the first knock. Malabuka looking for Pump as well. This could be an absolute
Pump भाग
disaster
रहा है
here
और bench
for
chase हो रहा है
Pump
उससे.
and Epic Well. Remember, these guys really need a solid last couple of games here in order to get themselves out of that bottom three. Vico, Malabuka looking to reclaim that top spot as well. That's why they're so aggressive.
Taco live for a second, that was very spooky for Pump. He had raids on his heels as well, thinking about whether or not he wanted to key him. But ultimately, he has a little bit of time to get back. We'll catch back up with Vico in his second first. We'll see what's happening here. Shark gets fully eliminated. It's Goofy and Z-Dog. They're actually finding their footing here. You know, they're not too far off. Tini just forced to hide here.
भाई कितने crazy
Goofy ने
points हैं
Shark को
भाई.
मार दिया.
भाई crazy points हैं उनके. Malibuga के.
इनके ऊपर कौन लैंड किया था Malibuga के ऊपर?
यार जिनमें ये मरे थे. वो उसने मारा था मज
only has a basic loadout at this stage of the game. It's going to be something though, and he still don't want to fight him as Goofy gets straight inside the box, knocks him in the process as well. Shark will reboot. Tini off in the distance. Goofy and Z-Dog are more than happy with these eliminations. That's their third of the game, and they're a team that are sort of in the middle of the pack. They're not a team that really are struggling in terms of how a lot of our teams on the lower half are doing, but of course they've got to be pushing for that top seven.
Yeah, it's a different type of pressure, you know, when you are, you know, coming into match 8 and then you're at the absolute tail end of the
भाई मैं तो ये देख रहा हूँ पहले मतलब 4 मैचों में 18वें नंबर पे थे. उसके बाद सीधा दूसरे पे लॉक इन हो गए हैं बेंचो. क्या बात है यार.
बोला था मैंने तुझे आपको भाई. वापस टीम ही है जोन.
Dangerous, isn't it? This is very dangerous. You can see two of our lower down teams
लग तो रहा है मुझे.
right now. It's
वर्गो तो घुस गया उसके अंदर.
Virgo finding his first of the game.
No doubt बड़ी अच्छी गेम खेलता है वर्गो भी.
It's all up to Epic Well right now. Remember, Epic Well's the one.
यार वर्गो रिलेटिव से बहुत अच्छा है.
Get another situation. Look at Epic Well's HP. No, that's it. They're out.
Oh yeah, Epic Well फिर मर गया.
Two more to break out of that top bottom three.
And listen, if you're Virgo and Shadow, you are absolutely happy about that because that's a team that you want to just stay down there as you are teetering on that line, right? So you're actually taking out the right team in this instance to at least be able to extend your tournament life.
It's almost like doubles the value of those eliminations, right? You know, it's super valuable for those guys. Chino looking to try and line up a mammoth pistol shot as well. We know how good his aim is. Not actually going to take the shot though, but we can see these guys often operating in the storm right here by Logjam. They're quite happy in this position. They made it far in that last game as well. I suppose the zone was favouring them, pulling up towards Steam Stacks. Not a massive rotation for them as Malabuka. Sneaky play here as well. We've seen them getting very active early on in this game. Remember, taking down Epic Well early on. Z-Dog and Goofy also getting very active in this game, taking down Sharp multiple times, which is some feat. Malabuka hits the shot, finding him inside of the box as well. Can he find the full knock onto Goofy?
Oh भाई क्या damage दिया.
Back inside of their own box, back inside of their own home, cocooned in there, and Malabuka says no.
Nice
bro.
bro.
That's my shot.
Nice Malabuka.
Vico coming from another angle as well.
पर छुप के नहीं मारना
Trying
चाहिए.
to find any which way to get out of here, but he's stuck. He's trying to scurry away, but Malabuka and Vico, they smell this elimination. They find this opportunity. They need as many as they can right now because they're the ones chasing first. Goofy and Z-Dog, they're a team that are also in that sort of position to maybe take that top 7 spot. Looks as though Z-Dog's just about done enough here to keep his teammate back into the game. Yeah, Malabuka's going to get the knock onto Z-Dog, but of course Goofy is still in it. That was good play from Z-Dog.
Tremendous job by Z-Dog, and then I'm just thinking to myself, Mally, what are you really an IGL? Like, what are we watching right now? As he was leading the charge there, but Z-Dog, chef's kiss, keeps himself alive for 10 seconds there while getting chased by 2 of the best players in the world.
And honestly, that's a skill gap within Reload itself, right? You know, of course staying alive as long as possible in Battle Royale is important, but you don't get the reward of having your teammate back. In Reload, if you can keep yourself alive, which is definitely a skill gap, you can definitely go far in this mode. And I think that's why we're seeing them do really well. I think a lot of people would look at an OCE team and think, yeah, maybe not too much expectation on their shoulders, looking at a team like Alex and Reckless, who unfortunately are at the bottom of the leaderboard. You don't have high expectations of them typically, but they are exceeding those expectations.
We're doing so well. Well, PHN's got to exceed them as well for the Brazilian region if he wants to stay in this one, because Peterbot is on his tail. Nice 5th elimination now for Peterbot and Boyo. I think 7 for them is in the bag. They put the prize in the bag. They're minor. They got it.
This is the Peterbot employee you don't want to be fighting. You never want to fight them, really, but when they've already got things secure, when they're playing with that level of confidence that we've seen from them, when they're patrolling the lobby, they're conditioning everyone else around them, they are honestly unstoppable.
I'm really looking forward to see how that Vatru is going to play out for them. You know, Elite Stronghold clearly is a weakness or a weak point in their tournament strategy, but man, they've got this map on lock.
That's the thing. I mean, it's neither situation, I suppose, is going to be easy for them. You have so many other great teams in the lobby, but the thing that they do really well, and the team like Shark continue to do really well, is they can convert those end games into wins, which is going to be really important come Saturday's finals, because you need to win in order to actually take home the title here. So that match point's really going to shake things up as well. And the teams that are capable, the teams that will take those risks, that will go for hype plays, it's going to be absolutely cinema. But of course, they've got to get there first. And from based on today's performance, we've got an absolute spectacle coming up as well.
Well, if we were in a simulation, if we were in a world where it was the match point and we were looking to close things out, Shark and Tini are in contention for that, as are Peterbot and Boyo. In theory, this could be one of those game-defining, tournament-defining moments. Just really showing you and highlighting what it takes and what it will take there on Saturday. But getting back to Shark and Tini, he's almost repaying the favor at this point because the other teams had the best of him early on, but now it's Shark who's fighting back.
They always get themselves back into the game. Remember, we saw Shark going down earlier on in the game. We saw them in difficult situations in the past. They just always seem to be able to find those extra limbs, and that's just the makeup of this team. So good at sort of comebacks, being able to get themselves into situations to win the game every single game. It's all well and good playing for those end games, playing for those placements, but they can always find themselves in a position to win. Peterbot and Ployer likewise, finding the limb onto Shadow right there. Virgo, of course, trying to escape as quickly as possible, trying to stay alive, of course, as well. Peterbot trying to hunt him out. Virgo's right there. Huge shot from the Mammoth Pistol from Peterbot. Trying to just find an angle. Actually, inadvertently hits the launch pad. Didn't mean to do that. Might have given Virgo a little bit of extra time there to get Shadow back into the game. I think Peterbot's understanding that and thinking, yeah, this limb's not for me. Let's go back into zone.
Yeah, you know, as the zone started to close as well, the last thing you want to do right now is fight Virgo. That was a sign of respect there.
Yeah.
They did take down Shadow. They knew that for certain. They're like, do I really want to box fight Virgo? Maybe not. He does seem to be pretty nasty with it when it comes down to so. Not a fight you want to take in the storm there, but hey, look, for Shadow Virgo, they have a lot working against them. They're going to have to figure it out. Meanwhile, Lua and Romero seem to be heating up.
Game for them. Really, really big game. Remember, this is a team that do find themselves inside of that top 7. Not by a huge amount, but by an amount that they could get the job done potentially in this next game. This game, setting themselves up for that, is going to be absolutely huge. Put the Brazil region truly on the map, and of course into those finals. Currently the only smaller region team that find themselves inside of that top 7. That's one of those teams that we expect big things from in these sort of level lobbies as well. And as that clock ticks down, the reboots become impossible, and that changes things.
It's music to my ears right there. This is where things start getting really exciting now. And also for the players, reality sets in. There's no more messing around.
No more messing around. You go down now, you are out of the game. No reboots, no second chances. And as the time goes on in today's competition, those chances of playing games keep going down as well. So each and every one of these moments is of utmost importance and increasing importance, of course, as well. Mars and Sphinx quite happy to just dance inside of their box. Are we going to get an elim here, or are we going to get an emo? We're going to get an emo.
We're going to get an emo. We're going to get a dance. Mars and Sphinx, they must have heard the comms earlier, like, hey, you want an interview? Can't give you that, but we'll give you this little dance for the fellas. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Boyo, just looking so good right now, playing for height, back with that into that like exuberating confidence here, as they are looking to secure a potential other win. That brings them up to 4 at this point. I'm like losing track.
I think 3 maybe?
I don't know, dude. It's getting crazy.
That's just a classic Peterbot and Boyo. You just lose count of all their numbers because it's astronomical. Another astronomical shot from Peterbot as well. Just the ability to find those shots. And what I'm noticing here as well, he does have that spray weapon, that combat SMG. He hasn't held that in a lot of those previous games, which gives Height another problem to think about. Whoever does end up on it, if it's not them, they're going to have that double spray down potential, which they haven't been having previously.
Notice what they're doing. Pablo and Chino eyeing up high ground. They haven't had a chance to really stamp themselves in this tournament with a win just yet. They're looking at it and they're thirsty for a chance to do it. This might just be it. This is a really far pull here. This is a tough spot. Lua falls. That's a terrible spot to be in. This could be the moment that cracks things open and gives away their lead.
Absolute disaster for Lua. It's all about Romero right now. Peterbot playing spoiler to the rest of the lobby. Romero has to keep his cool. Just about getting into these placement points very shortly, of course, as well. So absolutely vital that they stay inside of this game because they need it to stay inside of that top 7 as well. Peterbot doing damage to everyone else. They've already qualified through. They don't care about how everyone else does. They just want this win. They want to prove that they're the best team here, and they're doing that with all of these incredible shots and holding on to high.
If you're Romero, you cannot afford to fall now. Hawks in the sky here looking for their next prey. Meanwhile, Pablo and Guccino, an excellent rotate here, using that grapple, just splitting up from one another, really playing for themselves now. Pablo ends up in a scrappy little fight here, changes layers. Meanwhile, Chino just trying to stay up. Here's Romero's perspective. He's got danger all around him.
He does have good mats. Good mats there. He's got that med kit. He can play that as well. Really good mats. So he can play this game out. He can hold on to it, and you do need that in these LAN environments. These solo clutches become so important. Malabuka, Vico, a time to have a sip of water. They're inside of that top 3 right now. They're trying to resurge up the top of the standings, of course, as well. No Sif down there in the feed. Peterbot Poya still maintaining this high ground, using that overdrive effect as well. They're using that pad as well. We've seen this happen so many times here, Monster. They're skipping all of these late game zones. And this is how they're winning. They're maintaining a lot of those materials. They don't need to go down for those refreshes. They're able to hold on to height really easily.
What's really nice about it is they figure that out after those 2 very rough games. They're like, wait a second, we're doing something wrong. And that's the little adjustment in the strategy. Well, here's someone that can't adjust much further. It's Romero. He's completely out of extra heals to shield with. Unless he goes down into the river, there's no other way for him to recover it other than getting an elimination here. But even that's very dangerous. You have players fighting all around him here. He just wants to keep a low profile and stay front side of zone. Meanwhile, Izzy also in a clutch situation. Remember, he came into this, he was in 9th place.
Huge moment for Izzy. If any time to do it is the time, it is now. Shark, though, huge beam right there onto Vico. He's not letting anyone play up in the air right there. We saw Malabuka up there too. Malabuka now down on below, but looking very weak indeed. Peterbot Poya going to have to settle for that low ground. Shark and Teeny are the team that are wanting to hold on to that high ground position. Malabuka, Vico having to expend a lot of those heals, but look at their material count when they go to their POV. So much material there for them.
There it is, that elim that we were talking about. Romero actually gets one, and now he can even think about going for it, but no. Instead, he gets targeted there. Off to the side, he is just clutching up big points here. This is how you fight to maintain your place on that standing there. Romero doing a really good job. MCal behind the wall here. Romero doesn't quite land a shot, but hey, he's still in a tournament.
He's got no heals though. He has to try and solo clutch this as much as he can, squeeze out as many of those placement points as he can, as all other players around the block go down. Romero does fall right there to the hands of Vico, who take that front side of zone. Now him and Malabuka from the skies to the ground. They are looking to take this low ground and take the game for themselves.
It's really good right here. 4 eliminations. We're on the ultimate end zones now. Just 2 zones left here. And from the high ground, it's Shark and Teeny, the dominant duo of the evening so far. It's been going back and forth. The conversation, the focus has shifted from team to team. And then you have Muzz and Sphinx rising up from the depths themselves as well. We might just get that interview that we were looking for, but first, he's got to fight his way through Vico. It's not looking too good for Muzz down low, as Shark and Teeny are putting that extra pressure.
They saw Peterbot and Poya go back-to-back earlier. They said, we want some of that action. Shark doing exactly what he does best, spraying on down, holding the rest of the lobby down. Of course, that bridge is going to play spoiler for everyone down below, of course, as well. So, going to be really difficult to get anywhere near that high ground. Malabuka no builds back a zone. There's Vico finding another elimination. That's their 7th of the game. The huge amount of materials now as well to claim that front side of zone. It's a 2v2.
Shark and Teeny have lost 2 games where they've had the high ground in the end game. Now they get a chance to redeem themselves, and it's up against Vico and Malabuka. It's like I'm dreaming to watch this fight happen again from Shark's perspective. Who's going to secure that first elimination?
It's all about Vico Malabuka down low. They've already recovered this game. Shark and Teeny have been flying sky high. Can they close on down right now, though? They're collapsing on through. Shark hitting huge shots. There's Vico down. Malabuka's the last piece of the puzzle. Can he find the shot to close it out? Of course he can. They go back to back.
My gosh, the ability to make the decision to shoot the down body, secure the siphon. Now you can play the storm a little bit longer, and just like that, it went from wait a second, this is looking scary, to give me a second here, Teeny, I got this.
That's what makes this team so good. That's what we've got to look out for.
Look at the fans. Look at the fans.
They're in disbelief, as am I. I don't know how they keep doing this. And Shark in particular, remember he was going down a lot in those games. They recovered their game there as well. The ability in those end games to make those quick fire decisions. That's what separates some of our best teams from some of the teams that are fighting for that top 7.
Just reading the lips of some of the players we've seen on camera now. Muzz and Spinks truly animated for a second there. But we continue to keep the focus on the top of the standings. Well, take a look, guys. Feel it for yourselves. Here's that play I was talking about. Boom, there it is. He's in the game. There's no pressure at this point now as he's got the huge lead.
Bring up. Behind them.
Dead.
Dead. Yes, sir, business. Nice.
We got a nice. That was better than last time. We got a nice.
Improvements.
Improvements. They're excited. They're ramping up towards these finals. I think realistically now that really secures their spot here into Saturday's finals. And they're definitely going to be a team to be a force to be reckoned with, a team to take a look out for, because even those final few moments, you highlighted it, the ability, the understanding, that forward thinking from Shark to not go for the second player, to find that knock body first, to keep himself alive inside that storm via that siphon. That's what separates these best teams from the rest. And I want to talk about Romero there as well. What a solo clutch. Didn't make it into the later stages of that end game. But when you're a team from a smaller region, Brazil, you don't typically see them performing at the very top. So much of that pressure would have been on his shoulders right there. When Liwa goes down, you think, oh, is this the downfall? Is this the time they crumble? But they stepped up to the plate there.
My gosh, the resiliency that exists amongst the Brazil duos is impressive and admirable to say the least. And again, you see it there, Romero just doing everything in his power to secure those prelims and get that win. And even now, you know, we kind of have this moment here to really kind of take it all in. Here's a team that, again, coming in from NA West, Phoenix and Retro, fell so early there. You know, we've been giving them this platform. They had that opportunity to really show us, you know, what they're capable of, and then just came slightly.
Well, they won, didn't they? They got that win. Things were looking so good for them. Things were on the up, and it just became difficult for them throughout the rest of the day. So they've dropped outside, of course, of that top 7 a while ago. They haven't been able to claw their way back in. For them right now, it's just going to try and stay in the lobby, stay in contention for it, of course, as well. So I want to hear from a couple of our players. It's Vico Malabuka with Zeke.
Thank you, guys. We are here with Vico and Malabuka. We just had this fantastic game, and so I'm sorry, you were saying something right to me before, right before we cut here. What were you saying?
You can clearly see like the 3 best teams in like Reload right now. You know, Shark and Teeny first. You know, Pete and Pollo in 3rd, us in 2nd. I think like you can clearly tell. You know.
It's a little bit of a lead, just a little bit of a lead. Mally, do you agree with that? Do you feel like we have the 3 best teams in Reload? We know who they are. It's what he just called out.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's right. There's just no one else. Maybe there's like Sky and Skrull, but we'll see tomorrow in this room.
If they did make it through tomorrow, do you feel like Sky and Skrull will be a problem for you guys in finals, or is it kind of just like, we're going to keep doing our thing, and if they get in our way, we'll take them out?
Yeah, we're just gonna keep doing our thing, and then like I don't think they will be doing that good that they're doing Battle Royale, because Reload is really kills dependent, and they don't really get that many kills, so I think we'll be fine.
Talk to me about those final few moments against Shark and Teeny. Well, how does it feel to go against one of those other teams that in your mind is, hey, this is the top 3, to fight them? Is there nerves? Is there kind of a moment where you like, well, talk to me about like the mental thing, like what's going up here?
I didn't even realize it was them. I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was just some like, I don't know, decent team. I mean, we had no mats, like really no mats on low ground, so I don't know. If we had mats, I think we win that. They didn't play that too well, but yeah, I'm not, didn't know that was them until the end.
Does that shift your perception then, or your, I guess, reality? If you did know that was them, would you play any differently?
Honestly, I did not hear what Vico said. Because
He basically said he didn't know it was them. He didn't know that it was them. If you knew that it was Sharkantini, does that change how you play?
Nah, it was kind of unwinnable because we had nothing on low ground.
Okay, well, guys, of course, best of luck. A few more games here. Stay in the top 10, or top 7, rather. We want to make sure we see you guys.
Gravity claw, bro. Come on.